Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and Sat just makes the most out, and Sad sit on the other side. Yeah, they're going blind, and it's an ace from Body.
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off. You'd imagine. But this right through the smoke, at least going to guarantee one as X stands ground.
There's the flash, the dash. Oh, what a shot from Son of Core in the knife right through Kumi's heart. But
Operator on high, Blaze into the run it back. Paint's gonna give it the old college try, but Vita quickly failed away. Paint making some space, and Zash covering his back!
Still pushed up C-Long.
Yeah, this could be bad. Yeah, there's just no exit. Oh, and the collapse. A little bit more. And now all of a sudden, Paint, last one left, nowhere to go through mid. 2 flawless rounds in a row for NRGA.
YFT on the edge of match point, and Atlas is just the final boss. He crosses up multiple, making that first pick. And listen, recoil's down, so they had to go into sight. Barely any information given. They can't play the post plant with anything other than maybe Jakey watching Heaven in the extremities, getting these picks in. And you can see Fly a little bit to work with here, but is the wide swing gonna happen? They know that information is there, and Core, they just follow up on it. So a flawless round.
Big day, everyone. Welcome to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Roy and Dan on the desk. If you're watching the World Cup, if you're watching Wimbledon, if it's just another, is it Saturday? Yes. Saturday for you.
Gamer moment.
Happy Saturday, man. Gamer moment, literally gamer moment. Dan, good to see you as always. Roy, good to see you as well. I've been away from the playoffs for a little bit, Dan, so I'm gonna go to you to talk about this because it's been spicy from what I can tell from watching the games.
Absolutely. It has been pretty good so far for the start of the bracket stage for stage 3. I think it has been really cool to see a lot of the teams that we had our questions on. Okay, for example, M80 looked good, but are they going to perform and continue performing to that level? And they're actually answering and just being as dominant as we want them to do. It feels like we haven't had many surprises yet, but now in the lower bracket, I feel like that is going to change.
That's right. I mean, Roy, we are in the lower bracket, right? I feel like a lot of the games that you and I were hosting together, it was a lot of qualification matches, a lot of kind of, you know, yippee, we're going to make it. But now looking at this bracket, we're in lower round 1 today, right? So we are going to say goodbye to 2 of our beloved teams. And I love all of those teams in the lower bracket, Roy.
Oh, for sure. I mean, this is the end of the road for 2 teams that we've been following pretty much the entire year, right? And it's the continuation, though, on the other hand, it's the continuation of the miracle run for the others because they all pretty much have to be lights out at this point. It has to be the flawless run. I don't know about y'all, okay, but I personally love Valorant gameplay when teams are backs against the wall. I think it makes for the most exciting times. It really shows the true colors of these players and kind of their potential and to see what they're up to and, you know, when the gloves are completely off. So lots of good teams on the list tonight. I'm excited, guys.
Yeah, even though the only matchup so far that we've had that went all the way to 3 was that Nightblood against YFT, all these teams that you see in the lower bracket have a lot of potential to make it far, to have that lower bracket run. And like you're saying, Roy, it makes it more fun when, you know, the backs are against the wall, you don't have any chances, you can't make any big mistakes, or it's going to be over for you for the year, potentially. So for Core, YFT, and NRGA Academy and EG Academy, it's going to be really, really fun to watch. I mean, we recently in Masters watched Leviathan just go through that lower bracket run, and it feels like that's what made it so fun. So, you know, it can be that story for any of these 4 teams today.
You know, when you like are trying to come up with a solution for something in your life or whatever it may be, and like at the buzzer beater moment, you come up with the most perfect, iconic, never been seen before solution. It's kind of the same thing, right?
I think that's called ADHD.
It is, and I'm diagnosed. That is exactly what we are looking for, and we are looking for these teams to perform because they have no other choice. The first team we'll be looking at today for our lower round one, our elimination day, is NRG Academy versus Evil Geniuses Academy. Just 2 academies going at it, 2 storied orgs in Valorant and Tier 1 going at it at each other. Roy, it's gonna be sad, but it's also gonna be lights out. I think it's gonna be we're gonna be seeing a good fight today.
Yeah, I think this head-to-head between the only 2 academy teams in VCL North America is going to be so interesting. Obviously, both of these teams are not points leaders, so the run here needs to be flawless starting right now. There's really no more room for error, right? And it's like they're facing the end of not only the run for the split, but for the year potentially, and at least in challenger level events. So yeah, that being said, there is a lot of talent on these teams, guys. The level of play, the level of individual potential, as well as the calling and the experience in both both of these rosters cannot be understated enough. I think this match is going to be an absolute banger.
And they're going to need to perform today. Let's start with the first team we want to talk about today, and that is NRG Academy, formerly known as Maryville University, as you can see with the lovely jerseys that we have there. Dan, I'm going to go to you for this. Kind of literally hot, cold with their season this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I think since we started seeing this team, especially when they were that university team, we were all very excited. We all saw the potential, and then they got signed for it by NRGA Academy, which has been amazing as well. But again, now they're in a situation that they didn't really want to be in so early on. I think this team, though, the one thing that they have going on today is that in the couple of times that they had the chance to face NRGA Academy throughout this year, which it somehow feels like it's been a lot more than our other top teams have had to face each other. NRGA Academy has had their number pretty much every single time except for one, and last time they faced each other was actually pretty recently. It was that opening matchup for stage 3 for that Swiss stage, and even though it went all the way to overtime for the map of Split, where NRGA Academy won that 15 to 13, I think it's just a team that has the better understanding of what the other side is going to be doing, and I'm very excited to see what they're going to do today, what changes they're going to bring, and how much of a fight they can put up against DCG.
And I think the really interesting thing with this roster, guys, is the fact that, I mean, you look at the record, right? They came into playoffs with a 4-2 record, but they have great wins against several of the playoff teams, right? I mean, I think it goes without question, this team is very dangerous in the server. It's kind of hard to know which version of NRG Academy you're getting, right? Because they are showing some signs of their, their growing pains with bringing in Hayode and doing roster changes. But overall, it feels like a lot of their holes in their gameplay are really starting to get patched up with every single match they've played so far. Hayode has been playing insanely well within this lineup, and overall, in terms of mechanics, in terms of experience, this is one of the more well-rounded rosters we have here in VCL NA.
Well, let's talk about part of that well-roundedness, if you will, and that is Giza, right smack in the center doing the classic esports pose. I'm gonna go to you for this, Roy, because I feel like every time we talk about NRG Academy, Roy, you always talk about Giza and how good they are.
I mean, he brings everything to the server, right? He brings raw confidence. He brings mechanics. He has a lot of in-game IQ. He knows when to be a hero and when to play more for the team. And his flexibility in his role is such a boon to this roster, right? And he's just an exciting player to watch. That's really all there is to it. Like, his mechanics are clean. It's fun to watch. He's very smart the way he plays the game, and he's very versatile in the way that he plays the game as well. And when it comes down to role flexibility and offering a lot of different options for team comps and for kind of stylistic approaches, I mean, Giza's the person we're looking at for sure.
I mean, Dan, looking at Giza, we've watched him for a very, oh God, how long have we watched Giza for? I feel like for a while. And you're right. Oh my gosh, we're so old, are we? I don't know. But Giza, I think, echoing everything that Roy said, is someone that you want to look forward to. And if anyone's going to really help NRG Academy make this lower bracket run happen, it is Giza.
Absolutely, and it is because of what Roy is mentioning, is that flexibility that he has. We've seen him a lot in the solo when the team is opting for those compositions alongside that chamber for that sentinel, but he's always, of course, willing to play that sentinel, whether there is going to be that Vice, whether there is going to be that Cypher. I think that flexibility for these two roles really helps out a lot. I really like seeing him on the Sova, though. I really like the way that he's supporting the team. I really like what he's able to add kind of when nobody else is looking, but I think that sentinel, when you need it to be there, when you need somebody to hard anchor, he's also going to be that key piece.
Exactly, but he will have his work cut out for him, and the pressure is on because he'll be facing Evil Geniuses Academy. Dan, I think when we talk about this team, we talk about kind of the narrative of this split has been they've had to kind of be thrown together, have had a lot of work to do, and have kind of made it work considering how rough these circumstances were. New coach, lots of new players with the parent team, if you will, taking so many. But it's those growing pains that we're talking about, I think, for like weeks at this point, still showing a little bit, and now it's time to put up or shut up with this elimination match.
And for Moobs, this is nothing new, having to face that core Maryville on the other side. So I'm excited to see how this one is going to play out. Once again, as of recent, 3 out of the 4 times that they've played, it has been NRG Academy getting that win. But for Evil Geniuses, it can be a different story. Yet they've had to face a lot of changes, a lot of last-minute decisions as well. But I think this is a team that individually is honestly incredible. I love seeing how much, and the value that Moobs brings to any of the teams that he's been part of has been really awesome. I think JK Italy as well on the smoking role. Every time that he's playing the Astra, all the clutches that he's able to get in. It is the same story for B-Dog and how much we've seen him on the Jet recently that we talked about yesterday in Darkins and Recoil as well. So I just think everybody has a story to tell here, and I think they're looking for that revenge against the other Academy team.
And I think that's really what kind of makes this roster interesting though, right? Kind of going back onto what Dan was saying, it's like on paper, these players are all super cracked. But in reality, it kind of feels like a lot of them are trying to play the game at different paces. And I think that's kind of been the crux of their issues so far. That's why they have, they haven't had the cleanest run in that regard. But I feel like for EG, it's really all just a matter of whether they can all get on a tempo that makes everyone feel comfortable, right? Including the IGL. It feels like, in terms of individuals, we've seen a lot of takeover games from every single person on this roster, even including the IGL Darkest. And of course, they have Data as the coach here as well. So, I mean, it's just so much experience and so much potential. Again, EG Academy, it's really all just about being on the same page, getting everybody comfortable and making sure we're playing at a pace that allows everyone to shine and no one really feels uncomfortable when they're trying to execute their game plan.
You said experience, and you talked about potential. Someone who has met that potential time and time again, to borrow my favorite casting phrase, is none other than Moobs himself, or Whoa, as I like to call him. It is, I think, that's what we call each other. It's a friend thing. Anyways, Roy, I'm going to go to you for this because you may be mad. Going to talk about Moobs, I think every single time we speak about him, genuinely every single time we speak about him, it's always the consistency. It's always that he is the man you can count on every single time in the server.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm trying to think of like a single match where I didn't feel like Moobs had impact. I think there's only like literally one maybe that he's like kind of quiet, but it feels like almost 99% of his matches, he's having so much impact. And he's not only just in terms of mechanics, but he's just a bully in the server. Like he's disrespecting your util. He's forcing these like awkward engagements, and he's constantly chump checking you. And I feel like if you're not passing that mech test, if you're not passing the heat check, it's so obvious. It's so, it's so like common to get run over by players like Moobs. And of course, Moobs has the IQ. He knows how to find those timings. He knows how to wedge himself in a lot of these team structures. And he's been such a key piece into the, the kind of the dynamic aspect of EG and kind of having that extra X factor that sometimes they're lacking.
I think you're mentioning it perfectly for Moobs. I think what makes him so good is how he's constantly finding timings against every team that he's facing, and sometimes it is going to be on that sentinel role, as you can expect, but sometimes he's also willing to switch it up, and it's something that we've seen in the past couple of years, whether he was playing for Collegiate or he was playing here in Challengers. I think he has been incredibly consistent at knowing exactly when and how to punish the enemy team, and especially when the team for EG, when they seem to be down, when they seem to be struggling, when they lose that first map, it feels like in those situations that is when Moobs finds some sort of answer to make the team work out and push it at least to a third, push for them to get those wins.
All reliable. I feel like if you open like the SpongeBob meme, use like the box. I don't know. I've never seen that episode, so I don't know. But for friends, for Phillips Norelco, today we have two folks who I know I'm so excited to talk about. Dan, I know you love B-Dog. I know you are like just kind of a huge proponent of B-Dog. But going against for our head-to-head today, Hayday, Dan.
Yeah, Hayday is a player that we talked about yesterday, and we talked about how flexible he is on this role, which honestly, it differs a little bit from what we've seen from B-Dog recently, not because he can be flexible, but because the team is, willing to have him play a little bit more of that jet. But for Hayday, I think he has been really impressive. It is the best player that we have right now in the lobby in terms of stats, looking at what the Swiss stage looked like. And yesterday, he couldn't really play the way, or in the previous matchup, he couldn't really play the way that we were kind of expecting him to do. I think a lot of the key pieces for this team, like we talked about Giza, we talked about Renz, we talked about Shandix, didn't really feel comfortable, so they couldn't really set him up for success in the way that we've seen for other matches. But for these two players, they are incredible mechanically, so I'm excited to see how this duo is going to play out.
And for me, the interesting thing with both of these rosters is they're both mechanically really good, but kind of in their own way, right? Because even in their gameplay, when you kind of compare them on paper, Hayday is so much more fast-paced, right? He's like getting in your face. He's kind of doing all these like super flashy zoomer style kind of gameplay that you expect from like modern duelists. Whereas B-Dog, it kind of feels like he plays like a vet, right? He's really slow. He's really methodical. He likes to think a lot. He likes to, he likes to go for these like educated, opening picks. Like you don't really see him doing all the flashy stuff, but when it comes down to when it is required, it does feel like B-Dog can play at that level. But I think the pace difference and the tempo difference between both of these players will be really interesting to see in the survey.
The new blood versus the old blood, if you will, right? I think, while we're looking at the most played, you see Jet on the bottom there. You can kind of think about them as the duelists. I think, these are folks who I think represent kind of our last leg of Challengers. My last day of hosting Challengers, everything that Challengers is about, the longevity, but also the ingenuity and the kind of new folks that come into the scene, which is super exciting to see. But friends, let's see where we're even going to go for this elimination match. Let's look at the maps, shall we? Production, maps, please. Thank you. Okay, first, I'm going to go to you for this, Roy. We're going to Haven first, second, Breeze, and if necessary, Ascent.
Yeah, Haven is a really interesting one because, correct me if I'm wrong, but this was yesterday where they got absolutely demolished by SAD Esports on it. So for them to pick it as the first map, I think there must have been a lot going wrong, and it was very obvious what those mistakes were in that regard. So I'm kind of interested to see how they're going to be switching up their game plan today. And for EG, if they were watching, I think there's a lot of stuff to learn from the way that SAD Esports took that win from NRG. But just looking at, even EG's history on this map, guys, there are no slouches on this map. It's not a weak map for EG by any means. So this first map will be a really hard one for NRG. So I'm curious to see how they bounce back from yesterday's performance.
Me too, especially because you're talking about how much EG has, how much information they have on what NRGA Academy were doing yesterday, because they couldn't really get anything going on that second map. It feels like because that first map that they played against SAD, Fracture, was so close, they couldn't really get anything going for the second one. Once they weren't able to make a comeback. But going into this map of Haven, I think there's a lot of things that you can read not only from that series, but also how much they've been playing this map of Haven in the past. So that is going to be my question. How much are you actually able to switch it up when you're playing a composition that can be pretty predictable, right? When you're playing a lot of that chamber, when you know exactly what that chamber is going to be positioned, when you're playing with this double duelist as well, and some of the set plays that you have been able to see for the past couple of weeks, I think it's going to be a little scary. So for NRG, they need to start really strong and kind of, really show us why they wanted to go with this map once again.
I mean, also just go crazy. Pick something. Do jet roulette. It's a lower elimination. What do you have to lose? Literally everything. When you are talking, literally the whole year, everything that we work towards. But I think, looking at this, I love Haven Challengers, right? The Challengers tried and true classic. I think, but I do want to stress to our audience before we move on to our predictions that a lot of times games are won and lost in the map picks and vetoes, right? So this is something that I think we spend time on it because of how crucial it is. And we also spend time on our predictions, my friends. If we can get the predictions, please. Yes, oh, I got scared there for a second, y'all, but looks like, Dan, going to you for this. NRG Academy, Dan, the only one out of everyone. Was this a close pride for you, Dan, or what's going on?
No, I mean, I literally just talked to you guys about how every single time pretty much that they played each other, it has been NRG Academy getting the win over EG. So I'm kind of surprised that everybody else went EG. I would think at least one more, if not two more, if you would go this side of NRG. And again, I know that for EG, we just talked about the individuals. I know that Moot is not going to be happy that I made a prediction against him once again. I know that he takes it personal when it comes to me. But for NRG, I'm just going with their results. I'm recency biased. That's the truth. That is what a lot of analysts are sometimes. And for today at least, it will
biased.
be me.
Thank you for being honest.
Dan, don't take it personally. Moobs is never happy. It's not a you thing. Okay?
Oh, I know. It's crazy.
It's just a him thing.
Don't talk about Gabe like that.
Oh, you guys are cool like that. All right, bet. But yeah, I think just to justify my pick, I feel like EG Academy has been okay. You know what? Production, swap me back to NRG Academy.
No.
No, Dan's the only one. I made the ruling, but why the compositions have made you change your mind, Roy? Why?
No, this is actually the same comp they ran last time. I'm kind of completely joking. Obviously, I am a Clove hater. Okay, I do think Clove is a bit of a troll pick, but you said it best, I think, Liz. I think the backs are against the wall. This is time for people to think less and do more and just act without, thinking too much and overthinking the game plan. I feel like Clove is really good for that when you're trying to get active. And obviously they're starting on the attack side, so there's a lot of mechanics at work right here. But for NRG Academy, the composition change is already out. They were not feeling the chamber, guys. I think the chamber, Jet, Phoenix were a little bit overload on the mechanics and an expression. I think the Cypher offers a little bit more info. So expect more structured, more strategic setups for NRG Academy on this defensive side compared to last time.
we were just asking what NRGA Academy were going to bring with the amount of times that they played this map, with the amount of times that they played the chamber on this side of Shandex, and also Renz and Hyode on the duel list. So I really like this Cypher change. I feel like it lets you be a little bit more mobile throughout the map. It lets you get that information. It lets you have a little bit of a read starting on this defensive side of what EG wants to do, what the pace is going to look like, especially because they're playing in this Clove that is nothing new. It's nothing that we see very often, but for JK is what they were playing last time, and something that, you know, there's a chance that can be punished early on by NRGA Academy and a little bit of the read that they had on EG.
Well, folks, it is elimination. It is time to get it done or get the heck out. I'm going to send over to your casters, the coolest man in the business, Shio, and the man with the bluest eyes, Tenrek.
Okay, we got cool, we got hot, we're in the business. That's what I like to see in NRGA Academy. EGA, they're also on that fire line. I feel like for this time now, in these, you know, playoffs to play-ins, Tenrek, it's all on the line now. We can see that from these comps, from these switches. These players are locked in.
Yeah, these teams were each other's first matchup of the stage. For one of these teams, it'll also be the last. NRGA Academy choosing to run it back in less than a 24-hour turnaround after getting run down by SAD. EGA also willing to choose that attacking side first. But, I mean, this comp change, like Roy said, it is decisive.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to have a bit more of that information. Still, if the issue was like, you know, mechanical overload a little bit and like the expectation to perform, Cypher, yes, gives you more information, but you still have to be on those mechs. You still have to land those shots. So if it wasn't working with Chamber, I hope that the value the utility provides is enough. That being said, the elephant in the room, I mean, my mic's just 1 second messing up. We'll address it. There we go. The elephant in the room.
There we go.
Clove. Let's talk about it. Clove real quick being picked. The confidence here, is it like a ranked type of situation where if the first round doesn't go well, the comp is just bust?
I wouldn't necessarily say so. I think Jakey's been pretty classically active as a controller normally, so he's more comfortable than most on the Clove pick in this stage of Challengers. Being said, everybody's a little ISO'd at the moment. Moves on his classic lurk, gonna get found pretty early on, and B-Dog's already extended into Garage, so some trades abound, but this backstab already active.
Getting super fast with it, almost on site as well. Spike planted up. There they now. 2v2 in the situation as Giza gets a nice little flank going in, but I'm liking this double clasp up all the way into spawn, sticking together and keeping the fight on their side.
Like seeing Darkus get active as well. Love seeing him have more excuses to flash on the Phoenix. He's looked solid and might have the angle here to get both.
One enemy remaining.
First open. Has to tap. Heyo beckoning in the opening on the logs. Can almost swing to the second, but EGA can wrap it up with one still standing.
Love to see that right there. EG Academy need as many rounds as possible on the board early, get that value in from having such an aggressive composition coming through early on Haven. We've seen a lot of this map just all throughout the stage of Challengers as well. You have, I think, many teams finally testing a lot out, but finding what works for them. And again, you know, you talk about Jakey right now, I think a very diverse agent pool on this player individually, having the freedom to just go kind of ham. You just kind of, what we've seen on Attack on Haven as well is just filling out the map, but really the explosion is what needs to be really cohesive and necessary. Clove lets you do that. EG now needs to translate this, but I believe are running into a super stack that half smoke as well, going to be denying a scan from coming and getting any information at all.
Yeah, EG Academy understand how valuable C-Site is against the defense that NRGA set up.
Ooh.
But EGA don't have mannerisms, they have trademarks. Moves is always gonna lurk, Jakey's always gonna get active, B-Dog's always gonna be the first in. NRGA will have a very easy time reading a lot of this.
Now we can challenge some of those trademarks. From a business perspective, Shandex wants to get a few of them down. Hale's there flooding in on site as well. Shouldn't be too much of a problem, but landing bodies falling now in a 1v2. B-Dog with a scope in close range. Could be danger on the horizon here. A shot, a dash. Smoke to get him as fast as the flash out of the angle, but he stays in with shots in the classic, saves the day. A messy round from EG Academy with a win nonetheless.
Hyode surviving for an eternity that round, first with the jump kills and then with the jump peaks to escort not one, but two trade peaks in for him, and everybody landing the headshots along the way. That's the kind of mechanics you expect from this well-seasoned squad, but certainly not from the rookie Hyode, who is just continuing to inspire, and so much more stability into this squad. Really good attempt. That'll knock a lot of the guns down for this bonus round. Should make the defensive third really easy here.
Defensive reads are also really good right now. I think, a few rounds in a row where everyone's kind of clashed exactly where the attack side is choosing to go for over here. So EG Academy have to be diversified a bit, maybe slow down the pacing overall, or just win these clash ups head to head.
Darkest will start it with that run it back. Just go for some scouting. This comp is notably lacking in offensive intel. They have to go off of the enabling quickly, but they'll start sauntering on into sight, have the better guns, make it work. Darkest and Moobs get theirs, and they'll just go right through the smokes too, covering every space. NRGA fully checked out.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit crazy. I know that Garage is value for some of these lighter buys overall, but really just rolling them over. I didn't see a semblance of a hold there from these guys. The defensive team NRGA Academy have switched up their compositions to not let this happen. They rely on the utility to give them some space, but that was a 30-second eco round.
Yeah, I mean, when all else fails, just run it down. I mean, NRGA have exposed how, on another level, after SAD got that double down on the attack half, just how good you can be when you just don't care about the protocols that defenses have for the gun rounds where you're a little bit disadvantaged, which EGA is kind of still with this extra stinger from B-Dog, but Spy from NRGA is notably weak. They'll go for a bit more of a stack on the A site, but it's all the implant Heyo Day, who will at least get one down, but EGA now just gonna try and explode onto this more occupied site.
Everyone's installed with some heat right now, but Aircon, the fans on that drone, let the rest of the team walk in. Information's there. Paranoia, but a flash traded at the same time. Round's important to stay clean for EG Academy, and it still is. This time, that A take is perfect.
Just really solid clearing as well. Very clean, very precise, making sure nothing's missed out on, understanding how quickly a lot of these NRG players like to move in on the chokes, preparing for the potential shotgun buys as well. But now with Heyo Day on that operator, you gotta maybe clear a little more slowly. You can't necessarily W key your way through every problem, or else you'll lose a lot of first bloods very quickly. You can see Heyo Day looking to maybe already go for the garage peek.
Big thing on this entire spot over here. I mean, we can't even talk about the theories in practice. These rounds are starting off so fast. Immediate peak, spray into long a bit. You get some value. Giza with another off angle. Heyo now getting that first peek over. Okay, understanding the pacing now on the side of NRGA Academy. It takes a few rounds. I'm wondering if the cost is a bit too high there. Finally, EG Academy put down, but they have so much information on how these setups are being put down.
Yeah, there was nothing that had necessarily proved to them that they couldn't just run their way through every problem. Now there is, and they can start adjusting to that conditioning that NRG has mildly set. Operator is now going to be that commonplace factor as well. So the pacing is surely going to be more stop and start than just start and foot to the floor. Util burning from NRGA is pretty crucial here just because you have so much post-plan ability, even without the fade, which SAD used against NRG yesterday. And Jakey as well, with that consistent smokes even after he dies, means that you have that extra body you can kind of put in front of these front lines.
Electricity in garage though, and looks like it's lights out for B-Dog. Run it back though, keeps that flame alive. Dark is hitting value a little bit on Rents. Gonna push the entire attacking force back in B main though. A little bit of a fight. This is gonna decide the entire round here. Jakey trying to find some value, some space to breathe for the team, but they're still locked down. Meanwhile, Moves on site C, has to actually back up into C main. It's a haphazard disaster for the side of EG Academy, who have a nice push, a good line, would get completely waved back by NRG.
This is a pretty loud defensive pivot though, so you can keep a distraction over on the C lane, and all the meanwhile have the rest of the team mosey over to A for a second opportunity. And with Jakey one away from that ulti as well, you have a proxy 4v4 with a couple members of NRG quite low, and Heyo still with that operator. Tough to consider how to approach this, but Ren's already is.
Ooh, checked on flank. And yeah, Clove will be back for a second here. Ren's value from heaven. No smokes to put down right now. We'll get that first peek. Dart 2 to scan actually defensively a little bit. Okay, but really pushing the pressure here. Jakey up in the business. That's why you picked that agent now. 2v1 on site, all on Rico, who finds a nice little jiggle. Knives in tow, but he's the one that slices the angles off. Recoil gets absolutely blasted back by Heyo Day. He gets the clutch. 2-4 for NRG.
It was really good of EG to babysit Jakey. That was a travesty that he got picked off so early on that flank watch. Had to run it back all the way back through sewers and try to cover Link. And yet he still gets that kill to stay alive. Has the help as well. Thank God you have that third on Link to be able to trade your way through it. And hey, Ode, try swinging with that operator, maintaining that confidence despite the scoreboard gap. Looking really solid, able to get those knives in and twist it a little deeper into this attack. EGA, Econ, reset after this round by the looks of it, but they still have a lot in the tank to be able to try to counteract what NRGA has. Shows that even if they have that one trigger that they can open on an open site, they have so much power behind it.
And the Econs too, I mean, their Econs have been pretty good so far at finding value. They're still confident when they have lower powered guns. This time, not gonna go down, no first bloods in the first 10 seconds. New game, plus I guess for both teams. But everyone heavy on this A side from NRGA Academy. Not a bad call because EG hasn't really moved around the map too much. The place that they start is usually where they finish unless they lose a body.
Cover going out.
Yeah, they've just been looking for the eagerness to leak into the other end. This is VCL NA. There's usually a shuffle stack on the first swing for first blood.
Drop smoke, and that's one away.
Smoke.
Yep, to counter it. I mean, the percentage chance of that, right? If you're playing Omen, if you're managing the angle, I mean, it's just tough. Actually tough. Another one in. Nice denial of the drone. Right now, I think both teams are scared, and this is why neural theft online on both sides means you really have to slow the pace down. One kill, Cypher finds the body, finds a stack as well. The rest of the team from EG Academy can move to C. NRG knows that's happening. They start to pre-move as well. Wall put up to get that B cross coming, but there's no time, there's no way. There's already a virus back site. It's found the information. It's uploaded the hit. Spike's gonna get planted down. This should be an NRG round now. Hale with the op on retake. No knives this time. Gotta be a save.
You could have known Moobs was inserted, man. You know how far he has to go for that neural theft, and you know exactly how he operates normally round to round. You know he's gonna be all the way up there, and you have your knife out when you're reapproaching, even that close anyway.
It's not 50-50, right? You're thinking that, okay, either he's gonna be in Gong, cutting off the B hit, or maybe he gets closer, he doesn't want to do, I mean, it's Moobs. Guys gonna lift straight into C-Link and actually be active. Either way, if there is a 50-50, you gotta play for at least one of the 50s coming in on the retake. I would assume that right now, this one not looking the best in attempt and try. This is where the coaches sometimes come in, call that timeout, try to get the team on the right pace, the right set of mind to see what's going on. The biggest thing too for EG Academy, it's not really complicated strategy right now that's winning them a lot of these rounds. These one-off fights, this lack of just posture from the side of NRG, feeding them some of these kills. You've got to stay controlled at the moment, and I don't see a timeout coming in on the 5-2. There it is, finally. NRG Academy, perfect time to get the team back on course.
Yeah, this is the right time to call it, because up until this point, I think NRG were still doing mostly the right things for the setups on defense, even before they started winning. Like, their slowdown has been tremendous. They've been very disrespectful of any noise that EG likes to make because they understand just how boisterous an actual opening has to be. And so, again, if you call the bluffs, you can drain the util well really easily against this attacking team. That being said, the second EGA gets to set the stage, they have so much of an advantage for the post plant. And it's so easy to snake into an opening, whether it's through garage to C or just straight up into B. We've been seeing teams doing that a lot more consistently lately, just smoking out the links and duking it out. Going down swing until you have the post plant util set up from window and courtyard. Just so many win cons at a moment's notice that NRGA has to very quickly adjust to.
It'll be very hot moments of those win cons though, right? As soon as those clove smokes die out, as soon as some of that util is put down, as you're saying, they need to drain that attacking well of power. You cannot fight EG when it's their tide that's high, right? That's the entire thing right now, and NRG are just not finding the timing. And at the same time, when they're giving fights, they don't even have the confidence to win those. I think Giz is the only one right now really activating Angie on this angle as well. That every time NRG chooses to focus on A, it's good. Look at this angle from Renz, though, all the way down mid. You're not going to expect this. So far, NRG have had such passive lines. The decision-making here is going to be the biggest thing. Peek off of it. 1, 2, no! Big lottery number is not going to be there for the side of NRG. That investment gonna be going down. The peak too is desperate from Shondex and finds a bit of value, but how much after the fact? Most of the team now gone away. Yes, Renz did not knock down the entire pin side of EG, but they have been affected. 2 people are only alive.
Sprung the trap the perfect amount of times. Aode to distract, and then refrag, and then the extra garage step out just when you think you're out of the issue. And now Giza inserted just enough to evade all the opening util to make sure nobody was flanking, but just close enough to make it so everybody else could run back if he failed, which he didn't. So, terrific turnaround from NRG Academy there. Good ability to punish with a little more impunity. Make sure you found those angles that haven't been checked, because there are few that do for EGA. But this is the kind of stuff that can't be replicated every round. Renz is not going to get away with that stuff as easily for the rest of this half.
I'm still liking the fact that they pushed the pressure on all the sides of the map where they had a gap. Giza moving up. Yes, when I see Renz do it every single time, but having this side of A be more aggressive will be huge for the team. And Heo again takes that space a bit, challenges up in the short as well, finds another timing. This is what you want to see. Proactivity with a foot that might not hit, but the pressure's there for EG.
You gotta adhere to that more. Understand just how confident he's gonna be every single time, and now he's got help. It's a done deal on this site. If EGA decide to press into this, it's just a matter of how many bodies they can take on the way down. And so they slow down, they freeze, they wait for the crunch, but recoil's stuck. Paranoia. Aode again.
The timing, just playing off your own timing of the dark cover to have the para ready afterwards. You know people might be close to the smoke to get ready for the angle. Giza too again taking that space. 8 HP, putting the pressure. B-Dog roasted alive. Well done for NRG.
Just gotta respect these openers a little bit harder. You know how quickly, especially Hayode, is going to be able to step out onto whatever coin flip opening barrier you go for. And it looks like Hayode's landing heads again this round by how we're weighted. I mean, they've been able to rely on Shondex so much to solo hold for these past couple rounds just because he's not showing himself as early on. He's letting maybe just one cage go, conserving the wire, and then spreading it as well. He has one on the sewer this round. Just being universal. Put it back out early from Darkest, covered by Ange. Cheeky high ground to take care of that quick.
The third running back that's been denied here, though, is he's on another gap. This time filled up by Jakey. They have this really cool angle from B-Dog as well. Luchus to get a bit more passive with it, play with the team, have that line put down. Heo on the flank with the op, though, is going to be a ticking time bomb to maybe relieve some pressure in the round. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, C-Link ready to flow, almost starting to jump in. First point of contact, Jakey looking so good with this one. B-Dog trades as well. Shondex still inside C-Link, the man who baits might actually catch a big fish here. Is able to put the pressure on, punch it down. Heo trying to find out what this angle's going to be looking like. The whiff, the hit, no leg, smoke. Heo almost getting this one to not be too much of a joke. It's going to be tragedy on the side of Moobs, though. Third time's the charm. All on Jakey, 30 HP. The swing's not going to do it either. The time should be there for Shondex. Is it? Is it good? I don't believe it from the side of NRG.
Wow, yeah, that's just one of those rounds that just should not have gone on. Is again, Hayode having plot armor this round, making so much noise going through the window with the dry op aggression, dares to peek Moves of all people on it. He gets 4 chances on top of his Cloudburst reset, still wins off the dry peak, and then has to run it down for the 2v1. I cannot believe they made that work. At time window, like we saw, 0.31 of slack, and it's tied up at 5.
We're talking about how EG were running these guys down, how things looked comical. Now it's kind of flipped pages after that timeout. 5-5. The advantage is gone. Speed, though, still on the essence for EG, taking all this space over at A. Moves. The short fight, that should be the question here. Only 2 rifles, though, on the side of the attacking team. Oh, shot. Just Fury coming in to kind of supplement the lack of economy at the same time. You're gonna have to actually deal with the bodies as they flow through. Renz, he's dealt with. Ange, perfect para. Again, this guy's utility is phenomenal. Half HP, still dealing damage, solving the round. You cannot crack this safe at all. There's no chance whatsoever. on a swivel is Darkest, but Edge with the 4K locks it all down.
Yeah, absolutely on fire. Holding down that channel with merely the threat of the paranoia and then the paranoia itself. And then being able to swing onto all the coverage as NRGA was willing to take that fight early into the pistol stack. Now, back to the open spread. Willing to, again, account for every win con EGA has, which they do have a good couple coming into this 12th. But it is certain this is not nearly as dominant an attack half as we saw just 24 hours hence against this team. A lot's been cleaned up.
So much so, here comes the preliminary Hunter's Fury as well, getting the read on Garage. Recoil actually gonna get found from Giza. Picking the right side there, but as this happens, the rest of the team is able to flow in straight to site. The spike is not there though for this time. Darkest to really bring this in, run it back after 2 kills as well.
So having to heal up, armor gone after getting tagged by that Fury too.
Oh no, Hale. He's figured it out, pinged it over. Flash is there, but not going to be able to affect Garage. That's so clean.
So sick with it, and now he gets the knives up. He can just enter and be that opening body, still try and get something on the way down. No, that's just stupid. I'm telling you, he's the protagonist today, man. That stuff should not be happening.
Somehow, NRGA Academy have turned this one into a lead of their own defensively. From what started to be an absolute beatdown, turned into just luck taking over on the day for some of these defenders, man. Skill on site too, though, to hold things down against some of these eco rushes. Hale's up, just giving him, like, I don't know, iframes half the time when he aims in.
Yeah.
What is going on in Haven? I've asked this question every time for the last 3 weeks. We've been casting Challengers. This map has something about it in Americas, man. It's crazy.
Well, it's got to be finalized now, as NRG Academy will have plenty of opportunity to make this attack half one that can clinch them the map. Hey, with this Sheriff, just to run this down, it seems like they want to bare knuckle brawl it. And EGA feels like they'll chew at it.
I'm not sure about these bare knuckle brawls, though. The biggest thing that is, I think, the advantage for NRG Academy, playing slow. Clove does not have as much of a cerebral tank when it comes to the utility. Here's the flash, though, that brawl that I think EG should be looking for. They refuse it over. Shawnex finding value on the other side of the map, though, is able to open things up, and suddenly everyone has to simmer on EG. They choose to push forward. He's ready. Crosshair, perfect. And Skewers, too.
Again, trying to double down. Once you lose this momentum, they understand how quickly the snowball can roll, and now Jakey trying to call that back. Question the push. Understand how valuable it is to get rid of this Clove, and then understand you can pivot into such a more vulnerable site. But with him distracted, A site will still be taken. 2v4 for the post plant. And NRGA have Renz so ready to try to get active for the opener. Drop down from Jakey quickly dealt with, and that is a silencing of a post plant. NRGA take it to 8-5.
They've got momentum on their side, and again, this more aggressive compositional choice from EG Academy is starting to prove some question marks all over the board now. How do they attack this defense side? I think that's their only option here. It's all they've really got. They have such a brawl heavy, I think, identity on this map already. In that first half, that was what was looking best for them. Scaling up C, we haven't seen that for the last like 6 rounds. They need to come alive again, and I know it's an eco, but this is where you can make those options at least shown. So on A, maybe is where they'll make that theory of aggression true. I don't really see it too much. A stack of moves, and B-Dog has to be the solution here for this round.
Has to give himself away after the recon bolt clocks him. And NRGA, once again, will try to double dip into that. Chomp at the bit. Get hit with the Cypher Cam, and Renz just goes down, huh?
That is enough.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah. Allergic to the tick. It's unfortunate. Chondex got value to open up the entire round on pistol. Not in a position to really do it over here. More of a stack and not a trap, though, on the side of A. We had 3 people here before. Jakey has moved off to cover that B line. Here comes that point of contact, though. Then Rico will see him. Darkest will flash him and turn on the light. Here we go. Smoke taken offline. Classic getting value. And Rico now can get into another scurried angle. Scam a little bit on that A side if NRGA choose to push forward.
Yeah, EGA have so much freedom to tuck basically any angles they want to because Hayode has to be basically the sole opener and the guy's holding an outlaw. So as long as you get two in front of him, then it's impossible for him to gain any space.
left.
But that's why you keep an insert available so you can just pivot off of him. Geese has taken all of C-side, cleared the whole dang thing except for B-Dog, but he's got that too. All is well for the moment for NRGA's post plant. 3v3, way better guns.
Haven't got a chance to pick up any either deep into A long. They have to just do this with Jakey having the biggest chance of finding a kill. Up in this ang though, could be enough, and no. Surprise shot, the factor of distraction is not gonna be a thing to help him land those bullets. Still, damage done on the anti-eco. Everything looking good. NRGA up to 9.
Still solid stuff. Noticing when they have that weakness, but EGA, yeah, I mean, a couple of really important ISO fights that get a couple of orbs in advance for this ult rotation, and also just force NRGA to leaf through the playbook a little bit deeper on the bonus, or on the follow-up rather. And now coming into said bonus, you kind of understand that you can do a lot of the same sort of thing this round. Again, find those tight chokes, and if you can prio Renz out, who does not have that hero gun active, then the push power is so much lesser.
Parker's trying to
You
find
don't hold that
value.
orb, dude. Come on.
It's tough. Halo's coming in from crazy angles. I mean, on both halves right now. He might have some value here too towards the end. Not going to really find it. We move on to seeing if anything else is possible from the defending team and getting back some space on the map, but they're so far back on their lines. It's just Recall right now getting some information on A. Everybody playing off those tripwires the best they can. The map is owned by NRG, but again, they also haven't really pushed up for any space. Just winding down the clock, maybe 40 is the section on when we move. They're actually going into Recoil, who could find value here to kind of even the scales.
You burn one flash, go for the re-peek, pot shot, take a little bit of the attention, see how much more you can get out of it before the actual push comes, but it seems pretty inevitable. Drone is gonna sell still just the one. Jakey has a solid spot and has not been read. But after that recon bolt goes, it seems like too much time's been wasted. NRGA, they'll go for the pivot. They have someone at the door of B. They'll break the trap wire. They'll get in nearly scot-free, but Giza's still going for the peek in, and that is such a good opening. EGA get those picks for free, and B-Dog's just gonna keep on running it down. This is exactly the position EGA wanted themselves in, but Heyo gets in front of it himself. 10 seconds to go, and a couple of inches more forward to try to get these last couple kills, but the crowd is just too much coverage. Surely, no time, no chance, and no more bodies. EGA can wrap that up with 3 standing.
Really, really nice from EGA to be online when it matters, understand the timings across the map. The confusion for me it's just NRG Academy having that much space, getting into this position. I have not known how many were on that A site, but if you're having these lesser weapons, you need to get active. The difference between this round and the ones before is they had that lurker. They had Shonnex getting value elsewhere. When they didn't do that in this one, they played much more of a default. You have to commit to some of your first ideas the whole way through. Not having that lurk, being desperate on B, leave a gap open for EG to come back.
Revealing area.
No peek to start. Darkest window shopping in the sewer to see if anybody goes for that extra dash, but instead just looks to be that heavy aggression. They noticed the gap that was open in A that they didn't go for last time, and now Giz is gonna look for that extra tag. Just finds the one onto Darkest on the retreat. So once again, fractured HP before the real fight starts, but the read is active. Once again, like the bullhorn is just blasted from both sides at the moment. And Recoil gets the free peek again this time, turns it into 2.
How is he able to reset for the third? How is he able to have a conversation that long?
I don't know.
At A, I mean, that is just ridiculous. The ebbs and flow, the tides of this game, Jakey in an angle that also just shouldn't exist, really. What is this? The timing is there for him. He's just kind of wandering on site, not much to clear. B-Dog falls down to try to hero the round against 2 players. It's an America's match, all right.
Which is why I believe in moves. Come on, buddy.
He solved it before. Nice
something
for
to
that
make you
angle.
happy.
That paranoia is going nowhere, by the way. Here we go. 1v2. It's not going to be possible. As Ange is that extra one, and that 2 is able to wrap it up. And again, the insurance, I feel like, for NRGA Academy, when it's a round that they must win, he does wrap it up with a bow.
Yeah.
This is crazy, though. I mean,
It's a little bit of craziness on either side. Just a little bit of walking around. A little bit of aimless wandering on that A site. Nobody really knowing of where they wanted to end. And yeah, I mean, we've seen that so many times where EG Academy goes for like an intercept and it just turns into 5 people solo swinging. It looks like a hot mess, but not really at that pace, which is why I admire NRG Academy for being able to kind of slow that tempo and force it into a drag, which can cause so much more room for error there.
Yeah, I think they're the ones with the way they're playing on this attack side, NRG Academy, forcing EG to try to, okay, oh my God, I get to play the round. I really want to swing, please. And then Recoil as well, getting that type of fight, like you are kind of baiting these guys. Rageman and I'm online for free, by the way. It's kind of crazy. But that being said, when we saw NRG at their lowest, you know, some of those defensive rotates, knives out, when you know that move should have been there, they called the timeout, they got in line. Right now, I think that is the messiest round from EG where they should have won. They should have had to have at least an idea of how to approach. It's gotten messy. Coach called a timeout, and now it's time to lock it down. 4 rounds of a difference. B-Dog now up with the operator as well. They've got some voices in this one. Recoil and Jakey, though, not going to have an opportunity to really be as loud with these sheriffs, but now they have 100 Fury. They have that running back as well, trying to find some value. This should be the round to win for EG.
Yeah, again, a million ways to activate. The last round should be the worst it gets for you, the most it could possibly have fallen apart. Darkest on the double swing into the flash. That's an easy oneer to catch Renz. And again, you have no easy room to activate. Recoil searching for extra bodies with that Hunter's Fury. Decently early, though, and that's an extra win con for the later portion of the round that's already gone.
Feel like Sean Dex might get a little bit of value here. Being last in line could lurk away and make the team pivot towards him, but no, they start to stay deathballed. We have to then look at moves who will receive all this pressure. And every time NRG have tapped towards this garage side or just in Haven in general, B is always a threat. So the team will stay split apart for now. And the decision from NRG is not made yet on where to go. It's looking like they're just getting even more space. Drone being taken here, and that actually goes them to get slowly on site, moves down real fast. Defensively, getting a few free kills here, still giving more to the trade there. Recoil has none as he finds 2 with the sheriff. Paranoid, but he can stay inside that smoke. It starts to dissipate, and he still stays alive. The AD Mastermind is able to pick up all 3 by himself on site.
A lot of certainty that time for EG. They had the right amount of bodies for the problem, and then Darkest with his run it back made sure that nobody was quickly snaking through the rest of the yard. So everyone just very prepped to fight, but Recoil, good Lord. Good shots to equalize quick and force that front line back again. The tempo swaps, man, it's been so controlling for either side. You see everybody's psyching themselves out because of it at this point. Starting to become a real mental battle. Love the trades that come off it on this map.
I haven't really broken that cam yet immediately, so it's going to be looking like a read for C so far. For EG, they're going to rotate a few people over. You think of that rock, paper, scissors situation. Do they know that we know? Do I know that they know? So you might see NRG move away a little bit here in a second. Eco, though, you know when you have these sheriffs, garage is so tempting. Blade a mile away will take moves down. Sean Dex, the value man, is going to find his 2. Neural Theft, you understand where the pressure is. The question is, do you want to challenge it? Heyo is on the line. The guy to see him away, but they could actually just follow the light. Go straight back into sight. Jakey will hold it. Here comes the Armada through garage.
Jakey's the only one allowed to challenge Heode, and now everybody from NRG is allowed to challenge Jakey. That makes it a whole lot easier for the rest of the team, and now B-Dog already with this operator, he's going to be forced to save it, so it'll be 11-7 coming out of this. I mean, I don't see why you continue to challenge. I feel like EG had the power to not have to challenge that, or those knives out the gate like that, but he just kept going and he kept land. I mean, you don't go into a 1v1 against Heode 99% of the time. You just don't.
Yeah. But when he's playing, like, what is it, Valorant Souls as well, when he's getting the, you know, dodge and having invincibility half the time, you really shouldn't if you've seen the rest of these rounds play out. If it's the first few where he does the illegal things, you gotta allow it, you know? You never know. And B-Dog's found 2. No operator, I guess, for the rest of the half of these rounds end up going the same way for NRG Academy. The game will end before EG can afford another one.
have to, again, just double into disadvantage. Let it ride, baby. Bet it all on red. Ayode going for the outlaw now as well, now that those knives have been depleted, and that one shot's all but recoil. Doesn't look like he'll guess right initially, but we've seen how quickly NRG is willing to try to pivot into the B bottleneck. EG knows that all too well.
Revealing area.
Testing with this one too. Shondex is on that lurk, so if they want that insurance option, if they need to leave, at least they have some information in mid. A Cypher Cam will give you so much just safety in what you want to do on the map, especially against a lower economy buy, right? 2 players on Sheriffs on the side of EG. And you mentioned lots of half armor. I mean, this is the harvest for Hayode. I mean, wherever he wants to look, he will find that value. Recoil going back to his comfort spot. It's a full retake call, but it is one of the hardest sites to retake. A coming in. It's going to be really tough too. No paranoia, which can really activate a lot of the times defensively how you take the site. Clove going to have to land the shots for the rest of the team. Cloud bursts already used as well, so a lot of these tools again being expended by the defensive side before they're even on site.
Yeah, they're gonna make it a mid-plan fight then, so that they have to use the rest of their kits as well. Drop down from B-Dog is good for the second, but EGA are just running out of bodies. Moobs now in the 1v2 after being able to clear the first, and Renz is quite low, having to try to play with the Blaze. Now the pivot backwards, but Moobs adjusts, but runs out of bullets to finish the transfer onto Hayode, who will once again win the round out for NRGA and take them to game point 5 times over.
Saw him last alive, and I knew who was gonna win the entire match, or I guess round. I'm spoiling it a little bit. He's gonna be alive the next round, so who knows. Hayode over and over again. I mean, just look at the difference. It's 1 bullet that strays to the left there. I mean, so hard to control the recoil, especially when you're moving around a little bit and having to go 1v2. Good effort, but again, it's Hayo who's having a game right now, 22-9, mostly scopes in hand and knives as well to add those numbers all the way up. At the same time, Giza having such a nice one as well. I feel like the entire team's online. B-Dog has been put on a leash in this one. And now the rest of the team after that pick have so many options to flow with. Again, the economy's not there for EG. They have to make that first move, but this is just a bit too desperate.
Yeah, they've gotten a gambling addiction at this point. That approach from B-Dog had no gas behind it, no intel at all. For all we know, 4 people could have been waiting for him, and he just went for it. They're fully going for the hero moments for this round to be able to save face, and it might just work. Recoil and Jakey doubling up from the lobby. Jakey with the 3-pick, the Guardian! There's the activity you're looking for, and the round that EG need to survive.
Jakey put on the mask, getting the cape active as well, but is it enough if every other round is filled with kryptonite for the side of EG? Can this guy be the hero if you need him in every single moment, right? These retakes with Clove aren't doing the most. If you have to pick a line and land headshots with the Guardian every time, it's not the most consistent thing for Jakey. You can just see it in the numbers between both these teams. Ren's not even having that much value. The rest of the team is playing off of the space he's making. There just isn't that order of operation there for EG now. 4 rounds. They got to figure out what works for them. It can't just be their shots online.
All falling into chaos. Only a matter of time before NRGA can stop the bleeding and finish this off, surely. Noise for noise, but NRGA know how powerful this double duelist can be, and they'll finally start to get a little bit active. Hunter's Fury to try to clear this board that is very much occupied. That means you got a lot of targets to find, and once again, it's Darkest who catches all of it. Recoil, distance back, finds the first. Might be prepped for Hayo, drone just in case. And there's the freeze for NRG Academy as the pivot to A with Spike in hand is completely vacated.
Yeah, right now this was not the main event. It was drama class. They just wanted to sell this act of a fake towards the C site. 2 duelists dashing in, using abilities. The Hunter's Fury, thunder and lightning in the skies. You can't see where the real threat is, and that's on A. How much space is taken? Where are the embeds? It's Hayode. And this guy has the prologue happening for his protagonist run here on Haven. Jakey also going down, repositioning into the mines of EG Academy. He's just too much to handle, buying even more time, getting Giza on the line. I mean, this entire team is playing with their hero insights. He just can't lose. He cannot be stopped. And NRG Academy take Haven by storm.
Always at the scene of the crime, and what a crime that's been committed by NRG Academy to take back that map of Haven. They have that confidence in here for a reason, and they'll be able to take it away after surviving on the defense and thriving on the attack. Saw a multidisciplinary one as well, not necessarily just a W key till you die. NRG proved they have a lot to still learn and a lot to still teach this scene.
Absolutely. And the best thing about that game too is that they started off shaky. I like the fact that they got the confidence mid-game, made the adjustments, had those nice timeouts, and were able to actually receive the pressure and dish it right back over to EG. Going into these next few maps, that just means that no matter how much these guys get thrown up against the wall, they'll have the confidence to rock it back and come through strong. Got a few more coming your way. Go nowhere because this match is just getting started.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, shave. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. He has to go in blind, and it's an extra body.
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off. You'd imagine. And the spray through the smoke at least is going to guarantee one as X stands.
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm hostess joined with Roy and Dryad on the desk, and you're just joining us. What a haven that was. Dan, you were the only person to predict NRG Academy, so I'm going to go to you first because it looks like you are, if all things go according to plan and the way NRG Academy is playing right now, looking about right.
Yeah, we got the chance to see NRGA Academy play a couple of matches of Haven before. They bring that change here of Cypher, but I think in general, the team just looks so much better than they looked yesterday. I think especially starting on the defense, the amount of first kills that they were getting, the amount of space that they were getting early on was really overwhelming for EG Academy to deal with. I think they were just a team that was really impressive. They started as strong as they wanted to, and it was all thanks to Giza and Hyode. Especially Giza, I was looking at the stats of that first half of that defensive half, 6 first kills, which for your Sova is an ideal situation. And even switching sides, it felt like EG Academy, they had kind of the same idea and some of the ways that they were positioning recoil as well, but things were just not working out the way that they wanted to. There were a lot of individual plays as well towards that C side, but there was still somebody trying to anchor by themselves or somebody trying to go for some timing to go into this retake to get 1 or 2, and all of those plays were just not working out. So it was an NRGA Academy that capitalizes from all of those mistakes and also is able to execute the game plan that they wanted to in the way that they wanted to as well.
Yeah, I mean, we came into this match also wondering if NRG had learned from their last match, and it seems like they have, right? They swapped compositions, which honestly was a little bit of a red flag because it kind of shows a bit of weakness in the general approach, at least the initial approach that they had coming into that map. But overall, with the way this map was going, EG sweeping, kind of felt like EG was running them down. We had like maybe the fastest first 5 rounds we've ever seen in VCL. It was insane, and I'm like, okay, everything is pointing to like an NRG sweep, right? Like they're about to get swept. Like it just looks so crazy. And then they just take the tag time out, and then they just come back and it's lights out. And like Dan was saying, you look at some of the stats on the defensive side, you see Giza, I mean, he ends the map with 8 and 1 first bloods. It's very obvious that NRG Academy swept the opening kills. EG could not combat the early rounds after the first couple of rounds that they had, and after that it kind of just felt like NRG all day. They looked composed, they looked together, they looked confident on the individual potential, and they were pressing matters individually as well. So for NRG Academy, this is a huge start for them.
On that defensive half, on that first half, on the side of NRGA Academy, they were able to get away with 9 of the first kills out of all the 12 possible ones. Insane. So yeah, even if you are saying there was that really strong start on the side of EG Academy, they were not capitalizing from the first kills, and it just felt like it really was a matter of time. They had a really well planned towards the beginning on that pistol round, on that bonus round, but after that, it was an energy that looked strong from the beginning that gave us the signs with those opening kills, with some of the ways that they were trading each other, that they were going to make that comeback happen, and they did exactly that.
I need to know what was said during that TAC timeout. Like, was it a speech? Was it, an incredible read that was given by MC, the coach of NRG Academy? It's seriously so well done on the side of NRG Academy, and I agree with you guys. I agree that I was looking at those first few rounds. You can see the timeline, and I was like, oh, okay, that sucks for NRG Academy, but it looks like it's going to be a great game for EG, Dan. But I mean, whoops, egg on my face.
I mean, also look at the post plans here on the side of NRGA Academy. You see, again, the approach that EG had. A lot of the A side, the way that they were going for these retakes, yes, they were all going together, but they didn't really have a lot of utility to work with. They didn't really have a lot of space to work with as well. You just saw them, maybe one of the players trying to look at him and trying to see if they could get a pick as well, and it was smoked off. Then that was a possibility that was denied. Everybody else coming from CT as well, just kind of swinging, trying to get those kills and getting shot down, being read so well by NRGA Academy. So for EG, playing these retakes, this didn't play into their favor. And again, on that C side, I know that B side in the last round, I think what we saw was just a lot of individuals trying to find picks, trying to play by themselves. And again, it was not working out. It was an NRGA Academy that were playing as a team and an EG that were playing as individuals.
And I think when you combine that with the fact that just thinking of purely on the EG's defensive side, trying to retake with the Clove, it's just so much harder than having the Omen Paranoia, right? Because the Paranoia gives so much more in terms of pushing angles, breaking crossfires, and just adding an extra wave of utility that could help out on a lot of these retakes. So as soon as NRG was getting bunkered in those post plants, it was looking so much harder, and it just forces EG Academy to play that ultra mechy kind of style, and it just wasn't working. Like none of them were really shooting to the level that Hyode was shooting at or Giza were shooting at. So I think overall, in terms of mechanics, NRG Academy looked a lot better, but also when it came down to the team play, NRG were just one step ahead.
Hyode and Giza, the 2 folks we wanted to highlight for Philips Morelco head-to-head. Roy, I'm going to go to you for this because we also highlighted them in our pre-show, right? We highlighted Giza and a solo spotlight, and then for our Philips Morelco head-to-head in the pre-show, we highlighted Hyode, and there he is right there, back on the left side again. And also, but Giza having the 8 first kills, being on top of that leaderboard. 2 wonderful performances from these 2 players today.
Guys, look at Giza's first blood percent. It's literally almost as high as like the average cast in here. It's disgusting. 38% on Sova. You're 8-1 on when are you even finding these kills? It makes no sense. You're dumping util and also winning your opening fights. I mean, just give the guy his flowers, give the guy a cake, name a holiday after him. I mean, this is just insane Sova performance coming out in the first round of the series. This was supposed to be a close match, right? But with the performance that Giza put up, with the performance that Heyday started heating up towards, and the form that he was showing towards the end of this first map was insanity. It's scary if you're EG right now with these two players fired up like this.
It also just goes to show, no matter your agent, no matter who you want, you can do it. Because I mean, absolutely no. I mean, on Sova, I think Dan, you talked about how you were really liking Giza on the Sova, and like, what a. I mean, maybe he heard you and was like, I'm going to prove Dan's point. I'm going to make Dan look so good right now. But a wonderful job from Giza. But friends, let's talk about our maps. We're going to, if you're an EG fan, that wasn't great. Don't get me wrong. You're feeling a little nervy right now. This is elimination game. We're going to EG's map pick of Breeze next, Dan. I'm going to go to you for this.
Yeah, it's a map of Breeze picked by EG. One of those maps that we haven't really seen much from any of these two teams, but for NRGA Academy, yes, I know this is not their map pick, but I would still be scared. Last time that they played it was against Shopify Rebellion. They did lose at 13-8, but you're going to have a lot of the agents that you just saw, a lot of the playstyles that you saw on this map of Haven being introduced in a couple of different ways on this map. Yeah, I mean, we just talked about Giza on the Sova. He's going to continue being on the Sova. We just talked about Heyday and what he was doing on the defense. He's also going to be here playing that Jet. And yeah, as we get the chance to see the compositions, this is some of the strengths that they had. This double duelist composition runs as well. Yes, he was on the Phoenix before, but it's a composition that they're able to support each other. And I really do like what they bring here, even for the post plans. Shondex and Ainge on this double controller with the Astra, with the Viper, they are really understanding how they want to play this map, and I just think it's really scary on the other side for EG.
Yeah, but for EG Academy, this composition completely embodies the identity that they've taken on throughout this entire split, guys. It's that slow pace, it's that grindy pace, the double info initiators, the double controllers. It gives them so many tools and so many different tempos they can play out where everyone can feel comfortable, right? We highlighted that being a kind of a key win condition for them. And of course, you look at their record, they're 2-0. They're undefeated on this map so far. They've had some solid wins against YFT and Alliance Guardians early on. I think that confidence is going to show right here. Again, the only thing that worries me a little bit for EG Academy is just how hot NRGA Academy are feeling, but in terms of approach, in terms of compositional choice, this map is very suited for EG Academy, and we're not surprised to see it live. I'm curious to see what form both teams bring into the second map right here.
We just saw NRGA Academy have perfect post plans on that map of Haven. And on this map, that is something that Evil Geniuses cannot allow to happen again. Look at that utility that NRGA Academy has. They have the shock darts, they have the stuns as well for the neon, they have the snake bites, they have the stars to work with. If Evil Geniuses gives them that space, lets them plan that spike and play for that post plan, they're going to have everything against them. For Evil Geniuses to stay alive in the series, to stay alive in playoffs, they need to fight early on.
Well, folks, let's set the scene. If you have forgotten or are just joining us, Evil Geniuses Academy are one map away from being eliminated from playoffs. NRGA Academy, on the other hand, are one map away from continuing their lower bracket life. I'm going to send over to your casters because I can't wait any longer. It is Tenrek and Shayo.
There's also Do or Die Liz and the Desk for, yes, as we're mentioning it, EG Academy, who are locked in, confident on this map, Tenrek. But again, as Roy mentioned, NRG coming in hot, coming in a little bit more adaptive, and having the comp that is kind of the touch of death. If they get on site, they have Astra, they can turn down the time. They could just win this entire map from this attack.
Yeah, the sustain here is really going to be the thing to pay attention to for NRG Academy. How often can they replicate getting onto the site and then staying on that site? The command they will have over this space is going to be impregnable. That A reset is going to be insane if EG Academy don't get a grip on it nice and early. So the way they weigh their defensive approach matters a lot to me. I wonder how often we'll see the 3-1-1, how often we'll see the 4-1s for gamble stacks, because EG Academy, they were willing to go for those coin flips early. I wonder how their mental is after that first map. We'll see if they approach this any differently.
Yeah. Astra versus Omen being the biggest difference, and having that neon double duelist as well instead of darkest on the sky is also going to be an option. And she's going to be able to activate the smokes from long range. You get the lurk as well. The timing is so unfortunate, but he's also not ready on his B-Dog. Get that. Still, the round goes on. Spike is down. Trailblazer in play. The retake a bit segmented from the defensive side, but all the attackers can finally cross to get into their positions. Start cover falls. Light shines over, guiding or otherwise. EG are making the move over here, but the toxic screen will buy some time for the team to take a breath. They double swing after that. All the pins fall once more. A strike down for NRGA Academy. Just recoil left over, but Heyo has not stopped being the hero for this match so far. He takes the pistol, another 4K.
The main character of the round, even in the seconds that he wasn't shooting his gun. NRG Academy don't have as much sustain for specifically the pistol round. They solely relied on that toxic screen. And in the moments between the times in which it could be active, Hayode was shooting. But in the time that that screen was up, they baited with Hayode reloading so that Renz could double swing with that ghost and spray down the rest while Heyo was waiting to get his gun back active. And the second he did, he fragged out again. Unreal stuff coming from this guy. He's absolutely insane.
And that was the NRG Academy at a disadvantage, right? They got first blooded in that one. So it's just surprising they still have the power to be able to just take that 4v5 on the sites. Heyo active again with the scope. I mean, he's just in the right space, the right time, the right angle. It's all just about what happens now defensively. Trying to go and play anti as well. The cloudburst save him down for now. For EG, it's just about getting value here. It's not really about winning the round, but how many bodies can they make fall?
Gotta go.
Without that healing, Hale will be a little more vulnerable walking into this. Wants to keep his distance until that space is guaranteed, which now NRGA will set their sights a lot heavier on. But with the B pivot being quicker, EGA know exactly where they're going. In they go. Ren still dry speaking with this Sheriff, able to grab the first, and the pack will collect and conquer. Matter of, like you said, how many bodies drop, and it looks to only be one here.
The Darkest might be able to play a little bit for that exit at the same time. Maybe just does not want to give away the orb. Sometimes you can't see Phoenix pop up on this map. Over there you see some of these eco options just turn into like, hey, we want to really sit back and not give these orbs away. We're not going to go for the exits at all. But seeing a little bit more traditional compositions, I think, from both sides right now. One rocking the double duel, one having double initiator. There's not much value you can give over by having faster ultimates overall. So EG Academy, I mean, unless you get seen here, Darkest. Yeah, he will give one over to Shondex. V-Dog though, nice value. Ooh, really huge, actually. 3 down.
Yeah, mining some decent frags out of that one for sure. NRG Academy having a rough go at it for the bonus, which means you go for your strongest strat, which will be that rinse and repeat on the W key down to sight. Of course, EG Academy have been pretty prone to the trap setups, so comes down to the stop and start. You think that out the barrier, they'll send it with Heyo, or they'll go for this Hezi and crack open the lurker.
Defensive side should have so much utility to be able to fight. The question is, who can they really send in? Maybe stun down as well at the same time, just to buy that space a little bit. But EG Academy successfully have taken over B main.
Slowly backing out, maintaining the sights, really trying to call this window bluff, but timing is very good from NRG here.
It hasn't come at a cost either. A lot of the times when the defensive team makes a move like this, you lose space on the other side of the map. No mid space taken by NRG Academy. No A space lost either. Pushing still over to B. 2 players here to receive. Huge from Hayode to even things out. Moves on an angle though, was able to tap dance on boxes, pick up some heads, and hold down the advantage for the team.
Really does slow down the second Renz dies. That fast lane goes with him, and there's no more ability to obfuscate your way in. And from there, it becomes a brawl that EG can very easily win with the gun diff here. Ange will go down swinging, but can't swing 360. So that'll be 4 guns up for EGA coming out of the bonus. We have reached some stability for either side. And so back to the playbook for NRGA.
They always have one big rush, EG, with the Sky flash as well early, and I'm liking that they're choosing to use it right at the barrier to take some of that space. It could get hairy here and there. At the same time, you're up against lesser weapons. There's also a bit of a risk, but I think doing this over and over again and switching up where it happens on the map will be the best for them, because once that initial dash and flash is gone, then like you have a bit of a problem as to what's breaking down. They're going to be looking to defensively sit back on a very passive line this time now, and I can't agree with this one. Giving NRG Academy space, I feel like it's going to do too much on the map. They have nothing, not even anyone in tunnels, in elbow. They're playing back pyramid and a little bit of forward space from Darkest here, but even then, it's barely real info.
This is placing a lot of responsibility on Darkest. Has to maximize those birds to get both intel and impact, so it results in a lot of intuitive play, a lot of forward peeking, and you lose your initiator, your flashes out the gate here while NRGA is still just taking this space.
Biggest thing right now too though is that it's shattered the entire composition, the workflow of EG. Look at what they had. Somebody had tunnels with the drone, some nice pivots back and forth. Now solo Viper tap dancing on boxes, same routine. I'm not going to be impressed this time being at the circus. I don't think NRGA Academy are either. They can push in, they understand, and they also know that Viper has to stay there. So one guaranteed on B, max 2 maybe A, and an unknown in mid. They choose to take their numbers and attack the A side.
Dog tucked on the screen, passes it, and they're not checking initially. Gets the freebie and the cloudburst to reset, sprays back into Heyo. That's impeccable control on his own. Now has a little bit of help, but the crowd is here to counterfrag. Recoil, daring Renz in winning that double dog. Shondex barely escaping the shock dart, ricocheting off, but he still stands quite alone. Ange still has to clear out all of mid. Shondex has it all to do. 3 down so far, and slowly creeping up. Snakebite behind Recoil.
Ange finally able to maybe meet up with a teammate. Moves will easily adjust twice to be able to lock down the round. Some haphazardness from NRGA Academy. A good plan, a little bit of a messy type of execution. A pocket for EG to get that win.
In those passive moments where you do decide to give time away by taking a little more of this massive map, you do land that risk of players like B-Dog just going in front of the one threat you have, and this time it just was that screen. No lane this time, and the Nebulas were not there in time either because Ange was too far out. Timing, once again, a little bit stunted, leading to that EGA win.
Ooh.
And so, we'll call it timeout. Round 4, this is a bit early, I think.
Yeah.
I feel like you can make this adjustment without having to call this.
Yeah, biggest thing we saw, and the only similarity here for NRGA Academy, who called this one, on Haven in the last map where they were rotating through spawn, didn't understand enemy positions. Coach came in, and since then they did not let EG go. I feel like in this round as well, I mean, we haven't seen any patterns develop. It's just been a single mistake, but they did not understand B-Dog's position or what EG should have obviously had as a setup. So coach is saying, listen, that can't go. And if they just, I guess, fix that one mistake, might be a free half. But at 2-2, I mean, give them a chance. Just one more round, maybe.
Yeah, let them work a little bit. Come on. Don't hold their hands. But I agree. I mean, you have so many you have so many consistent spots that EGA reads. Again, it's like they're not quiet about what they like to do. They're just very good at what they do, so they can get away with doing it a lot. So you can confidence swing like a lot of members of NRG are capable of doing, or you can outstrat them, which hopefully is what the timeout call is for.
We got some information on the solo holds guy on A and how passive EG might just be. It's going to be a full walk down with rifles, knives, power from the side of EG Academy. This is up against an eco, so I guess it just works. The longest sightline in the game. It's the strongest your weapons will be against some of these sheriffs. Giza will knock down B-Dog for now, but he's not going to have much to start the round with anyways. The rest of the team has complete control over NRG.
Now they'll decide to fight this out before it gets even tougher for them. They know it's, only a matter of time. Still not dropping anybody beyond B-Dog, who had those knives, so it's a good setup for EG going into the long haul for the half. But yeah, the timeout surely called for this upcoming round with just with nothing really spent here. Ange with that Cosmic Divide also on deck.
Yeah, I'm seeing some fusion in the kitchen in the way EG are cooking up these strats though, because we had one round where they're pushing in B really fast. A passive round afterwards was like a reverse embedded B-Dog left over on backside, and then they walk down mid. I'm not sure if NRG Academy will have a read here, or they're just doing one of their plays strategically with confidence. Drone off to maybe see the up for a second, and yeah, they have the information now. Question is, how do they pivot? Hunter's Fury coming in from the attack side to take down the operator. Still, the rest of the team is using that gap to move all the way over to B. Darkest is able to claim 2, and they're going to be hindered moving on to site.
That's like the first time Darkest has been planted on this B site. The second they punished by having him condition that bird from the A cave so that they could push down mid last round, they switch over where he's starting, and they're not prepared for him to be holding down that arch. And the momentum stopped again. You got to just work with this space. Meanwhile, EG can clear the rest of it, and so confidently take the rest of it. Hunter's Fury on top of default plant. Shondex can't land it, and he's tagged. Woo!
Good
I
enough.
saw
It's
you
good
dodging
enough.
that IRL, bro.
I'm trying to help Sean next, I guess. It's the force to habit. He's finding timing as well. And the rest of the team's able to move up. A double-edged sword this pit can be sometimes on the retake. As long as you're able to sheath some of the blades from the side of recoil, you won't actually get stabbed or even backstabbed inside the pit. Moves will try his best. The second plunge into the smoke, and he's going to be seen as well from Shondex. Nice positioning again. This guy, give him an inch, he'll give you a round. I feel like it's been happening on Haven. It's translating over to Breeze. He's finding so much space, so much value for his team.
End of the day, losing 2 in that initial stack didn't really matter. It had already worked its course. They had already made all that space and gotten the free pinch onto the B site. And then with that pit, you have so much power again for the post plant without really needing to do much else. Of course, it comes down to more cycling this round once more. Ange with still that cosmic divide, so you have a little more power on the pre-plant now to just start that engagement. But it'll once again start on the B site, where EGA is still having the heavier weight too. Wow, bounty from Jakey.
This is really nice too as well. You can have the Viper wall all the way over towards the A side, toxic screen, and then cosmic divide as you're talking about. Tenrek be so strong here, not giving away the strategy of what's happening in this round. Have those Nebulas able to cover the wall as well after the fact. Jakey, do you make a play before? Do you wait till after? It doesn't matter. Giza can easily reposition from here as well. Just have to make sure the smoke is going okay. Double shocks inside. Have to find too much value. Wall finally falls. Half wall activates. Sean next not going to be able to find more. He's pushing into them. They're not getting pressured. Heyo Day balancing on a tightrope right now. Falls towards the side, and he will actually plunge all the way down to death. Renz has to make it work from backside, and he does hold the site down now. 1v2. Pressure on B-Dog.
Messy clears coming from both sides, but very limited time at this stage. Ren's taking the better angle, but B-Dog the better fight. Now the cloud burst to quickly reset, but this gravity well is going to take him off, and that just might be time. It is grabbing that up and getting out to let NRGA have that lead 4-3 now. Once again, the springboard is just so strong. Even when EGA have that aggression to match, have that pressure to slowly corner NRG, there's so many crevices they can crawl back into.
Thing too right now in terms of comp differential is its speed. Having the double duelists be able to just at least, you know, puncture the site, but then take things so far in it immediately. The sprint coming in, dash being able to cheat that space. It's not the same for EG, right? Yes, they have the tools to get in, but to actually fix the tire, to do the job itself, it's gonna take a while to scale on site with Omen Sky. Getting people to walk in. B-Dog though is one of the essence of speed for the team, and he activates fast.
Wow, and he stays in front of it too, beckoning out the drone, and now the overdrive from Renz, who's gonna challenge it himself into the triple angle. That is gutsy, my guy. And no one else gets in off of it.
Oh my God, the triple leg.
Too.
Yeah, it's just too good. Seekers for the information, just to put the cherry on top. This round should be EG's.
Utter dominance off of NRGA, just having that itchy trigger finger this time around, and inevitability with how much is bubbling. And how willing EGA has still been to just take these fights head on. B-Dog, the dry swing, into the immediate challenge afterwards, into having the babysitting once he ducks out. There's your trap, there's your triple, there's your round most likely, but 45 seconds to maybe get some creds on the board here for NRGA. Have that ball continue to roll after this little blip.
Really nice again for them to, again, be proactive, get into these angles before the round even has a chance to start. It's just how many times can you get away with that? Left. Is there a punish angle as well on either side? If window is there for a second, it's a bit of a 50-50. And every time this defensive team chooses to really pressure A main or go for the op and B, it leaves mid wide open. Again, the most impressive thing about EG right now for me, this defensive team, is that they're making these plays around the map, yet losing no map space at all the way NRG are scaling over. Somehow, everyone is kind of bolstered and postered all over the map in these really aggressive defensive angles, and NRG is finding nothing.
There is always a checkpoint critically for the push itself. Elbow's been pretty much ignored by both teams. I feel like that factors into that defensive mindset pretty heavily. Like, no one's even had to worry about it. You just peek from nest into the door swing and you're chilling. Does NRGA understand how strong the B main take is? If you put any other body away from what is happening right there, Because for all you know, there's 3 or 4 members of EGA stacked there. Then you're going to lose the fight. It's got to be fully blown, which it looks like they're going to go for it again.
I mean, Lightning from EG is not really striking twice in the same place. They go aggressive. And then look at this passive line. Nobody even close to a barrier. Nobody close to a fight. Moves looking for maybe some value on the left side. His head will be seen. Body scan now. And his team will be able to spray back in and find value. Darkest and the swing from moves. The 2-point connection cannot be stopped from EG. The players are worth everything on the side of NRGA Academy. Angel trying to even it out, almost a shot towards the top of the rope, but no, he gets slammed down by Recoil. EG now have an identity on this map. It's defense and it can't be broken.
That was a very loosely set trap, but it's still sprung all the same. I'm not sure how Moob survived that long, but it was an unorthodox spot for him. He wasn't on the boxes or the pillars. That's normally where he likes to sit. Hung out on default instead, still got droned, still had 2 duelists already inside, fully in back. And then Darkest peeks out at the perfect moment to stick a pin in it. And once again, just completely slow this timing to a halt. And yet still, Moobs carries on even longer, gets the kills, and stands it down. Fight your way through it. That's the way you can beat this team, and EGA know it. They know they can be better.
They're challenging every single smoke that's put down on the map right now. There's always bullets running straight through there. That's one of the counters you can have in the most basic sense to Neon, who will be trying to sprint through. Some defensive utility and information denied as well from NRGA Academy. When this round is set up by EG, when it's a bit of a slower situation, you do have mid as an option and as an opening, but they play so far back on their sites, middle might not matter as much. It's taken care of by those deep angles on the defense. Okay, Giza given so many chances to fight there. We'll compare gravity to buy the time just for B-Dog to be able to have his head on a swivel and look. Okay, the gears are turning for EG. The setups are looking good. It is an eco, so it's a bit easier to traverse, but I'm liking the protocols.
Yeah, no real way to challenge that after B-Dog Zop got the first. You were already in too deep. You could have gotten pinched by the extra backstab, which is even stronger against the eco. So running out of options fairly quickly, such as these types of rounds on Breeze. You just have so much you have to check. A B-Dog gets around for free on a round like that. And I'll have 2 more where he can stay active with this defensive operator that has gotten him so much ground before Heyo tries to, I mean, in theory, go crazy, go stupid the same way.
I mean, he needs to. I feel like NRG Academy right now have been taught to sit and stay. I haven't seen their aggressive round just yet, but here it comes. The dash is in, the dog barks. They're ready to push in onto site. Rans already has the angle. They're aware of B-Dog, and Shondex is active on a second line as well.
Really good segmenting, but they're not ready for B-Dog again. Holding even farther back, and now that squad is here, everybody else wins theirs. And it's down to a 3v2 out of nowhere.
A ball hit out of the park, but there was a catcher behind the fences, and NRG Academy, their pressure has been fully received by EG. They were ready for that pass, the fast push. They sacrificed 2 of their cards to kind of summon a god trio that holds down the site, and they're even able to rotate. They have the information and the firepower. Look at that. Snakebite hit both players. Forced to get some more value on this side. You can't die here, but both of them fall. A half wall that's served full for the side of EG.
Last round in the half.
Just unreal mechs coming from these 3. And that's the potential that comes out of each of these individuals. That was what made this team so scary coming into the split, is that every individual felt like a threat on their own. And yet, this team is so much better than the sum of its parts. When that synergy actually collides with this insane fight power, then you're really able to get over the hump. NRGA have one last chance. B-Dog now on the Odin instead of the Op. I like this response to the screen. Don't even bother with the opener. Get some free damage before you go for the full-blown fight, and all the while, waste some time while you're at it. Some util too, swinging from Rens. No good. Keep it going. Try again. Heyo will with the knives after getting the kill on the Darkest, and now dry peeking out of the smoke. Bad idea. The trade is there, though, and Shondex will once again meet his own. B-Dog still active, still ready, still looking on the post. 3v2.
Odin's, Vandals, knives. Guy's got a collection right now in this round. Recoil able to scale up on the right side as well. Hale was all just too much so predictable, trying to save things as a hero. There's got to be somebody else on the team. He's who could own this map right now, who could just swat down a fly. The knives will get stopped from the sky. I can't believe it. Giza, what is this? Also activating. Yes, we remember the protagonist of the last round, but who was a sidekick the entire time in Haven? It was Giza, who was right up there with those kills, almost close to 30. I mean, you got to respect that level of prowess as well. And he finally activates towards the end to have these guys win another round. I mean, the solo play now from NRG, it's really piquing them to stay close in the competition.
Just that extra chunk of slowdown coming from those two, Giza and Ange. Even those minimal resets on a site like this, so strong. Those A's are gone. Now you got to hold it down to start. Remain as dynamic as EG tried to be. Getting juked out from site to site. B turning out to be the favorite for both ends as it appears here. As the pistol attack will go the way of where Renz and Ange are holding it down.
Flash coming in. Ange going to be layered back with a paranoia as well. Now a lot of their burst is gone. It's all about positioning and the way they trade. Moves is able to get that positioning locked in, and the way they trade is going to be as a collective. A pincer, a claw on site, even a dash can't stop the pressure as it comes through from Pillar as well. The protocols again from EG looking beautiful for their composition.
This is just a great way to manage the pacing, using all of that util to block out whatever defenders are on the site, corner them away, take the initial space, and then when your lurker gets that opening kill, when you see the rotation, then you burst onto the people that are actually holding site. And EG are allowed to get so much more aggressive because they were able to creep up so much more. Shondax won't get a kill on the way down, so yeah, great protocols to start out for this attack half, and I mean, you have a million more you can choose from going from here.
Every kill in that round was, I believe, to the side of a head, which means that EG were just playing in a way where every single player is activating another player, and that is beautiful for attack. It's something that's even harder to achieve at the tier 1 pro level. That strat was amazing. Be so noisy in main that moves gets an angle. Have people second guess things on site, try to link up because tunnel's not safe. You're able to dive bomb on them from pillar, and then afterwards have that back pillar to left side crunch as well to play off my off angle. I mean, everything from EG is just perfect on the post. They have to continue this though. They cannot let this momentum slide down, just like Hale is on the map. Jakey, very important position, and he gets solved by a right click.
Yeah, Ange now have a complete control over that. EG have to really pump the gas up on whatever they go for. It looks like it's going to be A, but Giza's so prepped for this, and on the smoke screen coming up, he taps another head.
Team that gambles just keeps on winning, man. It's crazy. Recoil slowed down, just trying to get something out of NRG. Will they overpeak again? Do they have another chance to maybe put their egos on the line? And they have 4 players on this site patiently waiting to see who could peak first. Here comes the whack-a-mole, and they absolutely don't even have anything resembling a high score. They're the ones getting solved. The Moles are fighting back right now.
It's a screen to put people where Giza just died, so now you have, again, infinite angles you have to pay attention to when this goes back down. But that's just in time for Move's own screen to come up, so he'll split it back in half. They're now got 3 ahead of it with 1 on the lag, and the spray down is only good for the 1 for Darkest. Move stunned by the relay bolt and can't reset onto the 2-piece. And a huge round stolen away by NRG Academy. A little bit of guessing right, a little bit of shooting better.
So much better. I mean, straight through the screen. I think that kill with Giza was the most important one. That actually ends up giving them the biggest leg up in the round. It's a kill that I didn't even get to see, but the timing for him so far has been huge. And I feel like it's one of the things that both NRG and EG were trying to do in that last match as well. Biggest thing for EG in this game is that they've been kind of doing some anti-neon smoke sprays. So, you know, it's even. It's been going both ways. The luck is being shared. Fast B push on the plate, but just like EG was doing to them, Hale is taking the space, baiting them to get aggressive as well. Paranoia not really landing at pillar fast enough. And as a result, the rest of EG and the Seco are completely slowed down to a halt.
Yeah, more than happy to keep on going for that, to just drive a nail into that B approach. You're just so easily stopped by losing 1 there out the gate. Feels like, yeah, you just try and play for yours, and that shouldn't take long for NRG to make quick Yeah, work of that Outlaw already picking up some really decent engagement. And so NRG lessening the gap now to 7-8. Vile come back up for EGA. WinCon's on the board again. I'm paying attention to Darkest. You have to get so much usage out of each of these birds, both intel and a way for a player to get in. It's got to enable every single time. Otherwise, you're fighting a losing battle before you even fight a battle.
That's tough. That's not a good situation to be in. And I think right now, for situation, it's Ange, he's just not ready. Rand's has to do this by himself. No link, no play. Just a slide and spray, and it's not going to go his way. But at the same time, enough damage, I feel like, has been done by the defense side at a last second from Renz. It's suddenly a 3v3. NRG Academy have a way to get back into this one. It's all about what happens on the flank here. Giza has found a way through elbow. Rico not even considering the main flank, and it's here now. Jakey wondering, drone being popped. He lets him hit the -400 before he goes down. It's such a strange round between these teams.
Nobody considering where either of these Sovas were, and Recoil's been in that spot so often already. Same with moves. Before he can get the plant down, Recoil wins that one too. Well, now can get the drone out to confirm Heyore's position, so now you can stick the spike, reset your 2v1. Opportunities NRG should have totally had for this round, just dwindling, fading away, and Recoil gets 3 for his troubles there.
Nice slippery. Saw it in the last game as well. That's a really fun time, just hitting those strafes, getting some really nice movement inside these fights. And as a result, is able to keep taking more over and over again. NRG Academy Renz is doing the most to be able to actually have a chance for the team to win the round, but again, those flanks, those pockets, the angles, the Havasova, he's so far back, no drone used yet either. I understand. I think the read attempt from NRG, unfortunately, is just not enough. KO. Sky Flash, lots of util to deal with, and there's, again, no link on the defensive side. You can see the difference right now between these teams. EG really locking it down together as a unit, always 2 people figuring out one problem. NRG always needs a hero to kind of pick up and save the round. This time, though, no spotlight in the sky. It's overcast for NRG. EG have another free one on the board.
Yeah. Placing those two so stilted out. Again, it's like the overconfidence in specific players to heat up in those reactionary moments is what has literally won North American teams championships, and yet it is so volatile. And that time around, it got NRG Academy Rube Goldberg just dominoing down. And that is the power that you have with this pack fight that EG Academy are just so good at. There's always a follow-up. There's always a buddy system. There's always someone available to care.
Both teams still have a lot in the tank left for this one, though. It's just this initial brawl that's really deciding, I think, most of the round, right? Like, the first point of contact is resulting in like 2 or 3 kills. Sometimes the lurk is well happening on pistol, where the death actually occurs. If it's top elbow, it just gives away so much information as what the rest of the team wants to do. Breeze is just one of those maps where you have to be locked in with a game plan. It's so hard to just solo win. You can perform, but to win off the solo play, I mean, even some of the best players in the entire world aren't able to put that 13th round on the board. A attack this time from EG. Nobody on elbow for the moment. It will be a 5-man flood coming through. 4 as one stays over at window. Duel's already jumping straight into sight. The knives are gonna miss. They're too dull. And the trays are gonna get denied as well. Trailblazer taking a bite. Not enough damage. Giza getting some value there. And this time EG not connected in the push.
Spike down B.
I don't know how B-Dog didn't spot Ange there, but managed to get away from that opening sight line. Still turns around into him as he's firing knives and shuts that down. At that point, rest of NRG's here, and now you're walking into the triple peak, camping this spike, puppy guarding it. I'm trying to read, see if Ange takes the far angle. Yeah, I mean, that just fell apart off of pure minimum sight control. Just
I mean, it's
tucking in and hoping for the best. Like,
yeah, you got two things on the board right now, right? You have a team that's kind of operating. I like to say it like a clock. When people have a system, every gear needs to be going the right way, or the clock you own is going to tell the wrong time. It's going to be useless to you, right? So right there, you have one person diving in, nobody there to help him, and the knives miss as well. It's tough for EG. Clock tells the wrong time, completely useless and bad for you on the round. On the other side for NRGA Academy, you've got an 8-ball, right? Yeah, sometimes it might tell you your day's going bad, but you're expecting some level of disappointment from the team if somebody needs to show up every single round. Thing is, somebody will at some point. It's just how often can it happen? Here it comes from Giza. Let's find two players. Darkest though has that heal. Could get beat up, but Hayode is there to link up with him. This time the 8-ball says, yes, this might be a very successful round on the defense. Equal damage done on the other side from recoil, but moves in on the angle. And here comes those gears shifting on the clock face, able to tell that it's time for EG to have an advantage in this round. 4v4, but the NRG players sent scattering back to B as they've overinvested into A. Viper Spit gets put down, they get called back. Darkest still on this lurk. They're right on the tip of the pit though, looking to see if they can find any value skeetering in and out of the smoke. It's trouble along sides. Jakey heists the spike away. Cosmic Divide on the back as well. Recoil's checking for any type of value. It's chaos on all sides. The dive comes in. Jakey is ready, and so is Moves.
Moves single-handedly selling so much of the bluff for that round. Singular control, and NRG not even turning to him after he got that opening pick, so convinced that the push was not coming. And then EG turn it up. Even before that screen goes up, so much confidence in Moves to hold his own for those crucial couple seconds. And damn it, he does. But Ange still standing until Jakey re-extends and gets his third for the round after the double duel is shut down. NRGA coming in guns blazing, but they fall flat in instants.
So many layers put up for EG Academy. A counter towards the Cosmic Divide greed, a counter for the Viper Spit aggression as well from the other team. The clock is ticking, and we're almost out of numbers to put on the face of it now. 11 o'clock for EG. They're looking for 13. They're looking to leave that face. NRG Academy, can they link together enough talented rounds, enough picks, enough parts of interruption in EG's process? It doesn't seem like it with Breeze. It's just so hard to do on the map.
Clock analogy really does go hard.
It does.
If you let him get to 13, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, time's up, and I mean, we're on the precipice of it now. Look at the economy from NRG Academy. This is their all-in. One more wrong round. They've got economy. They've got those gears on EG really shifting properly now, and they're looking towards the A site. Just one person to hold it. Usually, if this was EG's defense, they'd have 3 players here. They have Heyo on a line with Shondex, but they just have the Viper alone. Finally, Giza comes in, but no Hunter's Fury this time. He has to get close. Smoke spam. Not gonna go his way. His special move actually does work out as Shondex steals it. And is that enough to win the round?
DP in from Jakey, trying to get active on top of the flash out. Good for the opening 2. And has space to spare with Heyo still trying to field out the flank space. Moves has now gotten fully in front of it. This backstab could be crucial if EG doesn't waste any more time.
Friends has one opportunity with the overdrive. He has to pick carefully past that just to bandit.
Fast lane available too to try to switch up. Juke these members out. Once again, very standard positions. You know where Moves is gonna hang out.
Spike not down yet, so they have so much time. Hale starts it off.
Not ready at all for it. Now they can be, and the overdrive popping out at the same time, trying to fully sandwich this. The 2-stack on the boxes is survived by Jakey, not for long. Ange now exposed. Heyo in the cloud burst. Moves, picks that up, but still has to 1v1, and the screen will at the very least slow Ange down for a microsecond, but on top of the own smoke, the onus is on Moves, but the reset off of the fadeaway, the reposition of the pyramids lands him the clutch and the game point for EGA.
Clock strikes 12. It's a Cinderella moment for EG. They're at the ball right now, and all they have to do is dance towards the end. No economy really left for the side of NRG. They've got Giza on a sheriff, half armor on half their players. The utility for Ange should be so expensive. You should maybe just have a Stinger or a, I don't know, Spectre to be able to play the round. Yeah, there it is. And for everybody else, Ultimates are coming back online. They have some space to work with. They have the time, but they want to leave the race for now. It's all about where EG choose this angle, aggression from NRG Academy, it's desperation, and a nice line, I think, held across everywhere on the map for EG Academy. They're actually moving it up a little bit, very fast through mid. Elbow control there, though, and Jakey has a test to maybe respond to as he's kind of far away from his team.
Yeah, ways away. Just seeing that contingency. Moobs winning the fight against Giza mad early for that next peak. And all of a sudden, this 2-stack on NRGA is hella suffocated. Now they gotta swing it. Natural order of things, and landing one with the stinger, dumps the mag. Guardian still active for Renz, lands the second, and ready for Moobs. No, he's not now, he can be, but not landing it. And Hayode having to clutch it up in the 1v2.
The hero wants to stay on the clock, wants to keep doing his job, and will catch the read for the rotate coming into the right side. Very literate in this one. At the same time, can he change the book to a movie moment? Heyo off the smoke with the spray. And I get one. And a chance of position for the second. Jakey ice cold with the read and the spray. It's just not going to be there on the jump up. Another round and a chance for NRG to breathe in Breeze.
Lightning fast reflexes while sticking it down, trying to hold for the half, and still winning that last bout. The re-invasion netting Hayode another clutch, another clip for the day, and another chance to reset things after EGA picked that last defense apart like mincemeat. Again, they didn't give a care about elbow. They just went for everything else in one.
Absolutely, and the biggest thing too, the mental and the physical aspect of this game as well. They put everything on the line there, EG. They were ready to win the game entirely. Their economy was tested as well. You look at them now, Sheriffs and Outlaw and Stort. Do they have what it takes to push this over the finish line now as NRG starts to get a second win?
How long do they hang around this pit? The insert still has the spike in tow. Try and sell the mid presence?
Yeah, the one thing NRG's been doing is they always send Giza back over towards this A site. I think EG's finally realized this, so they're starting off at A, maybe not giving too much information on the B side, waiting for that first defensive rotation, and then starting to make their move. Now, maybe they want everybody on this side, maybe they want to counter that pit. Yes, look at the amount of protection it offers you over in main. Look at the gap that's left in mid, though. 2 players on it, no, 3 from the side of EG. Lesser weapons, here comes the heist. Oceans of damage and pressure at the same time solved by Shondex. They own A for the moment. TP in though, the aggression is insane. Did you hear it? Jakey, the play is made and the doors are open in a 2v2 for EG.
That is impossibly nasty work by Jakey to get the spike back and the distance to create that snake pit fight. And now the Cosmic Divide in reaction from Ange has to save it now, but B-Dog so far ahead of it. The timing though is crucial. Oh, he thinks B-Dog's gonna over-aggress too.
No way, just no way. The shots are gonna be there. Caught on this astral line. Jakey has solved the round once to get it started. Can he put the finish? The nail in the coffin. It's up to him. Surrounded, not really. Both pressures coming from the same side. The micro positional adjustment is not enough. It's going to be too good when Hayode's alive. NRG have their best chance. It's a full moon for them, and they're howling for the moment right now. 12-10, sent it up into double digits.
Against the Eco, it was just enough of everything from NRG Academy, just enough of a pick from the bridge from Giza, just enough gatekeeping available from Shondex's pit, just enough time to make it a 2-man swing against Jakey in the anti-clutch. You cannot escape on the margins against the eco rounds as now the guns and the wind guns come crawling back. Moves 1 orb out from that pit that he can set up himself. And that A site is looking nice and juicy after EG managed to almost crack it open last time.
They'll try for it. So that first line is going to be top hail on those knives. One of the most dangerous things. Here comes everything though. Shondex with another smoke spam, ready to take it ham. Special move, the readjustment from Hayo. Dash to get back, immediate 3v5. This should be going 12-11. These immediate trades are just going towards NRG's side.
Not checking the second he gets in front of it. You hear the tailwind there too. You know he could be God knows where. That's stranded, and Jakey doesn't have any TPs in the kit now. You have no clear way to get this.
Biggest thing between these teams, that lurk is able to offer them a bit of insurance on the map, and since it is an all-in a 5-man stack play, I mean the pressure is rising and the cohesion from EG, all the links, all the you know, red lines, the theories they had are just getting completely debunked right now on the bulletin board. It's tough when it comes to ideas for the team. It feels like they just want to end the game right now and trade back and forth again by force on this A side. NRG Academy ready for it. That's their specialty. Put their players in that play against 2 on an off angle. They'll find you both kills or a 1 and a little bit every time. That's not what you want from EG side. They'll try to go for the save because, again, you look at their economy, nobody can really afford anything. Next round might have a very slow one with B-Dog needing those knives active. Might be an orb to orb situation. There's so much setup here, and maybe even an op on the horizon for the side of NRG Academy. 10 seconds guaranteed, 10 seconds going for a save, and I feel like NRG Academy might jump into this one and deny these rifles. Jakey, you have to live here. Right click not going to hit. Nobody trying to take that mega dive towards the end. Renz will peek. The chaos, the crazy guy, but he has enough of a buy in the final round of regulation. It's all about, do we win or do we go overtime?
Yeah, they can maintain for this last round, not as much behind them when it comes to the ultis, though. So, yeah, it's got to be a little bit of guessing right again. But, I mean, that was such a strict silencer. Wow. Okay, man, they really want to get all their ducks in a row here.
I want to talk about why. Usually there's a lot of ultimates to be able to use. Usually there might be an operator and the coach has an easy way to win the round. And a lot of the times, this final timeout, regardless of the score, comes from the attacking side. There's an execute you can do to win you the round. Here's my special play I know the team can run. I'm seeing both setups. From defense, though, I really haven't seen a defensive 12-11 off a win timeout. You're kind of putting your own players on ice. There's not much you can do. Breeze is not really make a defensive play map like Fracture or Haven with a crunch, and a lot of the times you need ultimates anyways. This is one of the most interesting, like, I don't know, Ang level Team Liquid timeouts that might curse your team instead of helping them.
I feel like if anything, it's to just remind them to not fall into those bad habits of peeking too far in without the extra connector.
Give me bad habits. The bad habits are winning them these rounds. The over peaks, the flashy plays.
Not without somebody behind you. If you're over ISO, then you're so screwed. Heo has always had that buddy right behind him, the same way EG did to get their rounds. Making sure that remains true for the round where you could want to go the most fringe. You do want to steal the most stupid ideas.
The adjustment here right now is getting Heo that op, and yes, putting it on the other side of the map. So Renz is here for the first time with Sean Dex. It's a bit of a switch up entirely, and this timeout has also slowed things down for EG entirely. They're going really fast, and again, want to own these orbs. Sean Dex challenges with the one-way, and that might be the gate to overtime.
Feels like a mile he had to walk just to get that peek on the one-way, dude. I felt like it was in slow motion where somebody else could have peeked it.
And with that much control on the other side, knowing there's more stars in play, they're now being herded into the operator. This is why the timeout was called. It's going exactly the way NRG are planning it out. It's all on Heo now to land the shot. There will be smokes in tow. There will be B-Dog flying in the sky. Is there greed, though, to get onto the angle? Do they expect the op to make an appearance? Cloud comes in. I think it's going to be put down immediately, though, to catch somebody on the timing. Cloudburst, Paranoia, amazing. And that does cancel out Heo. Day-Edge, though, is going to get double the value. A 2-for-1. And a round that might send it over to OT. It's a 2v5 for EG.
Same spot again. Just farming, and then it's, hey, who else to finish it and take us to OT?
Flawless.
Switching sides.
The first of which we've seen this game, I think.
And a round like this, look at it. Sean next with the aggression. NRG just knew. An amazing timeout call, an amazing adjustment across the entire board. But it's EG now back to, I think, their strong side, right? And although they did have some good attack protocols as well, their defensive connection, the chain link across the entire map, if you try to solve one player, two kind of jump at you like a Hydra's head. NRG could not really figure it out on this side past, you know, individual excellence, but I feel like that's what it was on both sides right now. They'll approach mid, which is somewhat less discovered and kind of, I think, trailed by them on the attacking side that they had previously, and that might make the difference. An ace split with both duelists coming through those doors hella fast.
You haven't seen a lot of recycling this pinch from either side yet. Feels like it still could get some value, but B-Dog, that high ground hasn't been used much yet either. Clocked by the drone. The crunch is inevitable. How much does he get on the way down? He'll dive into the cave and try to go for more, and he'll succeed with the help of the smoke setup with the perfect time by Jakey. He's got 3 on the round and giving EG another ticket to this game point. Surely if Shondex doesn't recover it. Oh, come on, B-Dog. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Shondex. You can't be doing these kinds of things. Spike on an island. Pit in his hands. 59 seconds to go. A desert between him and the opposing Viper.
Oh, he's got time. He's got way more than enough time, and a fumble from all players. A timing not taken, and an ace denied by Moves. Chaos on Breeze. They tumble, they fall. It is just not enough. The pressure too high. NRG left to dry. Okay, things are fine for now. Back to the strong side from one of these other teams. Look at this real quick. Hero missed. The jump as well. The second player.
Hello?
It's just too much. What is going on? Okay, it's all on the line again. EG strong side won. Their attack, it hasn't been too good in connection. They don't have the same level of cohesion on this side. Shondex, these back pyramid angles have been stopping them in their tracks every single time. Very creative wall also to deny their ace space coming through defensively. It's going to be tough even to split. If this wall goes up, it stops everybody in their tracks.
Instant pacemaker. NRG quick to try to control the other half of the side.
Oh my God, look at this. Look at the absolute courage here from Moobs. Moving all the way closer through the map. I'm not sure if Hairday is going to be able to see him. There it is, flying it up. That might be the round solved again. They're pressured to go out. That wall not going to come up immediately. He's there to spam past it. B-Dog is going to be able to find a gap in the angle. Yellow is the only option now. Ange going to see the updraft. B-Dog is overwhelming, and so are the chances for this win. Heyo, the hero, still alive, but no sidekick to be able to help him in this one. The force just too overwhelming. This might not be the hero story this time. They'll move forward. Everybody active on yellow. The individual angles will not be there as EG do find their map on Breeze.
It's individual prowess to the nth degree when overtime hits the fan. Just let B-Dog run wild. Get him as much space as he can, and he'll come through. He sure as hell did in those last 2 rounds to end this map and take us to 3. The Academy duel, once again, proven to be a banger.
Yeah, he said, find out exactly where Heo is at the end, and they're like, okay, we can just move forward. There's no X factor on this site. We understand how Shondex plays it, but for the entire Breeze side on, I think both sides from both teams, that was an absolute banger. They were figuring things out. Defense looks strong on both sides. The attack also, I think, was just led by individual stars. I can't wait to see this go to a map 3. In my opinion, I don't say this often, I think both teams won on this map, and they're going to be confident coming into this last one.
100%, yeah, both teams should definitely be happy with how they did on this map. They changed so much over the course of it. Great adjustments to the mannerisms of either side, which everybody is so familiar with at this point. Everybody is so proud of how they play, and they're not going to change it for anybody. It's just a matter of who does themselves the best coming into this 3rd map. I can't wait to watch it, man.
Absolutely. There is one thing that is absolutely clear, though, between these two teams. It is a team that is operating like a squad, a well-drilled, oiled machine on the side of EG Academy, and then stars, talent, suns and moons on the side of NRG Academy. It is really individual players carrying a lot of these rounds. I'm wondering which side the story leans on. Don't go anywhere, because we find out in map 3 right after this.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. You have to go in blind, and it's an ace from Body.
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off. You'd imagine. The spray through the smoke at least is going to guarantee one as X is stats.
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm host Elizabeth, joined with Roy and Dryad on the desk, and we are going to a map 3. Roy, this has been the most deserving of an elimination game. We had an almost comeback. I thought for a second NRG Academy were going to take it. They were round by round by round, but in the end, Evil Geniuses Academy take their map pick of Breeze.
I mean, look, we expected an absolute brawl between both of these teams coming into this game. We finally got it on the second map. The first one was very close, don't get me wrong, but Breeze was a whole different beast, right? The swing and momentum from both of these teams, it looking like a for sure thing for EG at one point, and then just NRG's grit, their unwillingness to lose and kind of just flop over, right? We saw a lot of the battles, we saw a lot of individuals stepping up, and just overall, both of these teams giving it their absolute most. All these players trying their absolute hardest to keep the dream alive and keep this run going.
It was incredible. One of the things that we talked about for EG is how strong their defense had to be, and they did exactly that, getting more than enough of the runs that they needed here, especially thanks to B-Dog and the things that he was doing on the Jet. And it's a player that, yeah, we've talked about just a little bit, but I feel like in this map, I mean, of course he's going to be performing with the Jet. Of course he's going to be finding those kills with the Operator, as we saw constantly throughout the map. I think they were really good at positioning him in different parts of the map, depending on that read that they had in NRGA Academy. And as they swapped sides, like Roy is saying, yeah, it got a little tricky, it got a little bit more difficult, even as it goes all the way to overtime. But it felt like, especially on that first overtime round, they already understood how and what they needed to do in the defense to finally close it out.
I mean, we highlighted B-Dog in the Philips Morocco head-to-head against Hayade, I think. And I mean, Hayade also, you know, kind of was doing a lot of that work on the side of NRG Academy to make the almost comeback, the fake comeback, whatever you want to call it. Not sure what the right term would be right now, possible. But I think, you know, there was, Roy, like a moment in kind of think the first half where it looked like this might have been NRG Academy's game, and then it looked plainly EG Academy. The kind of the pendulum, I'm trying to say. There's a pendulum of rhythm coming from everywhere in this game.
I mean, yeah, you coming off a hot map win, right? You're feeling really good. Hayade, we're talking about, we were singing Hayade's praises, and he looked so good in the first map. He comes in, drops a 4K on pistol. I think it's safe to say that's totally fine to feel that way, Liz. I think that's completely normal. But I think after the first half, it was very obvious that this was a lot more comfortable for EG. And it kind of made sense, right? Like, this comp suits them. It can play at different paces. It's very slow. It's very grindy. It's kind of how they imagine the game should be, kind of with B-Dog's style and B-Dog's tempo. It does feel like it suits them a lot better. And it just looked overall pretty good. And of course, you sprinkle in Moves' performance and his confidence coming into this game and his back against the wall. It just there were so many fronts that were night and day difference from what we saw on the first map. EG looked a lot more comfortable right here. Yes, this got a little bit closer than it should have. It honestly should have just been a clean EG win in the second half. But overall, this was EG all day, and they just kept the dream alive, and they kept it rolling despite all their hiccups and kind of the thrifty that they took early on as well.
I think it's what Roy described, Dan, right? Like, when your back is against the wall, you're gonna, I don't want to say create miracles, because I don't think that's giving either team enough credit. But this is, I think you're gonna dig deep. I think is the word I think I'm looking for. And you can tell both teams, I mean, there's a timeout I think NRG Academy took at 12-11, making sure they wanted to bring this to overtime, making sure that they could make this comeback possible.
Absolutely. And on the side of EG Academy, what that looked like is just showing what they have been practicing on this map. You see the amount of set plays that they had going into that attack side, the way that they were approaching Elbow in a lot of the rounds, the way that they had a read as well on what the defense and how they wanted to push exactly, shutting down and breaking that economy that it felt like slowly but surely NRG Academy were building. So for EG, honestly, it was really impressive, especially honestly in the last couple of rounds. For me, I think all of those rounds where it got scary, where it went to overtime, was because of Shondix. Shondix had such a good read on EG. He was constantly being a nuisance on that A side, utilizing the Viper Spit, knowing that the players were going to be coming from double doors, also knowing that the players were going to try to push him backside and shutting them down. He almost got an ace as well that would have changed the game completely. I just think that he was so hard to deal with, and EG did exactly what they needed to make sure that, you know, that's as far as Shondix is able to get.
Well, let's talk about that for Phillips Choco head-to-head and go back to you for this. And we want to highlight Shondex and moves. You know, I think a lot of times, sometimes we have these head-to-heads, we want to highlight the winning team or highlight the winning players. But Dan, you were saying in the green room, this Shondex made this comeback possible almost entirely on the back of him.
Yeah, I really wanted to talk about him, even though they lost the game, because these two Vipers were incredible throughout the map. And one of the reasons why it was such a close fight for Shondex, like I just mentioned, the last couple of rounds, he was incredible, both with the kills and the way that he was positioned around the map, the way that he was supporting the rest of his teammates when they knew where the side hit was going to be coming from. And also a little bit on the other side for moves. They are playing this attack side. They have to play these 4-1s. They have to play a little bit slower, because of what Roy's talking about, how this composition looks like, what it has been looking like. And that is when moves has to be activated, and that is when he did exactly that.
It's so crazy because their stats are so similar that it's like eerie almost, right? Like the ADR is the same, the cast is almost the same, the first bloods, they both got four first bloods. Like just the impact that they had from the beginning of the round all the way to the end of the round was just felt throughout a lot of these rounds. And yes, while B-Dog, honestly, credit to B-Dog. B-Dog was actually insane this map, and he performed a lot better than, I mean, not a lot better, but he just performed out of his mind on this map. And I feel like this map kind of suits it's kind of like his playground, right? Where he has a lot of the playmaking potential. That aside, I think the Vipers just had so much impact, and to see the similarity between both of them, I think is going to set the tone and kind of the pace for this third map that we're about to witness. So I think overall, we're getting a little bit of a teaser for the grand finale that's about to happen right here. Obviously, one of the rows for these teams is going to end, and the other team is going to keep the dream alive. So a lot's on the line. The pressure's absolutely felt by both teams. And I mean, wow, this Ascent game is about to be crazy.
I mean, yeah, Rob, I'm going to go back to you for this. We're heading to Ascent, you know, with NRG Academy starting on defense. Now that you have seen the teams play these two maps, are you feeling any which way about Ascent?
Okay, so let's start with EG, okay? So I think for EG, you're looking at their history, they're 1-3 on the map. Yes, 2 of their games were super close. One of them was completely winnable. I mean, 2 of their games were completely winnable, so it could have gone either direction, but they're still 1-3 on the map. They're not really showing any sidedness in the sense that they're not really like a very attack sided, and they're not very defense sided. They're kind of getting an even amount of rounds on both halves. So I think in that regard, it's totally fine. But there's really not a lot of data to go off of for NRG when you kind of flip the page, right? Like, yeah, they played it one time. They got absolutely swept by Shopify Rebellion Black, 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago. It was a 13-3 loss to SRB, who's obviously feeling and looking very confident. But overall, this map didn't feel as confident and as comfortable for NRG Academy coming into this one. So it's kind of hard to say. I'm not really sure which direction this is going to go. All I know is this should be a very close game between both of these teams.
It is a little hard because of how much it should change here. And actually, this was my question for EG Academy. They had been putting moves on that chamber, both on this map and Pearl. It's the only 2 maps where he was playing that chamber, but you're going to make that switch. Moves is going to be on that side. You're playing a little bit more of the slow, very smart gameplay that we've seen from him throughout this series and throughout this whole stage. So I do like the chamber. I think he brings a lot of value, but I also like, as a team, what they can do with this.
Yes, I absolutely love the Cypher, Dan. Okay, listen, there's so much more information to be found, especially when you're up against Hayode, who's feeling really well. Having that extra cam, having the cages is going to shut down a lot of those early plays from Hayode. So I feel like that's going to be the key condition for EG Academy, is allow yourselves to flush out these rounds, allow yourselves to kind of wedge yourselves in these positions and inserts. Obviously, lurking is very strong on this map, and there's a lot of pathings available to the lurkers. So a lot of that pressure comes down to making sure that NRG Academy is contained on this defensive side. You don't want to get run over by those early plays, and you definitely do not want Shondex farming you on the Phoenix in this third map.
Well, folks, it all comes down to this. Will it be NRG Academy or Evil Geniuses Academy to continue their elimination, or continue their lower bracket run and stave off elimination? I'm going to send over to your casters, Shayo and Tenrek.
Let's get straight to it. A bloodbath between these 2 teams so far, and different types of stories on each map as well. What is clear, though, Tenrek, is I think either team today deserves that win. They're both fighting really hard.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you can tell they both want it desperately. They want to prove just how good and how well developed they are. Evil Geniuses Academy, with this momentum coming off a breeze, I find it so interesting that they run a deadlock composition on split and not here. And Darkest is pretty proficient. You'd think he could get a lot out of that gimmick, but going for the KO instead. Also a pretty common pick for him. Just as solid.
Yeah, I think for EG right now, they've got that tried and tested, just, you know, solved comp coming in on the attack side. They have experience, as the Des was talking about, on this map as well. Meanwhile, the talent is on NRG's side. The experience might not be there as much so on the map and officials. So it's really cool to see them go for the newer meta wave here as well. Some exploration from the side of the defense. Lots of space gained in mid, but their extremities are weak right now. On pistol, it really is decisive on a center of how you dictate the pace. Giza finding some relief of pressure over in B main, but the solution of Hayode might just solve the entire round for AG here on attack. It's about this dive coming in from heaven. Isn't enough to really gain control. I'm going to say no for now. Lots of bodies on all sides, and the shots are not missing from the side of EG for the moment. They're just a bit too strong.
Yeah, and it's exactly the kind of thing you expect from EG Academy, and yet the coverage is just too solid. The second that they reach that, the second that they read that Ange is alone on that opening A watch, which he will be a good number of times to start this out, the second they can just gun it down. And with moves on that lurk, obviously he's going to get active. He's going to be able to distract one, but he can't be as active at lurk watch. So placing recoil that much farther behind to prepare for Hayode to speed things up on one of the few rounds he can. It's just endless preparation for a round that they've probably rehearsed a million times, goes off without a hitch.
Yeah, and they're gonna have so many layers at the same time. Moves gonna be on the lurk. You don't always have the same amount of initiators, you know, going there with a hit as well. You just saw that super lurk coming in from recoil, like Fenric talking about. And on a round like this again, yeah, you can send knives in across the map, darts at the same time, really sell what's happening over at B, and then take the A space. Moves solo with a ghost. They get no value, and they discover where the stack is. So textbook round over here to deny the eco any value. We jump right in again. Sacrificial Lamb is the sentinel as the rest of the team dives onto A.
They're more prepared for recoil this time because he did give himself away with that util to sell the stack a little heavier, but that just means he can distract a little longer too, and so that'll just guarantee the round that much more.
There is no treasure on the side of recoil either. Just has a sheriff. You take him down, what do you get? And I'm loving the fact that Jakey's proactive enough to link up with his teammate again. The paths that they connect amongst themselves, EG, it's continuing over from Breeze and Haven. What we saw in Haven, it kind of disappeared towards the end. The talent from NRG was just a bit too strong. The speed of Darkus now is on display. A player so far in this best of 3 who hasn't really shown up like he has before in multiple matches. This might be the map.
That one way on A is so strong with EGA's comp as well. If they can farm it on the attack as well as the defense, they're going to be able to get a lot more space for free. Man, yeah, shout out Moves getting that pick on the Ghost too on his lurk. Again, you know he's going to be doing it. He had a little bit of extra help, which may have thrown them off a little bit, but even still, so much power behind it, and he's going to do it again, and this time it'll be Jakey babysitting.
Gotta get some value here on this round on the side of EG, and NRG want to make this one perfect. That being said, you look at some of the stuff they have on their side, you know, double duelist, it's going to be a bit tough to not get scrappy and keep things cohesive. At the same time, so many pistols used in the last round. The FBX level buy that we've been seeing for seasons upon seasons allows EG to actually get back up into this one with some rifles. So it's going to be even across the board. This bonus looking really strong from the attacking side.
Already reading this pretty heavy A presence, but they haven't lost anything, and so they'll keep intimidating until they can drain the well a little bit more. Making sure nobody else peeks on early through B main either. Looks like Renz isn't going to chomp the bitches yet.
Pretty good passive line all across the board. The peek into B main over and over again from Renz is making the biggest difference right now in actually holding everybody down on a line across the entire map. If Renz goes or gets pressured a bit too heavily, this entire setup for NRG Academy will break down. Middle challenged with a few shocks itself, I feel like, and yes, after that, I think all the Cypher utils down, so they have no pressure, no actual structure to stay alive. The shots, though, are also not there from the side of EG, but A is not their target. It's a fake.
They've been able to get B pretty much scot-free. Hayode can at least police the backside, but can't go any farther than that. And as that KO body will fade, it'll turn to a 3v3, but a post-plant of one with recoil already manning down mid. Making a way back, yeah, timing isn't as great, but now you have to watch that extra sight line on the way in for the actual push. But down the stairs they'll go. Here to this early, Jakey extending from the boxes, has the peak on top of the boathouse, and it's all shuffled back. Ange, though, getting behind it. In between the last two, EG can turn back to it, and Giza stands alone. Yeah, such a tough cross. Only a matter of time, surely. Yeah, only can turn to the one. Too many resources. And a 1-2 punch quickly turns into an uppercut of a bonus steal from EG on top of a better buy.
Gonna be a knockout here very soon if things go the same way as they did on Haven. It feels like it's just an opponent that can't really swing back or defend itself. You know what I mean? Like NRGA Academy, they're not having the best lines across the map, and one KO knife, you know, 0 point, you just see the entire Cypher utility break down across the map. They're actually trying to counter it too. That Cypher on A, all his util on B, expecting something like the null command of the 0 point to come through. And yeah, Darkest, he got so many kills. He lets that ultimate rain, and the rest of the team is there on B. It's almost like an anti-Cypher strat. It's amazing from EG to have that one cooked up. They understand where these trips might be as well, so they solve them very fast. This time, though, the difference is they don't have moves walking in and figuring out where the stack is defensively, right? So they have a few more mysteries to solve here before they get the grand prize of the win. Some punishment on the orb, not going to find it there from Recoil. But again, so much control, so many angles online for EG all across the map.
Still trying to minimize the rationing of resources here. Ren's the only one watching initially from the mid push that is now going to be fully realized after the reset. Dark is going to be the first to peek and first to take it. They keep wanting to feed him the most orbs so he can reset that null command.
Although half HP, that should be a nice beta kill as well. The 3K, close range, have to reload, gets it off. Cloud burst, dash back, Recoil there with the trade.
Enemy tag.
Just two standing, B-Dog caught by the drone, Dart recoil, better timing for Shondex is run it back, but Ren standing below turns it to a 3v1. This of all rounds for NRGA to take, and Recoil way too much to peek into. Hell of a thrifty to get NRGA back in the game.
Yeah, they got a Bermuda Triangle kind of set up around the spike there, and the ship that NRG are piloting is just staying above water for the moment. Other side, it's a shipwreck of an entry for EG. Nobody considering the B main space that, again, is so important for NRG to hold on to. Right, the first round, you had Ren's kind of double peeking into that entire side, giving them the hold across the map. And in this one, heyo, maximum value. Knives online, scope in tow, and EG's economy has been fully reset.
Yeah, can't forget about him from now on. The sniper, a consistent factor as long as EG are losing on eco.
Cage triggered.
Moves consistent as ever, though, toying with the B sight lines, seeing who takes the bait, however much it has behind it. Jump through the smoke here, big insert onto tree. Hayode will find the one. Moves will eventually trade it out to maintain that presence. The neural theft gonna have that ace stack eventually pinched. Fragment to facilitate the swing. Recoils in a tough spot right now, but now B-Dog able to activate the full pinch. Ange into the paranoia to reset. Can only get the one. B-Dog turns back and holds it down, but Ren's from on high now with company. Takes down the spike in the stack. Likely the chances of the round.
You could almost get away with the heist. We saw on this side of things, Moves kind of running away, trying to get towards the B side because Neural Theft has seen that everybody's rotating over to this side. Now the challenge is in front of him. It's not even about the spike. He knows he has to get both kills, understands that there is a setup on this side, but he has the chance to maybe juke out, be at door. It's all about the communication he's using without giving away information, slicing open the pie. Guardian is not going to be able to save the round.
And another great step up from NRG to keep that fight held down at the door.
Blinding.
Some good ideas coming from the attack. Again, you saw that shuffle system come into play. Always someone watching, breathing down your neck. But the response time is just too good. The pivot is too quick. And again, that conga line with especially the worst guns just looks so weak when it's not fully seen through. Big B stack to start this next round, Shio, on top of the Cypher util. Where's that knife going? Oh, nowhere decent.
Not going to stop any defensive utility. Not going to take the Hunter's Fury offline for the next 7 seconds. And I think Renz is playing in a spot where he can actually back up and start to rail down that lightning. But at the same time, he's in such a good spot for this dart as well. So looking like disaster ready to strike here for the side of EG. But they are calling something a little bit different now. They've pushed back into spawn. They've left B-Dog over here. And it's actually a very creative decision. I'm not sure if it works out, though. B-Dog is one of the only people that can kind of cheat space, break those crosshairs past just flashes for the side of EG. Wherever they're going, maybe it's a split. It's crazy to leave B-Dog alone.
So they're trying to sell the insert for Sova here, but it's moves again, so you still have that recon bolt available for the actual take. Shoot the trap wire down just to feign it, so NRG shift the weight over. And now the Hunter's Fury to try to chase down the site presence after the bolt catches Shondex, but it's missing. And Renz catches B-Dog on his own entry. NRG have this site fully locked down as they plan to from the beginning of it. Darkest with the flash in, gets some space, but not nearly enough of it. And NRG can clear most of the house. Darkest now standing on his own, right into Heyode's blades. And we're tied up at 3.
That is just amazing from NRG Academy to lock things down. A full read of the round goes completely their way. Yes, they don't have market. Yes, they might not have control of B main, but getting back into sight, they're not as pressured from losing what is half of their ship of defense, right? They're planning on kind of burning their own home behind them and not letting EG have any usefulness from taking that portion inside of the map. So really good for them to kind of play way deep into their sight lines and into their, sights themselves. The thing is, if you go for that gamble and the enemy team rotates, it's very hard for you to keep up in that round. Amazing explosiveness, passion, and aggression from the side of EG. B-Dog finding value, jumping over the paranoia and the smoke, surfing across every sight line. He keeps pushing forward. He's going to be able to try to find more, hiding in his own cloudburst. The pop-up will be there. I can sense and smell the aggression, but it's tempered. Perfect, actually, for B-Dog to slow down.
No wind available again to reset the fight, and he'll stay disciplined now with the buddy system activated. Giza looking for this lurker. Where could he be? Not in view just yet. Waiting for the perfect time. NRG's only time to activate, and they will. Heyo from on high on the operator. Op shot is all they'll get. Into the bandit too. He'll re-swing just to try to hold on to this, but it's a thrifty going EGA's way after they mow down the A site.
Yeah, they get NRG to mirror them in the way they've been kind of slowly taking over the map, and then they shatter that mirror with 5 knives, 3 of them connecting the heads on the NRG players. The rest of the team with the lurks as well still have that essence of old control, but I'm liking the pace change, at least on the eco. That's a threat now to the defense. How do they adapt to be able to control that, but at the same time keep the lead they had before in some of these rifle to rifle rounds? Ooh, look at this, 2 scopes on both sides. So the jet off, the 1v1 is here to play. Cat versus top mid, no value really on either side. It's going to be a dud for now. We'll see if they push up and get more value afterwards. A main being an angle is huge. Here comes the scope, actually. Maybe connecting on both sides. This is huge. We're not sure if the barrel's peeking over. It's not.
Yeah.
A walk down. B-Dog, if he checks, it's Heyo solved. Score is 1-0 on the scope to scope play, and that might just have cracked the round open, ready to eat for EG.
The one thing that they knew they could prepare for by completely cutting the noise, and Heyode takes the bait so fast. It's just hitting a minute now with the 5v4. NEGA can sink their teeth into mid-heavy while still having this A maintenance.
That being said, the last time they lost mid entirely, they backed up into their sights. This time they challenge, and now the disruption of patterns, the actual aggression on their own gameplay is actually proving so many dividends. CPing across, Ange pulls out a page out of Jakey's book. Renz is going to be able to get active and support him as well, but as this is happening, the Heist has already taken over the site. It's lost a few of its thievery members here on the side of EG. Can they do this with less men for the job?
It's got to be on Shondex to open it up from the top. He's the one with the opening util.
Oh, Jakey, devious angle all the way up top. It's the timing on the dark cover. Shondex is waiting for it to fall. Giza might just throw in, and they're waiting for that flash to come in. 2 angles from Jakey dodged. Ange will open things up as Darkest falls. 2v4 now. And Jakey in hell, it's a tough angle to solve. He'll get the first access to each and every fight. Dodging one, failing the other. And B-Dog does not have enough fire rate nor bullets to handle what's going on for the rest of the site now. A nice patient take from NRGA Academy, wading through that smoke, playing on their time, and staying toe-to-toe with EG's pace.
When the cavalry makes it to the site in time, you really only need 3 or 4 reliable, especially when you know Moobs is lurking 9 times out of 10. You know that that Cypher util is not going to be nearly as active as your own can be, and you can see Giz is more than willing to just toss that camera wire out to get somebody off of the space. They've cleared heaven a good couple times just off of that. They saved a curveball from Shondex because of it. Massive way to get yourself in and minimize the damage taken. Now that economy's starting to build up for NRG Academy slowly but surely.
Biggest thing as well is they're making these rounds happen by getting first blooded, I think, most of the time as well. Cheeky walk down from Moobs too, but Heo hasn't had some of these rounds go the best for his way. The team is still locking things down defensively, though, actually looking a bit more locked together than EG, which is crazy. If you think about how the rest of the series has gone, it's been the opposite so far. Oh, no way, there's no punish.
Wow. Yeah.
Heo was waiting for that. He had the read, but now has been pushed off. No Cypher cages available either, so gotta be careful on this one. Both duelists still kind of hand in hand. Cat to bottom mid on an island as Moobs by himself, still exploring this. I mean, the danger zones, the levels are increasing. Right now, the read from Heo is a punish on Cat, but Moobs will challenge this. The clear, waiting for more, not discovered, and that's a lot of info for Heo. He even sees the omen. It's huge. Jakey discovered. The rest of the B, Renz is waiting for the conga line to come in on, and everyone from backside is activated as well. Giza is ready to go. It's a Jenga tower falling for the side of EG. It's tippling, toppling. Recoil is trying to keep the motion from crazy crashing down onto the ground. No shocks to be able to get him off the angle. The right click is there. The tower structure is held for now, as the team has a chance in the 2v3.
When the op held by B-Dog just might come to bite. NRGA in the back. Blaze gets 2 in, just waiting for Hayode to eventually make his way in, but Shondex has already gotten the kill on a recoil. It's got to be this operator, all or nothing, and he spotted the barrel, surely, right? Past Angie goes into the 1v1 against Shondex, gets the reset, but not the shot landing, and surely that's it, it is! And stands alone to get the defuse for NRG Academy. And again, the writing is on the wall, and yet it is still so close by the end times. Keeping it entertaining, but still NRG's way.
I think even seeing the barrel, trying to skip it, not sure if the res was a certain way or just perfect timing there for the side of EG. B-Dog, though, gotta land that shot. I mean, you were given the opportunity there. Unfortunately, gets the harder one locked down. It's the pressure sometimes that gets to you. Unfortunate towards the very end. Up. Now just on the side of NRG Academy, have an Odin rocking through as well. To run it back is going to be a problem for Shondex. The retakes so far for NRG Academy have been absolutely amazing.
Look at Shondex playing from this back end of the site, ready with this run it back to play for the pack fight that EG know they have to have quick, and Shondex gets 2 for his troubles. Off rip! Spray through to try to trade out against the Odin, which Renz gives away pretty damn easily, so it ends up being a 4v3 with EG taking some space. But Giza's still sitting on the side, and another flash lands Shondex another kill. Moves, though. Insertion, once again, not accounted for at a critical point to net him an easy 2. And it's even Stevens as the neural theft gets launched up, but moves again, giving himself away. 5 HP, but he stands tall. The reset, though, lands Giza an easy viewage into the last 2. And again, it's so messy, so fun to watch, but so advantaged towards NRG Academy by the end of it.
Call the janitor. Call in all your friends while they're leaving the party or something. We got to clean up this game right now. It is, as we said, Tenra, getting way too messy over and over again in these rounds. The level of fighting, too, the whiffage on either side, it's not really representative of the rest of the match we've been watching so far. Yes, some rounds get chaotic, but the mess that is being created by both teams for the moment, it's really, I feel like they want to win right now. It's breaking apart protocols. It's getting really active. Watching both members reach back sight. 50-50 split that you can't even flip for. That's just tough for B-Dog. Hero play going forward. Jakey's able to escape the fray. Double drop down at the same time. Everyone's scanned. It's an AC 130 above Hayode. Tossing knives down. Raising the ground. And this time, oh my god, that move's might have brought it back. It's still
It's about to pop off. Well, that was what won EGA the eco last time, is letting B-Dog go berserk on the knives, granting them enough space to take sight, and they almost made that work. But this time, Hayode's response time could be just as quick, especially with the blades. You have so much more fluidity in the reapproach. He felt endlessly confident with this streak in tow as well. So a good adjustment to make sure EGA cannot get away with the same mistakes twice. But with this null command and Hunter's Fury ready to reopen this last round of the half, 7-5 very easily on the horizon.
It's usually what we see on a set as well when it comes to the defensive side, having a little bit more of an advantage on the map. At the same time, the way EG started things off, this should be a 7 on their side, or at least them a lot more in the lead. They have fumbled up, just like the start of Haven, I feel like. And overall, their identity on this attack just hasn't been consistent over time by any means of pressure. by the way they've been trading. It's not the same EG we were watching on Breeze.
We expected them to get the same amount of value out of the same thing so many times, but it's been a different EGA every round. The mood ring is going insane. Hunter's Fury to open into the null command. This is the crash out on the site we were expecting, and the B-Dog pop off that was guaranteed off of it. That's the round they need to make it 7-5, that's for sure. Let's see what Hayode can do. Have some fun with it, buddy. Come on.
Might just be them trying to look a little bit more like NRG Academy. I mean, the way NRG have this set up, they're really able to activate one player every single time they're in these maps, and they always have a support player completely popping off. Nice 4K for B-Dog right there. But in this one, double initiator, a lot of the pressure is on B-Dog to perform, especially on attack. That's why we were very confused when they were leaving him as the lurk, him as the embed. So on this one, finally, I was talking about the pattern, the identity. They found it as they switch sides. So now they got to find it all over again. And B-Dog's gonna have to get active with the op. He's gonna be just like Hayode. And I think for the rest of things, you gotta look at Darkest. You gotta look at Recoil, Jakey to start leveling up on this side. I mean, I talked about him just doing it in the last round. 17 and 8 from B-Dog right now. He's been doing it the entire half. The rest of the team now needs to carry the torch.
B-Dog's focus is gonna be that mid pressure that NRGA are gonna respect more often than not. So the main lines are what matters here. Eyes are on Moobs to see how far he can creep and how much he can kill on this more laid-back role now that the sides are swapped.
All right.
Anything? No?
Lay Sova value. I'm just looking at the health bars.
Give it a go.
One way. Pressure. Giza. No way. Recoil has some scans. She's been flashed more times than he's been able to see right now. And yeah, could have closed your eyes, had a better chance of winning that round. Kind of tough for him. Very good protocols by NRG to take the space.
Spike planted.
Really committal two-stack there. EGA are late to the party this time. Commanding takeover.
One enemy
Okay,
remaining.
Giza. Yeah, locking it down. Easy pickings.
So good. Yeah, one of the best ways to deal with one way. So I feel like America's is the best form of it. It's that jump on the entry, and then everybody else comes in afterward. Everyone's so quick to go for that option. Sometimes you're not even vocalizing it anymore. I feel like in the 2026 season, even across tier 2, we're seeing it so much, so you can't rely on it all the time. Biggest difference as well is that when we watched NRG defend, I know it's just a pistol. I really want to get into it though. There's always two people on an angle all the time from NRG. In this one, you had one person stairs, one person backside. It wasn't as linked together for EG. We talked about everybody but B-Dog having to level up. They didn't in that round. They're not on the same page. Maybe the eco is different.
And you need that immediate checkpoint.
Ooh, we didn't talk about this either though. The compositional difference. I know a knife is about to go through here. We gotta wait to see how this goes. Shondex figuring it out. Heyo going down, but this is it, right? Double duelist. If Hayode dies, you still have Shondex that can get you a lot of value in these entries. You still have now the attack side for NRG Academy not running out of steam whatsoever. Yes, the map might be defense sided, but now that they have double duelist locked down on the attack, the orb's easy to get for the attackers. And Phoenix, so much value with Blaze, as we've already seen on defense. Like, this is actually scary territory for EG. It's not, the tide is not flowing their way by default.
Yeah. Paired for Darkest once the guns are more even to start playing really reactively with his knives. He has to be really aware of how much of the stack is actually committing to the push so he can prevent that immediate swinging on the flashes. Well, give himself a way to try to fight his way through this. Recoil is here, just get some chip. That'll be the story for the rest of this. Yeah, moves will get one. But yeah, decisively an NRG Academy round for sure here.
Spike planted.
And one of the options they have on defense is to have these like crazy long range left click flashes from Darkest, enabling B-Dog. But again, every time I feel like I'm saying, yeah, B-Dog can do this, B-Dog can do that. I thought B-Dog might be tired. See today, give him a break. What can we do with everyone else, right? He can't be the absolute solution every single time. You got on one side, it's a 2v1 in the ring. Two duelists versus one is going to be tough for him to do everything. But at the same time, comparatively to NRG, what EG have to do is something early with these initiators. They can't just wait in the back and go for retake. I think one of the best forms of why retake worked for NRG Academy on the last half Shondex always had a flash saved up. You were mentioning it actually, Tenrek, for the A hits as well, because there's so much utility to be able to use, because they're letting EG act first. Had a pretty good protocol for them overall. In this one, listen, they can set the pace.
And I feel like NRG Academy starting to play like we've seen EGA do a lot of this match, just finding the same points to get that increased value out of. Shondex is really free to control mid so consistently in the early portion of this round to bait out the knife if nothing else.
Nico's so weird between these two teams as well. Like, you have Guardians on the side of EG, which should be their super buy round right now. Have a Bulldog on Darkest too, so some things have been greedy in the past rounds. It's causing this one where they have to win and not lose so many bodies to be really tough. It's almost a full goodbye from the side of NRG Academy. Oh, here's the scope, by the way.
Eure on the dry swing loses that to Darkest. Here comes the mid push. B-Dog smoked away. Everything on moves and recoil.
Not playing together just yet. Chance for B-Dog to maybe even get out of this stuff free. He can't find a second. Will buy a lot of time. Nobody is with him though. Rest of the two players on backside have to go overdrive, and this one it Renz. Magnetic finds metal in two different heads. He's rich, and so is the team. As they might get double digits off that play still. Two left on either side. And with crazy space and market, could solve everything. Renz is trying to look for just a little bit more. B-Man will be his problem. Solve for the moment, and 7-10 split has to streak for both the left and the right side. That smoke will tell that he might be on site right now. And that goes out one player. The second on the left, he already knows it. Has to challenge. Paranoia to TP close. Denied in the Omen head-to-head. Jakey is just too smart in the business.
Way to stay in front of it, and that defense looked disconnected as can be. Ren's able to sweep through so much of it, but the damage was done and could be recovered by EG Academy. B-Dog managing to get away with that was major. And then Jakey, the one position not fully able to get prepped for with what little time NRG had for the post plant. So the bonus tripped up just enough, but where do you go from here? You are still fighting from downhill so hard. And it's clear NRGA can do a lot of the util baiting in the early portions of the round, get rid of a lot of easy conditions before you touch these crucial chokes.
Shares Classics hero rifle from Jakey. What does that Hedgehog say in pop culture media? Sonic, gotta go fast. I need this team.
I do believe that is what he says.
He says that, right? Yeah. This team's got to pick that up. I need to see something a little bit more courageous immediately for the side of this defensive roster, but there's no way. Oh my God, he's crossed. And he has the rifle, but Ange only takes one bullet and he's gone. Exploration on the other side, they understand what the Phantom is. They're going to be just speeding up on this side. They're the ones with the speed. They're the ones rolling in, getting all the coins, the rings. Unfortunately, Moves is actually spinning circles around the competition, getting double the value up all the way to stairs. Giza is going to take a walk in the shadows. Find B-Dog. Still one more remnant left over in backside. Neural theft inside the mine. They understand exactly where recoil is. Going to be in the dirt, in the fray. Going to look for another shot. Flash and delay is still there for recoil. It might just be enough to put Jakey in an angle, but another split with him. More pressure coming in from market. What is he going to buy? A teleport, a paranoia. It's deals galore. A bargain for him. Repositioning over. Left. And figuring out another off angle onto his opponent. Shondex is not going to see this one coming from the shadows. Is Jakey solved for the moment? Still wins. It's able to put his teammate on the line as well. Around treasure found. Thrifty for EG.
How is Darkest taking a movie's length of time to make it back to site? Somehow the smartest thing that he could have done for that round to work. Oh, Moves. Save us every time. And recoil, this slowdown is amazing in the boathouse, able to get that quick reset with just one bullet left in the tank, maintaining that threat for a couple crucial seconds, make this look a little less disconnected. I'm not completely convinced yet, Shio, but we're certainly getting there on this defense.
It takes a round to just get the machine rolling a little bit sometimes. You need that miraculous thing to happen for you. It's one of the ways NRG was getting back in some of these older games, and now, or maps, did I say? Oh, he's gonna answer right back. Moves. Dude. You can do it. So can I.
No more.
It's the trade back.
I mean, that's huge. The question's gone though, right? So now it's all about, are they coming A? Paranoia to buy the team a bit of time so the rest can rotate into heaven.
Such a quick pivot. And they're making so much noise.
Oh my God, 6 on smoke. This wall for Jakey, so he has to take these fights raw. Flash coming in from the top row. Paranoia to trade. B-Dog whiffing. Darkest is activated this round, and the updraft close range will be a bit whiffy. The rest of the team is there, though. It's position that wins EG this round.
Yeah, quick compression onto a pretty loud stack there. NRGA did gotta go fast in order to make that round work, and they just couldn't after the first one got taken down so quickly. Giza, a distraction, but not for nearly enough people. Everybody very convinced on how well they could do in this particular fight. The gap lessened now, but still the bleeding has not yet stopped. You need something more decisive to make this an EG game.
Timeout NRGA Academy, and at the same time, I feel like we all need a breather. I'm realizing what some of these players have to do to win these rounds. Against an Eco, we see, who was it in that round? Drico, right? He pushed a smoke B main just to find that value kill on Giza on a timing that shouldn't even exist. I mean, could have easily been punished. It's one of the major reasons they win the round as well. I mean, these things are coming down to a hair's difference in length. Like, it is just individual miracle-making moments and talent, I feel like, between these two teams. Now, the thing is, though, this is the 6th teammate of NRGA Academy. These timeouts, man, every time they go in for this pit stop, they come in with better tires, a faster car, a second driver inside the seat. I swear to God, I don't know why this team looks so scary. After a timeout, they have a Hunter's Fury and the run it back as well on attack. Tenrek, is there a chance for EG to skip the round? Maybe. I mean, this is kind of, it's looking scary.
Yeah, this might be a cutscene of one for sure. NRGA have such a plethora of options to choose from, and they still hold on to this go button. EGA again has had to play entirely reactively. And it might have to be for the post plant with the null command in tow. They feel too pressured to activate too early.
Yeah, they kind of decide the track right now. NRGA Academy might have the faster car, but with their own Hunter's Fury, with their own null command, they can just shut down every single lane. No chance for NRG to drive here. They got to be very careful as to where they go down, and maybe even need to get the information game online to find out where KO is for the moment. Where is Darkest playing? Look at him, he's so smart though, way back in his spawn line, trying not to die. He needs to stay alive for that null command. He can be the hack, the solution to the round. Here comes, run it back, Paranoia to cancel that, dodging the flash and moving back as well. Ooh, the TP to stay super safe in Shondex. He finds grass, but not as much value.
So much used to avoid just that, and it nets them all of that baited space. But in the meanwhile, Hayode's gotten inserted all the way up to the market and can start making some noise there.
The null command for now. Yeah, he sends it. He sends it completely. They don't want the layers as a part of this process. No smokes, no offensive paranoias, nothing. And move solved as the split finally comes in.
Doesn't need anything.
Fury, it's available, but it's backside. They don't have the space to use it for EG. It's all on these two players. Jakey, who comes in tandem. Here we go. Rents gonna get Jakey down. Recoil solved. There is no game. There is no fight. It's good night for EG.
Yeah, stuck in panic mode in a round like that. You knew how much potential was there, and they still fell to it. That creep up mid, only slowed down by the null command. Really such a panic play after you gave away all that space from Tree. Too dangerous in their eyes. They had to find some form of slowdown, and that was the only one they could grasp at. Even then, they don't care. They hold down the market swing. Let Hayo take the swing into CT. They have a decent idea of who's going to hold back there. Does anybody ever hold from heaven backside of A? Gets the free one into the pinch. Gorgeous stuff.
I had a question though, the panic though, right? Like, and also the setup overall. If you want to place, I wish I had a pen to use right now, but you want to put one person all the way in wine. You want to put both your teammates and basically your entire defensive line in your spawn. Why is your Hunter's Fury, why is Recoil playing backside B? Everything's screaming retake. Your best tool to get your team active is going to be under the most pressure. I love the fact that Jakey TP's in, but that's also a desperation play. It's not prepared. Yeah. It's not set up. It's just too raw. And as a result, EG eat nothing in that round.
You really would have thought they would try to go band for band in longevity. It's like the one round they could have gotten away with doing that. And now it has to be a Hunter's Fury tag. Like, it can't just be to clear the board.
They still have bans, Henry. They still have bans. The op is still there for B-Dog. They're still in this in the way they want to be in terms of the voices they want in these defensive rounds. Look at this angle. If it's a jump peak, it's one of the hardest ones to react to in the game in terms of space and timing. And B-Dog's been manipulated to look over at tiles gap, as I think the rest of the team's about to walk down mid. If he rechecks this one, though, there could be trouble. And there it is. It strikes the second peak. Oh, no dash, so he has to go back. No
now
way.
the chase down. Well, yeah, you have an updraft still. You haven't clocked that at all. Renz just has to desperation choke into a free tag on tree. So Darkest will be cut down to 70.
Huge ult kind of used, though, and it's not going to be there for the exec. Heyo also, I think, lagged an approach. No healers on this team either.
Drone out, but Darkest swinging under the smoke, not fully prepped for it. He'll catch Renz. Heyo for the attempted trade. Jakey giving away the position behind the cubes, but both so low, and now Recoil has the extra pressure, so it's a full site reset, but now it's a full site takeover from NRG. And once again, they have the personnel. Do they have a convincing argument for the round itself? The Hunter's Fury thrown out now from Recoil in response as B-Dog gets the op shot onto Heode right as the door shuts. That pressure mounting before they even have to re-engage. And now is the time where they need to, as the clock is dwindling and the Neural Theft has fully run its course, as Ange decided to stick right on top of this smoke. It's got to be the recon bolt to confirm it into the double moves. Just a trade on Shondex in the 1v2. Certainly has some time to play with. EG does not. They have to send these bodies, and B-Dog is one that has low health, but on top of the Jenny, not checking! Moves in the 1v1! The tap into the first shot! Retap, re-swing, re-peek! Down to nothing! The re-click finishes it! Shondex gets the clutch to get NRG Academy to 11!
As soon as double digits strike, this guy lights the hell up. Shondex, the savior for NRG Academy in these deep, late rounds. And what a mess that he solves for the team. I mean, they're locked down, doors gone, numbers dwindling, Hunter's Fury active on them. The check is just not there from B-Dog. The assumption was maybe it's main, maybe his rifle was covering over where Shondex could have been. It's such a tough angle to drift into. But he plays that perfectly, Shondex. The bait switch, the play. Can we roll that into another win now to get the match point?
All the momentum lost for EG Academy. Every ounce that was remaining swiped right back. And so we slow it down. NRG seeing if that psyche is fully blown out of the water, translated onto the battlefield. Instead, just get a recon bolt for their troubles.
Smokes and Toe, we talked about the voices that EG has in every single round. Last time, Ops rifles. This time, one lone howl. It's B-Dog with the knives. He's not going to be where the action is immediately. And Heode is on a solo split of his own, trying to punish anybody coming in from the opposing top mid. Meanwhile, Spike not here, so all of this is a little bit of fake pressure just to rustle up the jimmies of EG, just to put the pressure down, hook him up a little bit. See what they can bait and switch. Shot check twice. Ooh, the knife cutter is not sharp enough.
Now the swarm. It just feels like you can spray through so much of it. Always a gun active, but Recoil finds the window twice over and backing out now into the peak from Darkest on top of the flash drive. Will reset into another. Heode turning back onto the one remaining, but Darkest turns into the 1v1. Still just the Sheriff and Renz holds on to it. God damn, they keep us on our toes, don't they? But it's match point for NRG Academy. They got it 4 times to try to end this out.
Every kill, some credits though. Every kill, the bank being broken a little bit. The options may be adjusted for the side of NRG Academy, but they've done so good so far, so they get the pick of the litter when it comes to weapons. On the side of EG, their main opper active again. 20 and 15, hasn't had the hottest half on defense compared to the attack so far, but he's still leading the charge. That op was a difference maker in mid before, did equalize, I guess, imbalance the round towards the side of EG. This time, Dark coming in late. So much respect given to this position. 2 seconds on the dash, gonna be able to take the peek, but then denied by Renz. He just knows. He knows, man. Pivot usually is immediately a burst onto site right now, so rechecking pressure, looking over in mid. I don't think that flash found too much value. Maybe just an auditory thing, maybe hearing people run back. You could be able to pinpoint where everyone is. Jakey gonna have a mouthful to deal with here at A main. Has lots of utensils to be able to eat, though. Unfortunately, Darkest broken in half. Dark gonna be able to scan, and Jakey with the rifle now has to hold down 4 dashes, scans, actives. It's just a bit too much. One way to be able to check, double swings. The rest of the team, though, from heaven, there is a light, there is a spray. It's moves, it's the team, it's Recoil finally leveling up and keeping the match alive.
So many variables for the opening there. EG Academy ducking into nearly all of them. They lose the first blood before we hit a minute 10, and so NRG Academy can take their sweet time on the soft swing to put Giza on that mid control and have the 4-stack peek into A. But then you just put a couple guys heaven, and I guess just look down at the entire site. Who cares? They've got it. They're fine. They're gonna shoot their way through it and make it work. And well, there's the reset you're looking for. 3 rounds to still make up here. So again, not fully convincing, but an argument to be made.
Back NRG into a corner, though, and you get to see their true firepower strike. Teode might not have knives for the moment, but he does have a sheriff and nothing to lose in this round. Looking at where the spike is, you can kind of see the temperance of the team, though. If it's anywhere near top mid, this angle where Renz is playing for the moment, this round's going to be slow, looking to punish anything that EG wants to do. They're taking wine multiple rounds at a time, but I don't think they're there this time. They swapped up their entire hold to have Cypher here. It's Moves, who was retaken in heaven last time. He's the one holding everything down. B-Dog opted to go for the judge. This is a setup we have not seen before from EG, but he gets off the angle. This is the only gap. B-Dog, you gotta stay.
I mean, Shotnex has been here so many times, and he don't have the knife to play off of the blind. What's his turn game? Let's see some flicks, buddy.
Suns has to be good here. Cloud burst to maybe break off the crosshair just a little bit. Boom, bing, bop, bam. It's the type of stuff you just don't understand from B-Dog. He's coming in with it, and he can get ranged with it too. From coast to coast, denying the ace. It's all good, though. You want wins on the board. The judge play, the comp switch up there a little bit on where the agents are playing. It's a pocket scrapbook situation, and it's really good for EG to maybe jumble up the minds of NRG.
And 3-man dry swinging that with the worst guns. Well,
do you see it coming?
You have, I guess
I would be there too. I'd be running in as the 4th man and dying to the judge. They've never done it before. It's just genius from EG. And again, the most threatening thing, the 6th man waking up. You hear like a hum in the distance from NRG Academy every time they end up timing out. The aura that comes in with this one, MCE is ready to go, giving these guys another god round. Every time again they've timed out, they look like a different beast in the ring.
And a mental reset they'd need. Yeah, turn about to that. How many timeouts has Data called this match? Did he call any?
I mean, I've seen one, like
maybe one. Yeah, I
on
don't think he called
Haven,
any
maybe
on Breeze.
Yeah. I mean,
So,
trust the team. Darkness
yeah,
is doing the most.
I mean, that again, it's so clear that they do. That's just how this team operates. It's just having that trust in your team to do what they need to do. Hey, look, B-Dog has 10 kills more than any of his colleagues. That is exactly what EGA does when they clock in and come in and perform. B-Dog is going to top frag. He is the spear tip. He is the one who needs to perform. Darkest is farming assists as well. These flash timings have not been as good as they could be from him because he's usually very, very good with the flash drives. But NRG are doing a lot of good strafing to avoid the synergy that would normally come of it. And again, the disconnect from EGA, not as characteristic as the couple maps. This endurance test is coming to a close one way or another.
Oh, the spam perfect for Door. Speed from NRG Academy, already inside the spawn smoke, looking for some action. Moves in a pocket, that's not detected. Spraying the Guardian, and it protects the entire team. Classic is also there for some damage. That might just be the round, a different pace, but a man not found. It's Moves who saves the round.
Turn around? What are we?
They never checked.
What are we, like, again, like an entire round hinging on not properly protocoling for one angle. That like, how do you parse that? How do you time out to escape that? Like it's
hard calls, Tenric, right? So far, if you see where Moves is, backside B, backside A, or somewhere on A, he's never played that spawn angle. They've never gone for a spray mode as well. That's MCE calling out that EG are going to play the exact same way And that's EG switching things up on the fly. It's a mental game between these teams. Oh no, denied. No cloudburst, no nothing, no flashes, raw fights. If NRGA Academy this might be a bit too much to actually handle. Jakey with a teleport from the shadows into the minds of NRGA Academy, breaking them mentally, folding them physically. This team from EG has adapted and they're taking it to overtime.
You can't let EG Academy get creative. That's downright paradoxical. The world is falling apart at this point. How were they able to manifest that out of 2 rounds of egregious idea shifting, the likes of which we haven't seen? This is a truly next level EG Academy, one that's just as worthy of making it out of this losers round 1 as NRG is, but it's got to continue now back on the attacking side. Man, those ultimates that they were able to get out of those last couple rounds, they turn into that extra bit of creativity to get the early pinch, and Darkest's freaking 0 point was perfect that round. Oh, it's everything coming together at the perfect time to get us to 12-12, man.
Can they remember, though, how they were playing on this attack side? Activating B-Dog again. Some of it was a lot of missing after the first few rounds and just winning the pistol. They've got to look just as creative. I think that's the biggest difference. Their actual set strats, the protocols were not enough. It's the star power in the mix, the individual decisions that really push them and set them apart on attack. They just didn't have it as often. Scaling up the cat here, Sean next with a crazy off angle, and not much utility to get him off of it. Yes, a flash might come in, but you can easily dodge it from here. He chooses to back off.
Still just trying to play for the intercept. Aode, the gap, just gonna sell the drone. Quick little trade, sells the insert. Oh, he's going on the logs. That's tucking into tree. Yeah. Perfect angle to hold himself. And gets both off of Darkest Sentry. And now that lets the lurk from Moobs be kind of a non-starter.
It's also bare bones for EG. They've lost all their utility. Somehow allowed to cross. Okay, Sean Dex activating overtime, run it back. That just might be the bow on the round. B-Dog will get him down. And the rest of the team is there with a note in the spray. I mean, they understand the moves lurk and he's still active with it, but there's just no way.
Double up there. And it's Sean Dex finding his own multi-kill to put a quick silencer on this round and have NRGA back at match point again. The setup so crucial, the knockdown so much more powerful. Exponential growth for any of these hero moments that have been the marquee of this series. You could tell everyone's so tired, but so hungry for it, salivating for that opening.
Go for it again, recoil. Got some value from these shots a little bit, at least some repositioning. That one might hurt a lot.
Good geometry.
Suppressed.
Ooh,
the knife too, good follow-up.
Key agents discovered on this side of the map. You have to assume the spike has to be leaning a little bit towards that B side, but how does it change things across the rest of the story defensively? Not many people moving around. That cam in middle as well is so good, covered by just the shirt, not fully taken down. You understand where Sova is now as well. Renz is spotted. The entire defensive setup is red now, and they're looking at an A-hold here. Factored up, EG, understanding where the pressure's coming from.
Yeah. Oops, gonna get rid of that drone before it can peek further into tree.
Oh,
now
no.
It's got to section out, clear room by room. But the mid presence is going to turn into the B pinch. Yeah, so much distraction going on. This full pivot from B-Dog is so overcommittal. Is Darkest ready for this?
He's not at all.
I fear he's not. Yeah.
Hey-o.
That could do it, man. That just might do it. Recoil so much on him to get this, cradle this, impact this on the market door. Sean Dex saves it, has to grab this spike, just barely out of the sight lines of the 2 remaining defenders, of which they will even things out for the retake attempt.
But in main, one on site. They understand where Sean Dex is and where the body will return to. Trying to push for it. There's the first discovery. There's a pseudo 3v2 though. Main has to get activated. It's all on Giza. The difference maker here. One trip to work with. A teammate in tow as well. The timing. Perfect! To push them past the line. A close fought fight between 2 titans inside the lower bracket. It is EG being sent home and NRG living with a breath.
Rock-sized blows traded by it's all said and done, but NRG Academy coming out on top once again. Dryad's recency bias gets even more reasoning behind it. She's gonna do it even more often now. But in the meantime, NRG Academy will get more chances to prove that ever-increasing development with these young collegiate guns here in the NAVCL bracket, facing off against the loser of that next winter semis.
You have to agree with me though, Tenrek. They did not dominate. I feel like they survived. They're the ones that got, they lasted all the way towards the end, and they still did amazing things to get till that point. The timeouts taken as well always had an impact. The rest of the team was so adaptive in changing who the carry was, who the lead is, how they're going to be pivoting across these rounds. The fake stone as well there. That very last one, hitting the cap pressure, pushing into B. So, I feel like evolved over the series. NRG Academy, a really nice match from them.
For sure, yeah. Well, we've definitely seen them hold, themselves over the course of this match. One of the longest ones we've seen them play so far, and they look to continue to get more ingenious. A shame that EGA's run ends here because, no matter where it ended, we could have said it was just starting to get interesting, but this team is just so dang entertaining to watch. It's a shame we can't anymore in this bracket.
Absolutely. We still have one more match left to go, and the best thoughts about this one right after this.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. You have to go in blind, and it's an extra body.
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off. You'd imagine. The spray through the smoke at least is going to guarantee one as X stands.
That is our first elimination of the day. NRG Academy take down and eliminate Evil Geniuses Academy. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm host Elizabeth, joined with Roy and Dryad on the desk. And Roy, what a fitting way to end it. A sort of fake, definitely actually, yes, a fake comeback into overtime, back and forth. If we're talking about elimination match, that is the brawl that we are looking for.
I mean, absolutely. It was a fight to the absolute end by both teams, right? Even starting on Breeze, we had the back and forth all the way through till the very end. And same thing on this map, right? EG's perseverance looking to really stay into this one. But NRG, they hold on strong. They clutch up towards the very end. And I mean, it was a really exciting game, guys. We kind of got to see everything on display. A lot of the questions, a lot of the kind of the narratives that we've been building throughout the season has kind of just come on full display, right? We talked a lot about NRG's well-roundedness. We talked a lot about their experience and bringing in Day as like the new duelist, and there's just so much of that happened here, right? The pop-off moments, the team play, the supports, the mid-rounding, the post-planting, the retakes, like everything that you want from a hard-fought battle was on full display in this series between both of these teams.
It was a really important win to get here on the side of NRG Academy, to stay alive, to go into this lower bracket run, see how far they can make it, maybe the Plains, maybe even champs. But this was the first challenge that they had against EG Academy, and yeah, it took them a little bit going all the way to overtime, but then that second and third map. But for this one, I just think they looked so much better on that first half, and I think that really made the difference, the amount of rounds that they were able to get on that defensive half, knowing that on the other side they had made a compositional change that we talked about with moves instead of playing that chamber, playing that cypher. And you know, when you have a composition, it's going to play pretty much the same as your own composition. The only change, of course, being that Phoenix instead of the KO, and we know how similar they can play, how similar they can support that main duelist. So just having that read and also having those rounds on defense to work with just gave him so much. So that even if it went all the way to overtime, NRG felt like we're still really confident they could win. I just gotta say though, props to Rico on the last couple rounds. I thought he was incredible. He was really good. He was putting up a fight, trying to keep the team alive. V-Dog as well in this round as well. This was when the comeback really started, but unfortunately for EG Academy, it just wasn't enough.
I mean, when you're looking at this, Roy, I think we were talking elimination games. We always want some kind of like the drama. We want the intrigue, if you will. We want that tension. But you could feel both of these teams wanted it so bad, and so we're really fighting for their lives. Roy, you said themselves, both these teams need to have basically a perfect run from here on out. Yes, let's go celebrate. Love that, and that is exactly that energy we're talking about. That survival instinct.
I don't know whatever you guys want to call it. Okay, I just see it as passion, baby.
Yes. More passion, more energy.
Max passion. You gotta love that. I mean, this is everything on the line, right? And I think a lot of players, they get caught up in how serious this is and how stressful this is, but it's all about also having fun. It's all about having a good time. It's all about allowing yourself to experience these moments. And this is, you know, where a lot of champions are made, right? Yeah, they're up in a tough situation. They do need to be lights out. There's really no other way to put it. They have to win like what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games in a row pretty much at this point to kind of close out the whole playoff run. So it has to be an immaculate run for NRG, but a win here against EG Academy in this fashion and this many reps and allowing themselves to grow and continue this run is a huge thing for NRG Academy.
I mean, yes, the pressure, right? Like, I think this is a team, let's talk about the beginning of the season, right? A lot of people had their eyes on this team, specifically because of Heyday. They were looking to see how this player would perform, and, you know, and then coming in here, kind of having these like hot and cold moments, and then coming in, having the tenacity, the gumption to stay in it, Dan. I think if it's going to take them to the end, whatever it's going to take to the end, it will be that tenacity.
Absolutely, and you get the chance now to see V-Dog 24 kills on that Jet. He again was insane, has been insane throughout this stage, but this is where we have to say goodbye to him and the rest of EG. But for NRG Academy, that combination for Heyday and Shondex once again proven to just work so well for them. We talked about Shondex last map, what he was doing on the Viper. We talked about how good he is at finding those timings, but here on the Phoenix, when he has to get those kills, get those ultimate support Heyday as well, it seems like this was a really good day for them. Heyday like Roy talked about before we went into the show today, was he was mentioning how the mechanics and the difference between these two is how Hode is just willing to get really, really aggressive. And when you have a Shondex that is also constantly supporting him, constantly getting those kills as well, it's a really well-deserved win for NRGA Academy and these two duelists.
I mean, yeah, and I know, Roy, you're a Phoenix fanboy, if you will, or a Phoenix proponent, I believe is the right word to say. So it's always great to see them on top of the leaderboard doing the dang thing. But friends, it is NRGA Academy that have taken the W, staving off elimination. And for our Phil Strickle Game Phase interview, it is none other than NRGA Academy's Giza. Sir, come to the front, take a seat, get comfortable. You're looking pretty. We saw a clip of you at the very end screaming for just the kind of, maybe a screamer, just shouting the passion that comes from this win. I mean, can you talk to me about the kind of the energy and the comms of that last moment, with those last rounds in that overtime?
First of all, hello.
Hello.
Hi, everyone. I would say the last moments, obviously, them coming back 12-12, we were a little nervous. But I think towards the end, we just, especially me and Shawnee, and we made a really great plan in that last round. And winning that 2v2 retake was really nice. The emotions were high, and my throat definitely hurts. I screamed as loud as I possibly could. And that goes for everyone. Everyone screamed as loud as they could. The whole lab probably heard it. So,
as they should. I mean, you've staved off elimination, right? You're continuing your lower bracket run as a vocalist, a singer. Hot water, lemon, honey. Thank me later. And avoid dairy. Always avoid dairy. But moving on. I think I want to go kind of back in time to a similar question. I want to talk about after your last match where you lose to NA Esports. What was the conversation with the team? What were the points that were made? What was the kind of general consensus after that match?
I feel like we all understood that game we should have had a better chance of winning, and we didn't take it as kind of like oh no, we're out of it. We're like, we have no chance. We stayed strong, and we showed up the next day with high emotions, and it really paid off because I think we showed up the sad game with no warm-up scrim and pretty low energy, but today we made sure we showed up with high energy. But yeah, it didn't really affect us that much.
Yeah. What are you going to do to make sure that everyone, like all of your teammates, your coaches, whoever it may be, like show up to the day with that high energy? Because it seems like you're describing it as a win condition for NRGA Academy.
I don't think it's really making sure. It's whether if they want to show energy or not.
Individually, it kind of is on the individual.
Like today, I'm usually a mix. I show up either high energy, like I did today, or I'm just kind of like mellow and nonchalant, as you would say. But we need somebody with energy on this team, and I tried to be that today.
Yeah.
But yeah.
How does it, as somebody who typically isn't like that, right? As somebody who kind of have this mixed bag of emotions, how does it affect you as a player in the server when you have to kind of put on this energy, right? Because some people, when they kind of put on, I'm gonna say a front, if you will, but they act a certain way, it can take away from other aspects of whatever performance that they are doing. So how does it affect you?
Honestly, it affected me really well in the beginning. I was hype playing the first map and getting hyped and getting a lot of energy. Obviously, it slows me down towards the end if we go map 3. At that point, it's me just trying to keep the vibes up and do as best as I can in the moments that I'm given. But yeah, it definitely takes a toll on your energy, like your mental energy for sure.
Yeah, I mean, now that you are moving into kind of continuing through the lower bracket, beyond the energy and the emotions that you're talking about, what does NRGA Academy have to do to keep this lower bracket run alive?
Just believe, just have full faith. We're all insane players mechanically, and if we work together, I think we'll be just fine in the lower bracket. But we got to make sure we show up and make sure we play together as a team, even though we're all insanely mechanically individual. I think playing as a team, we're unstoppable. And I wouldn't say today was a full example of that, but it had good moments. But as long as we show up in the next series with more teamwork than individual base plays, I think it will go really well.
Well, Giza, you looked absolutely fantastic today. I'm gonna let you go celebrate, make your hot water or tea, whatever you gotta do, and I level you guys up for your next game. Congratulations.
All right, thanks so much. Happy 4th of July, everyone, as well.
Happy 4th of July, Giza.
All right, have a good one, guys. Later.
Bye-bye. I am descended from the scribe with the Declaration of Independence, and he has really nice handwriting, and I have terrible handwriting. Speaking of hydration break, that's what we're doing right now. We're gonna take a little bit of a break, but stay right there for the next game. It is YFT versus QOR next.
Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Well, folks, I hope you enjoyed your hydration break, whatever you had, because we are back for our second elimination match of the day. It is QOR versus your favorite thieves, YFT. Roy, we thought we had a slobber knocker before. This is about to be a prime slobber knocker of the second match of the day.
Absolutely. I mean, the last time these two teams crossed, YFT took the series 2-1, but the road here hasn't been the same, guys. They're in completely different positions, right? QOR is a team who took split 1. They had a great start to the year, and they haven't really found, quite found their footing after having their star players stolen from them. YFT, on the other hand, is a team that has gone through the roster mania several times and is now mostly an underdog roster. For QOR, placements matter a lot. Obviously, they're in the lower bracket, so the pressure's still on. But for YFT, winning playoffs is the only way through.
Yes, I mean, that's kind of the name of the game, right? Every single mistake will be punished. It is do or die for these teams. No ifs, ands, buts, or buts about it. There we go. That's the saying. Let's start talking about our first team. Let's talk about QOR, right? I think when we kind of the thesis of challengers, Dan, we kind of talk about the teams who have common, can develop this talent that who has, been kind of the mainstays of challengers. I would look to QOR being that prime example.
Definitely, they had a tough match to start off this playoffs going against M80, who, we've been talking about is probably the favorite team and the team that everybody's expecting to win. So not the best start here, losing 2-0 against them, but for all the other matches that they've played as of recent, I think they've had shown us some signs of life of what they can do in this lower bracket. I think it's not going to be easy though, but I think it's just one of those where you do need to rely a lot on Moose, for example, that experience that he has when he was playing for Cloud9, on Infiltrator as well, the experience that he has maybe in some of the other different ways, and also just some of the individuals here that you've seen here throughout. I just don't think they have been the most consistent, but I think they can be, especially when they are with the backs against the wall.
I think it's no secret this roster hasn't shown perfect form, guys. Let's not deny it, okay? But I still think it's a giant mistake for anyone to think this team is not a threat, and I think it's a giant mistake for anyone to think this team doesn't have the players and the potential to come out and completely turn their their trajectory in a completely different path, right? The experience, the firepower, the FPS understanding within all these 5 players and their coaches, it's really all there. I feel like QOR is one of the few teams in the league that are basically playing. They're in a single player game. It's just QOR v QOR every single match, right? It's whether we're getting the right version of QOR or the wrong version of QOR. Because when things look good, when they're in their element, when they're in their flow, when they're playing to their identity, to their tempo, this is one of the more unstoppable teams that we have in VCL North America.
Dan, you were talking about that wealth of experience that QOR has. Let's talk about the person who has that in spades. It is Mr. VALORANT himself, Derek. I think, Dan, to go back to you for this, you were harping on it, right? These are folks who have that wealth of experience that have been through maybe every single scenario possible in this game, in its competitive ecosystem. And when we talk about folks who have been through that, Derek is absolutely one of them.
He has been really good recently, especially in the way that he has been supporting that team. I think it shows a lot of that potential that they have, as Rory was mentioning. It's just one team that's sure they haven't been the most consistent. They haven't been the one getting those wins back to back. But one of the risks that they take is, playing against somebody like Derek that out of nowhere will have incredible, insane games on this fade, especially. I think the meta has been helping them a little bit and has been helping Derek with this. So it's just one of the players that I'm definitely excited to see. I think he has been, again, trying to find what has been working and what is going to work for them since we got the chance to see them from that stage 1, and now it is the time to prove all that work and how it's going to pay off.
And I think his progression within like VCL throughout this entire year is so obvious, right? Like in the beginning, he was looking a little bit like he was adjusting to a completely different tempo, right? Because tier 1 is a different ball game than tier 2. Tier 2 is more like the jungle Valorant, if you will, right? Where everyone's kind of, there's so many different identities and so many different tempos and paces. But like through a split 1, he's doing pretty well. Split 2, he's starting to really get into form. But I feel like in split 3, he's really found that stride. He's really popping off now. He's putting in so much pressure. He's putting in so much like work throughout every single phase of the round. And when it comes down to those clutches, I mean, he's Mr. Clutch for a reason. Let's be serious here.
And I think we also talk about like how many kills his util gets, because he's just so good at everything he does. He's the renaissance man of that core team, and just Valorant in general. But he will have his work cut out for him, because he will be facing your favorite thieves, YFT, the YFT roster that kind of merged, if you will, had some partnership with 100 Thieves. Also, red alert, everyone! Red alert! We just heard this news report we got here. Nerve Dan will be stepping in for Stallion in this elimination game.
I can't lie. I'm so excited. I can't lie. I am so excited. I'm a big fan of Nerve, and I think whatever happened and whatever, you know, prompted this decision, I just think Nerve is such an incredible player. He was able to prove it in his time in Furia. He was able to prove it last year when he was playing for Core as well. So he's going to be playing against his old squad. And also on top of that, you have a YFT that has talked about how they don't have a set IGL. Guess what? Last year, Nerve was the IGL that put the team Core making it far, getting those wins and making it as far as they could. That allowed him to get into that tier 1, and now back in tier 2. He's ready to prove everybody wrong. He's ready to prove everybody how good he is once again. So hopefully he's stepping up on the IGLing. I don't know how last minute this was, but he is such a good player, and I want to see what they're able to do today.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Nerve as well, honestly, period. End of the sentence. But I feel like Stallion's shoes are actually quite big to fill, though, if I'm being completely honest, right? He was a very standout player for this roster. He put up a lot of performances, but overall, I'm kind of curious to see the kind of role that Nerve will fill on this roster, but kind of moving along and kind of moving the script a little bit. This is an underdog roster, right? With kind of a unique identity and a kind of a unique calling style. And there's a lot of X factor coming in from this roster from every single player, right? Even Devi, the newest comer to this roster, Muddy, the kind of the young crack Zoomer, Atlas, the young IGL as well. A lot of these players have put up monstrous performances in many high pressure matches. So yeah, the pressure's on for YFT, but they definitely have the talent. They definitely have the X factor to kind of close out wins against teams like Core. They've done it before, and they can certainly do it again.
Well, folks, let's talk about Ziff, because you said X factor. There's the next in his name. Let's talk about him. Computer, thank you.
Computer.
I think computer, bring up Ziff, thanks. But Roy, I'm just gonna go back to you for this. You were talking about them. You did, I think, kind of very fortuitously mention everyone but Ziff, kind of to talk about him for our highlight today. I think we talked about like experience, right? Like this is someone who has that in spades as well, kind of similar to Derek.
Yeah, the two X's are actually the crossroads, right? The first X is the experience. The second X is the mechanics, right? He's absolutely crossing it. He's in the perfect kind of role. He's the perfect kind of player to have in this role as well, because you want these players to be aggressive. You want these players to test, space, test the structure of these teams. And in these high pressure moments, a lot of these gaps can get overlooked, right? So you need players like Ziff who can not only find those gaps, but also lock it down when it comes down to the defensive side. So expect a lot of those flashy mechanics on the defense. Expect him to find the gaps in that util and find his plays mechanically.
Well, folks, that's what you're looking for, right? Again, that's at the stage one more time. This is an elimination match. Nerve is coming up, but he has to help this team make it through the rest of the lower bracket. But friends, let's take a look at where we're going to go with our map picks. Oh, sorry, I'm a liar. Our Phil's Morocco head-to-head is Infiltrator versus Muddy. Great last day for my hosting. But I mean, Roy, you were talking about Muddy, right? I think we would be remiss if we did not talk about Infiltrator, who has had a year of Valorant, to be sure.
Oh, for sure. And this player has impressed a lot of people, right? He's gotten his moments of glory, and here he's doing it again in a completely different system. So there's definitely a lot of pressure on Infiltrator, and I'm sure there's a flood of things going through his mind when he's trying to fit into this roster after playing with different paces of teams and different level of competition for a little while as well. So there's definitely a lot going on in Infiltrator's head, but I feel like he's in one of those roles within one of those team dynamics that will scale with time. He will get better. He will look more comfortable. He will be better integrated. But for Muddy, he's that cracked Zoomer, right? He might not have the best support all the time, but he's so flashy mechanically. It's easy for him to maneuver himself out of these situations. And when it comes down to battling people, he's looking so good.
And it is always super exciting to watch these players in this server. I mean, I think, again, kind of thesis challengers, the folks that have been here for a while have been kind of the mainstays, the names you can recognize of challengers, and Muddy coming in here kind of being the person or the player that we can look to and be, hey, haven't seen this name, and we really enjoy to see them. But friends, now we get to see our map picks and selections. Take a little bit of a hydration break. Well, computer, please bring up the maps. Please.
Someone
Thank you.
should stop it.
Fucking man. I was nervous there for a second. Oh, I think they want to mess with me on my last day. But Dan, I'm gonna go to you for this core pick Lotus, YFT pick Haven. Then if necessary, our third map once again is the Land of My People, Ascent.
Yeah, it's a map of Lotus to start us off that we have seen recently for both of these teams, but I just don't know how far ahead YFT knew that they were going to be making these changes. I don't know if this was a last minute decision. I don't know if they were planning it ahead of time. And also for the same side, of course, if they knew that this was coming for the other side. And the reason why I say that is because Stallion was playing the Harbor on this map. And whatever Nerve is going to be playing here, I honestly don't think it's going to be Harbor. I feel like it's going to change a lot of the prep that Core had and a lot of the practice as well that YFT had on this map.
And if you're looking at Core's history, yes, they are 2-2 on this map, guys, but the first two matches were in a completely different compositions, right? They're experimenting, they weren't getting the results, but ever since swapping to this chamber comp, they've been lights out. A 13-7 win against YFT last time they played this series, and of course a 13-3 recent win against Division 1 as well. So in terms of record, in terms of performance, in terms of turning things around on this map, this is looking like one of Core's better maps right now.
I love to see this. Exactly what we're looking for. I said before, I'll say again, games to be won in the map picks and bans, and also just so exciting for YFT to be facing a player like Nerve on the side. Of course, I see people in chat, they've just realized from the roster as well that Nerve will be here, and it is always good to see Nerve in the server and on Lotus, on Haven.
That's my goat, bro.
He's getting active. Yay, can you hear us? Please watch the game. But I do think it is, I mean, just the elimination. I don't want to say goodbye to either of these teams, unfortunately. We will. That is just the name of the game in playoffs in our lower rounds. But let's see who we think is going to win the dang thing with our predictions. I do want to say Dan was the only person that was right last time. We must give kudos to her. But maybe, just maybe, me and Roy will also be right this time. Or I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Are we? I actually have no idea. Dan! Okay, Dan, I'm gonna go to you, who was the only person that was right last time. The only person going for YFT. Talk to me. What's up?
Okay, I have two things here. Last time that they played each other, actually it wasn't that long ago, and I know Core has been looking good, but last time they played it, YFT is the one team who got the win. It was a 2-1. It was pretty close. It's the game that actually allowed YFT to make it all the way to playoffs and to put them in the spot that we're seeing them right now in. So that is one of them, and the second one is Nerve. Hey, look, hear me out. I love Stallion. I think he's incredible. I think the vibes are great from him. But again, whatever happened and whatever is allowing Nerve to play this game, I am so excited. Again, this was the reason. I don't know if you guys have seen. The reason why I said Furia was going to go on a run, was going to win champs, was because of Nerve and Alum. So
you were right.
You know,
I mean, you had a point.
I'm just holding on to these two players wherever they go.
Yes, wherever they go. Next, Alum's going to be in here, you know, just joining another team, and Dan's going to be like, I told you guys, I told you.
Exactly.
But Roy, I mean, you and I both went for Core. I'm going to let you speak for both of us.
I will speak for both of us. I'm honestly just glad that, you know, Dan broken the curse first and foremost. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Dan.
Second of all, I think Corey also thanks you. I send their regards as well. But yeah, I mean, I think for me, it seems like Core has been struggling, yes, but also at the same time, they're slowly finding themselves in these like comfortable roles, comfortable metas, comfortable comps. And I think the overall experience and the overall composure that should be coming out here from Core is gonna best YFT in this very high pressure, high stakes match. So I think in that regard, I think Core is more experienced. They're more in their element. And of course, there's a player on Core that we haven't really talked too much about that has been a consistent force throughout every iteration of this Core roster, and that's Moose. If he's loose, is a problem. And if he's not, it's okay. There's 4 other players that can pick up the slack. So overall, a lot of pressure coming in from every role on court.
And for YFT, with this change, it's not only for the roster, but as well for the composition that is going to be played here. We mentioned before that they had been playing a lot of this Harbor, and it didn't really give them the results that they wanted to in that last series. But for this one, it's going to be Nerve playing that Omen, and it's going to be this double controller with that Viper. So Atlas instead is going to be the one picking up that initiator with that Fade. A couple changes here as well that show the flexibility when it comes to roles and agents for them. But again, when it's a last minute decision, you never know what's going to happen.
YFT Nerve. I mean, I can't get any more excited for this. I'm just sitting over to your casters for this elimination game. It is Shio and Tenrek.
Let's get it done. The changes are in the business for YFT. The comps have also changed because of the last minute roster selection coming in. It is confirmed that for Stallion, it is due to personal reasons. It's not a permanent switch you're looking for Nerve. He's just stepping in for the day. Hopefully Stallion is doing well and he's going to be back for the rest of the playoffs. But looking at this now, Tenrek, you're looking at the board between these two teams. Lots has changed here.
100%. Yeah, YFT. Yeah. Seeing the double Senti proxy with Devi on this Viper, gonna try and go for a lot of that early aggression on this defense. I imagine try and outfight Core early before they can get the ball rolling on what has been a very well momentum-based attack.
Yeah, the biggest thing too, the reason that Harbor's not here, Stallion was the Harbor player. It takes a very specific person to pilot that Asian as well. You've seen at the start of it in Americas, you know, Mata, who was championing it, played it a lot in solo queue. Everyone was rocked it down, needs the experience. Nerve slotting in a much more default Lotus comp. This actually gives Kumi a better chance to not get smoked out completely all the time. So maybe he gets even more active. A pillar of Core that's not always the brightest amongst, but always does the best too. Money solved out. Core moves forward. Kumi super active as well. We're rocking in, and things are looking fine for the pistol.
Quick 1-2 with the reflexes before the trade could even come through. They did a good job of clearing. Quick takeover. Here comes the 3-man flank though.
There'd be a problem. Door opened. A toxic screen just stopping things from getting fast for the side of the retake here. And as that door cycles through, Nerve will pick up a little bit. Kumi active again though. No high tide to block it down. Nothing from that backside at all. Moose also in a pocket spot. Derek solved by Atlas. There's time to approach the spike now, but it is ticking down. There's gonna smoke on top of it as well. We got to be careful. Health bar's low. Remaining. Position goaded though for the side of the defense. Still, no time and nade inside that smoke as well. Should be the round here. Kumi also picking things up. An early tour, maybe starting for him at the beginning of Lotus, but for Core, things look consistent. Things look solid.
Already you're seeing how confident Kumi and Infiltrator are going to be. They know how mobile they have the potential to get once they break open, and very confident in Fly and Derek's ability to open up that space. Taking it nice and early, winning the fight for the A site before any other part of the round could be decided. And then that outstretch from the A post plant with what you've got left. Guarantee from there. Good for them to be able to make sure the rounds are as certain as possible, as early as possible. That'll be a lot of the win cons. Be able to net core the momentum that they love to have on these attack sides lately.
I was championing the M80 versus Core match on like every podcast, every DM I was talking about in tier 2 is to be super goated. Like this match is going to be the one to watch. I mean, these two teams, Titans in the scenes, it's going to be so amazing. The thing was, Core just did not show up on the day, and I feel like that's happened in a lot of their losses. As Roy pointed out, it's always Core versus Core in any match you see them play. I feel like in this one now, they're facing a more traditional composition. They're up against a team that might be a hero down. I feel like Stallion is one of the most, if not the reason why YFT are the way they are. You'll have more of a gap to just lock it down as Core. Inside this lower bracket, find your identity as a team consistently. Kumi, again, getting more space to play on Chamber without these smoke walls being so haphazardly placed all across the map and how YFT would usually play. It's time for Core to come to form.
A real golden opportunity to get your mojo back and reverse the choke artist narrative that has plagued this team since their stage 1 championship. A perfect opportunity to avoid a match against the Clutch Master. And at the same time, nice exhibition for Nerve. I think we're killing 2 nostalgic birds with 1 stone here, because it would be so nice to see Core find their footing on this run that they want to make.
Something big too is that when you have, like, I think you're, star player, person that's going to be calling a bit too, not going to be there for the team, everybody else just has to step up, right? This is their chance to fill a bit of the gap that's available. Sometimes it's hard to do well when you have people on your team also doing well. Like, someone's going and dropping 30 because there's another teammate dropping 5. That just is how it is sometimes. But without the super fire force first person in, Mega Controller Stallion up in Bay, you got to have everybody else now having the opportunity at least to level up. Muddy, I feel like, was a really good aspect of their last match that just wasn't fully able to push them across the line. He's alive, I feel like, a lot on his shoulders. If you look at the second guy, I feel like the person to carry the weight and frags on the team, it always comes down to Muddy.
100%. He's been the linchpin of so many of these forward attempts. Just willing to get in front of the situation. Really good management of high ground and airtime in general. On this raise, he should feel right at home. Still just merely seeing what they can graph out.
Cover going out.
Good hesitation by QOR to make sure that this spike can gain some extra space onto B, which is where they look to end. I just keep on making that noise cycle to smoke and open that door up. I'll step back out.
Now they'll come all the way back around. Nice little fake. They've bought it. They're all the way on the other side. It's just nerve here. You know the saying. It might be a bit of that time right now.
30 seconds left.
Paranoid, though, really pushed back in the spawn. The rest of the team's gonna flood in and have sight for free.
Ziff, wow.
Bit of a cost.
Egging on that Prowler, so Infiltrator peeks into it, manages to land that. And they're here for the post plant quite early. And do a lot with this. Another early pickoff. Jeez, finding both of those off the corner for Waterfall. And now you have to approach it as YFT. Make some semblance of space. Nice blast pack by Muddy to get it and one, but no more.
Unfortunate for the moment, Nerve on the backside has an angle to be able to maybe just solve things, but on the cross gets solved himself. Atlas is a part of the equation, also gets balanced out completely as QOR are opening the door to a dominant map showing on Lotus. The biggest thing I want to point out in that one is just how different the retake looks for YFT. I had the unfortunate thing to be able to cast the MVG versus YFT match a few days ago. NFC retake was one of the best things I've seen in formulaic things, at least on the anti-eco. That Harbor wall come in, seize nade to bait people who wanted to cross the wall. A Harbor and Stallion were a big portion of that retake. I didn't see a speck of defensive util coming in the best way on the retake. I did not see the YFT identity. This might be trouble right here if they're just relying on the star power of Nerve.
Still saw the things that they could do, trying to find the new ways to springboard with Nerve. The bones are there, you gotta make the skeleton. This is not the round to do it though. Worse buy, bad stack, big map, good core. Probably done round.
Money discovered on the C's as well. Gonna be easy pickups. Atlas though is even a voice for the team in the round. Double taps the heads. They'll fall and roll though on the side of YFT. A peek into a round of what could have been.
See if Nerve can find anything on the way down here. But yeah, playing the distance with the Stinger, tough deal. And QOR, yeah, I mean, this has all the makings of a runaway if they can just rinse and repeat a lot of these approaches and chip away at YFT's walls on the way down. Obviously, they're not as well fortified with this sub. Still exciting to see how Nerve is trying to play off of himself as much as possible and in turn enable the teammates. You have a lot of ways to open the door up for Muddy. The timing here is not hard to master. Muddy's pretty adaptive like that.
So their default Sentinel setup on the A site is usually, I think, bolstered up and filled with Harbor being able to retake C so well with the util that he has. That Reckoning also being an option. They're opting for Vice still staying on A. They don't have that Asian this time. I'm going to keep pointing out the differences between their compositions and what they're kind of forced to do today. Again, remember, this wasn't their decision to go for the sub. Unfortunately, it's just a last minute thing that they had to do. And here's the retake from Devi again. Greed taken over. Kumi has so much time to take apart Nerve now. That paranoia. The extra dark cover is not going to be there. Muddy with the time is going to be able to move through the door. Gets the first spray in the nade. After the fact, close range explosions. Going to be solved by bullets from Moose, who comes rampaging through from main, linking back up with his team. 2 players still left. He has the equation on the backside to solve. And they're not going to even look for it. Just pushing forward. Nightfall on the left side. Cause a nightmare for the side of Waterfall. At the same time, Ziff dodges it. He's awake, not dreaming this time. No mind invasion. The palace stays secure. A crunch coming in, but they've solved everything from Link to Heaven. It's bolstered by a dark cover. Atlas has a sight line. Atlas is almost good. Fire with the time, the space. Leanass is looking good for now, and he's there as well towards the very end. It's good from Flya. Expertise on display. 5-0 for QOR.
The adjustment from QOR in the long term was good when that crunch came calling, understanding that that second flank was coming through to go for the pinch. But that micro adjustment was almost better to nail all three on the way back in. Thank goodness Flya is able to play from the blue door. Neither of his teammates could. Manages to time that out perfectly, keep the streak going. But again, there are whispers of YFT being able to put it together. The synergy is still there. Nerve doesn't fit too baggy on this team.
Absolutely. The option of having this, you know, Viper being able to be played on this map as well now. Nerve with the experience on Omen 2. You get more control on A entirely. The gap is just your setups for the C retake and how it kind of affects your ecos as well overall on A. You got to be very careful as to how these setups are being put down. You don't want to fall into previous tendencies with a comp that's completely changed. So it'll take a little bit of training wheels at the start. Hopefully just 5 rounds worth of them. That being said, we might be forced to 6 because of the economy. Muddy does have the ultimate, and so does Atlas, the Night Stopper, I guess. Showfall, you can combine the names however you want them. But do they use them in this round is a question. Probably want to pick first. Right now, you can see Kumi, again, not having to deal with too much water walls or chaos from the defensive team. He's able to walk all the way up B and get a pretty good sightline as to where pressure really is on that side of the map. Walking so far in, the greed is biblical and still not solved. Kumi finds Atlas. Showstopper on this side of the map. Muddy is going to get active. They're actually investing into this with just 30 seconds left on the clock. The attacking team needs to make a decision, and it's to spray a wall and get rewarded. Ziff down, sight found. That's the spike.
Opened it long enough. Convinced enough players on YFT to buckle. Eventually opening up the C once they were able to break through the 2 holding it. So they get that buffer back, get the reset, maintain the advantage once more. And yet, that opportunity still lingers, that chance still holds, that skill still sustains.
Oh my God, a showstopper of their own. Explosion in the back left of side as Moose covers the right. They've got angles in tow. They've got every single person awake and landing shots with sublime accuracy. QOR making it flawless so far in this half.
Yeah, keeping it disciplined, keeping it clean, making sure they don't overutilize, but still staying dominant over those crucial spaces. They know that rubble is the easiest thing for YFT to get a handle on when it comes to initiating that new player, especially it being the guy who's going to smoke the door most of the time. And so choosing to challenge that and scrape off more than they can chew, more often than not, can just lead to the long-term win off rip. Seems like that's what we're going to be headed for again.
Ooh. Teleported the paranoia. Nervous there first, though. Still up top on that podium. First place for the rest of the team. He goes back down for his teammates' pressure. Stays up to have a few more shots. It's really good from the defensive side for now. Has been totally traded out, though. You thought they would have had the lead in this one. 2-2. Complete fast rotate here from the defensive side.
Same setup for Nerve as it was last round as well, and it just works again. Keeps the high ground this time on his way down.
Last player standing.
Ooh, patience from QOR. Okay. Derek on the A clutches. I feel like from VCT to VCL, this guy's been so good, specifically on this site across so many agents at figuring out where people want to come from. And even without any information, he knows the best angles to play. A double up on tree. How do you solve this one, Ziff?
I don't think you do. Ziff gives away the rose. They just swing it, so he'll swing them and get the 1. And yeah, it's as close as you can get, but you can't get any closer when it's that well set up. So 7-0 now on the scoreboard. YFT tripping into uncharted territory and having to, take stock at this point, understand where to go from here long term. How you invest into this round dictates the remainder of the half.
And we're seeing some nice comebacks today once people finally figure out what works for them, how they can get confident, and at least getting their rifles online. So for YFT, I mean, you're looking at this composition right now on defense. It is very free flow on where you want to put your sentinel for the round, how you want to fight as well, and especially how you want to retake. On Lotus specifically, If you're going for like a 3-man push mound and there's 2 people on A, you can use the center util to delay. You don't want to lose any bodies. I feel like the biggest issue for YFT right now is they're getting first blooded almost every single round. And they're the ones who are going down first, giving QOR a leg up in almost every single attacking side.
It sucks to have that opener go down, and it's either been muddy for the entry just to get players like Nerve in, or it's been Devi or Ziff trying to wait for the lurk, which QOR hasn't really had to enact that often. I don't think they're going to do it this round either.
Now they got to be careful right now. Kumi is absolutely carving these guys apart. The longer they wait, the more of a sightline he gets. It feels like YFT aren't really controlling the map as much. The best strat they have is to go all in on A, and they're gambling again.
Full stack for full stack, and the shots can be better from the defensive side to start, but they're much more prepped for Nerve's TP as they are for Atlas's approach, but still he stands strong, trying to get this full crowd crush going, but he'll get pressured by the double swing to turn it to a 2v1. TTK is a little wanting, but it's enough. And it's Ziff once again in the 1v2. Same story, different episode. Steel Garden ready, but the pit is now active. Once again, discouraged from utilizing what he's got. Just walks into it, accepts the inevitable, and we're standing at 8-0.
Trying to go for timing, just unfortunate. Still, I think a really good round from YFT. It's an eco. You want to deal some damage. Very hard to win. Landing sheriff shots right now after that brief pause means the mental is still online. They're very much so locked in. How much can they bleed though? Because even those rounds, you got to flip sometimes if you want to have a chance to stay in this game.
Yeah, there's got to be something that comes out of this. This is going to be one of the few rounds left where you have that shot on paper to be able to do it consistently. That Steel Garden's got to get used somehow. It feels like the kind of round to do it, but they'll still stick him alone on the C peak, which is where the spike is more headed. The 3-stack on Rubble is going to quickly disintegrate as the pivot is made clear. Noise completely cut. Nightfall launched at the C site, and in goes QOR.
They're tapped in. Kumi might be on an angle that's going to be so hard to solve. He's just on flank right now with the operator. Waterfall not going to be flowing through just yet. It's all the way as a spawn focus. Dark cover will fall. Then we move. Steel Garden rocking people down to just sheriffs. Classics for now. Spam coming in from Devi. You got to close the space now for YFT. Get into fighting very fast, but all these rifles still active on Ben.
Taken from the high ground first. Muddy always finding the way to get the first and hopefully the last for him. Infiltrator with the 1-for-1 trade, and it's a nice hold from the river for the most part. Fly has got to make the creep up, and it's going to make it 2 out of him. Devi throwing up the pit at the very last moment. It feels like there was a complete lack of setup on top of it, and he'll get punished off rip.
The C site and the rivers and waterfall run red with QOR. The kill feed too. I feel like this is just tough for YFT. That is the round where you can dictate the pace, understand where the rifles are, and win your fights. If you can't walk up to even fight QOR, you do not stand a chance. They had the numbers advantage a little bit as well compared to some of the previous rounds. Positionally, they were active and ready to go. This attack side orb, by the way, from Devi, or not Devi, excuse me, from Moose, stopping all the pressure. Finally, though, they solve Kumi. Nerve is a bit on a more backline right now and is so active, even blind, dropping damage. Moose is not ready to lose just yet, but Nerve doesn't allow him to fight. That is the first round for YFT on the board.
Much calmer pacing. They're looking for that TP from Nerve. Instead, he just runs it down with the help of the util to drown out the noise, and it does a beautiful job at gaining that space. Easy peeks. No one's watching him in time. Kumi daring to challenge with that outlaw into the heavy armor is certainly a choice, but it's not one that lands him much at all. So YFT gain some ground, prevent the perfect half from coming through, give another reason to show that they can make something out of this game yet.
Every time, though, it's got to be a gamble onto A for them to have control. This time, pushing over towards the C side slowly. Starting over with that Seasonate to just give away some false information. Thing is, though, for YFT, they understand that this might just be a fake. Have more numbers all the way over towards the C side. Nobody moving forward just yet. But Moose has seen they haven't kept the space. Moose has passed all the smokes. Moose has that toxic screen to keep walking up if he wants to. And that's pulled QOR all the way back to A.
Definitely convinced of this. Toxic screen being the one thing that's throwing him off. A Prowler get tossed in. That'll get clocked by Moose as well. The C's is your biggest threat on top of the screen. Yeah, Kumi really toying with this.
And the C's lands. No one's here to actually keep delaying, though. In 5 seconds, it can still push forward. The only person with an ebb and flow no right now is Atlas on this side on how things feel on A. Nerve hasn't been connected yet. He doesn't have the same type of angles as before. Doesn't have that timing. Boom, he's solving the off angles. This is risk. Orb will come up. Ziff will take a peek and he'll challenge timing on it again. He's locked in here. No rendezvous. And he solves Ziff. This guy's a machine, a monster that grabs all eyes from YFT and a smoker's rotation from B. The A side is open. The A side is course.
Nothing else could have possibly convinced YFT that they were going elsewhere. Atlas still for one on the way down, and there is a response crew here in time. Nerve is already on the scene and able to find Infiltrator after Flya gets coerced away. Muddy makes some use of the shotgun too after he blasts his way in, and all of a sudden it's Flya versus 3 on top of the box, though not expected by Muddy. Drop down into the second, and Nerve cleans it up. Distracted, tricked, fully taken away from, but not beaten out. The odds have been surmounted by YFT, and the game becomes interesting again.
So surprised, but so happy the fact that YFT are confident enough to keep rocking it down, lock it into this one. You have to admit, though, Nerve is leveling the hell up in this game, and every round finding the absolute value for the team. Fighting through a paranoia, fighting through a boombot as well, solo versus util and the players, and still winning.
Back to basics again for this final round of the half, an A brawl that YFT want to take hard. Tour de force this time for Kumi. No 2 shots this time, buddy. And the dry peak lets Tevi down to an early grave. Core trying to turn that into some quick pressure elsewhere. The B side seems the most vulnerable, so Atlas will rotate over, confirm the presence with the Prowler. But Derek on the cover with the cross, so Infiltrator has an easier time exiting and resetting things.
Viper's picked on this map for defense, so she can help solo players on B and A really anchor things down with the wall. No defensive Viper wall means Nerve has no lifeline. Once the spot is discovered, he is in big trouble.
They're ready to intercept. The second noise is made, but Kumi's making 0 noise until that screen goes down, and Moose with the follow-up swing. He's not ready, though. Neither of them are. Moose can reset, at least in time to grab the 1, but Muddy with the quick follow-up. And now the scurry back from the root to equalize the stack as if stands alone against an Infiltrator showstopper-led core into an open C site.
Backed off the showstopper, though. Infiltrator lost the space, understands from a peek in the waterfall how the pace is going to go for this one. Nightfall dodged as well. That might be disastrous. The NRGA going to be coming in, forcing Core into the fight. Infiltrator is disgusting on this one. Still moving forward. Damage on a Muddy. Ziff walks in behind him. Flya is ready to peek. This angle has been disastrous for YFT so far. They're the ones getting daylight robbery here by Core. 10-2 half as they seal away another round.
Finding a way to establish dominance right at the bitter end once again, taking that space back and turning it into a complete reset again. Launches his fragmented team right back on its heels, and Muddy not nearly as mobile, not nearly as agile with that 20-25 HP to his name.
One thing about YFT is that they love having momentum. They love chaining kills and pressure into some of these rounds. The way Core is doing this, they're kind of activating them over at A, offering them a few kills, and then putting them on ice. They have a 20-second rotate onto the C site. Their hands are already cold when they're going for that second wave coming in. They've used nade, they've used some of their utility. This is not the game that YFT wants to play. They want that one and done fight. They want some semblance of control. They can get it if they win this pistol against the 1-way and 3 players. The paranoia, they'll try to force their way through it here in a second. This just might not be possible. Tanking the boom bot. What is this? Ghoulie, Derek, did you even see that one, friends? What the hell?
Couldn't tell ya. That's unbelievable that they find 2B on the screen. It's not even optimized. You could pocket off of it, and they can't now. And now they'll take the aggression, take the fight to them. They got YFT hooked on the drug of war, and now they're gonna sweep the rug right back out from under them.
This is a must-win fight. That was the spike so far. An up-down solved as well. Nerve might have just done enough damage for Atlas to win this one. It'll be a very weak Derek. He can huff and puff and blow over, but Derek understands the rules of engagement. They understand the war happening right now.
Where are you?
Time bot. It's genius from Derek. Flushing Atlas back over into the strong side. What is that scam play? It doesn't matter. It's what YFT need. An amazing miracle. Accuracy while moving. And Atlas, don't waste it. You have to find Derek. Insanity in this off angle. The knife is out. The jump is free though. Atlas pulls a move that shouldn't be possible. And that spike down. One more obstacle. It's the big moose who whiffs the peak. And it might just be enough for Atlas to lock it down. He stays. Oh no! YFT! Atlas 4K to keep them in the game.
IGL, top frag, clutch master. Is there nothing this man can't do? On top of it all, after every semblance of the push fell apart, his double back on top of the fadeaway kill is spectacular. And then still bringing back composure after he thinks he has the getaway to nab that last shot. It's everything going right when everything since has been going wrong. A light at the beginning of this still very long tunnel for YFT.
Toxin screen down.
Idiot test inside the dark cover. They're in there. Devi, you gotta be careful, man. This might be disaster in just a few seconds. I feel like Atlas knows. Devi's caught out though. The trade is gonna be clean from Atlas. They're gonna be able to back off here for a second. Core not getting the absolute value from that trap play.
Bring them down.
Good for them to squeeze one out of it. Decent value for what it was. But you have very few options from here. It's got to be the hero moments again. They want to get away with it now. You'd prefer to keep that momentum from striking a team that is so heavily built on it, even when it doesn't have all of its parts. And it seems like Nerve is a bit of a momentum guy too. I'm sure he'll fit in just fine.
Now, an attack is where they can really get alive and active. Again, talk about the hero play. It requires a little bit of a superpower. I think the only person to have it right now is Kumi. Fire? Skyrim guard POV? Playing on easy difficulty? Like, what are we talking about?
Who goes there?
Must have been the wind. And yeah, if they can find some exits, dope. If not, I mean, it doesn't even matter giving the orbs away. Atlas already has something to be able to keep chaining the momentum for YFT here. The Nightfall into the next one. We will start to walk in. We'll see if there's a possibility for some value, but again, ooh, the flash too.
One enemy remaining.
Cheeky with it. That should be the round. YFT getting a foot into this one again, having some sense of both momentum, a little bit of identity with the slow pushes, and I just think the bursts are so good for them onto these sites. It's very similar to how Core were piloting that last half. They are definitely used to this Viper Owen stuff on attack more so than the defense, and I feel like it's a lot easier to pilot it on this side as well.
Figuring if they kind of minimize the interactions that actually have impact on the round, then you have a better hit rate with some newness to everything that you're working with. Would love to see where Devi pads for the remainder of this half, however long it ends up being, is didn't really get an opportunity to play off of any of his own stuff these past two rounds. And I'd love to see him combo some stuff, really take some space for himself while the rest of the team can actually press forward.
Good info from Derek. Lots of chaos. We got paranoia possibly as well. Sees that hits, doesn't let you hear the haunt coming. Tosses it in a perfect spot past that. Some pressure on the walls, but again, Viper's so good at just delaying the push here on the defense side.
Infiltrator now wasting even more of that time, so the screen can be reset, which now it will be. Nerve with this TP. Rubble is controlled by YFT, but no other commanding part of it, and so the repeat is inevitable. Infiltrator and Derek each getting theirs, but YFT still have the pack, and Core sticking around a bit too long leads to the personnel advantage going the other way. Fly the fake TP to maybe sell the bad swing, and no one's prepped for it. Ziff has to trade on a sliver of HP. He and Atlas will take over the B site with the Nightfall invested with no knowledge of Kumi's whereabouts.
He has one free shot here onto Ziff, and Atlas will be the real test and challenge. No info gain just yet as to where people are. Ziff will fall, I would say, prey to his hands, but nothing there currently.
Enemy remaining.
Understands where Atlas is, though. Last player planted. 1v1, and Atlas is taking the fight to Kumi for the moment. Seen, though, drop down, back up. He's just playing the seesaw game, and it's enough. Playing with the brain of Kumi. Atlas right now is just lifting the world for YFT.
Gotta be brazen and brash to take a bonus like that. Gets in front of it not once but twice, knowing that QOR's players are also gonna be chomping at the bit for it, itching for that fight as soon as possible. And that's a playing field that YFT are perfectly happy occupying when they're controlling the pace, which they continue to have that luxury to do as long as this game will go on.
They have to be perfect, though. They've been great so far, and greatness has them for the bank as well. The thing is, yeah, you lose 2 rounds. That could just be the entire game. You have to upkeep this Muddy onto Kumi. It's an eco, but he's going to be solved a mound.
A good start that already calls the weight shift in the conversation. How much do you try and put at this, and how much do you just play for the spike boom?
Poison's off.
I'm gonna weigh these options on the verge of that 6-10 gap. So manageable.
Oh my God.
Nice, that was a great find. In transition, head chopped off.
Now, I understand that XX might be a little bit tougher, but at the same time, Paranoia, the way that Muddy likes to play, some of these paces might change over in these next rounds to get faster for the side of YFT. Maybe QOR as well. Muddy's already on the angle, though.
One enemy remaining.
Good value from the team. Nobody falling down. A flawless would be amazing this round. Muddy is on 1 HP after all of it.
Flawless.
Hopefully they gotta get the plant too. Devi finding his as well. Huge round for YFT. Hold on to that outlaw if you want to. Muddy can take a bit more of a back seat. Oh no, he'll go for the buy maybe? Yeah, he will. He's gonna full send it there. Yeah. And after the force seat, yeah, with the buy incoming, Coral call the timeout now. Cody gonna instill something in here, hopefully.
Well, let's talk about what's been going on the best for QOR so far. The way they've been playing post plants together, all rifles online on the site. It's a bit harder to do overall on the retake. You have to come from different sides entirely, I feel like, right? But for QOR, just back against the wall the entire time, letting YFT plant to them was their strong suit on attack. You would assume on Lotus that is one of the best things you can do as well, just let the attackers come into you. But with YFT's slower pace right now, and the way Lotus is supposed to be played, if you stay back, you lose the map. So I need them to pick somewhere and stay there, then figure out what the retake looks like. That's Cody's job entirely. You've got some outliers as well, like Showstopper, Nightfall, Tour de Force, which you've already found value with. That being said, on the other side of things, YFT, their number one thing, just start getting even more kills. You got to be chaining these ultimates, catching up to QOR. Muddy is close to 1. Ziff is also a very active ultimate user as well. And then Atlas with the Nightfall. All these 3 ults can just give you another round. They need to find one soon, because 6-10, at some point, your strats will be solved. The enemy team is getting more kills than you on average. You got to be careful here.
Yeah, time crunch. Very much active. QOR will get their finger on the pulse. It is inevitable. Gotta keep on getting those kills.
Toxin screen down.
I keep on nailing those frame perfect parries.
Really, I think for QOR, they just need to win 1 round. YFT, to shake the confidence a bit, have to, like, I don't know, maybe even win just 3 overall. Just send it the whole way through. Infiltrator gonna be active this time. We talked about you can't sit back, you have to attack. And that is exactly what QOR does after the timeout. Very confident, hearing how YFT moves around the map. They never just keep pushing the same space they have, and QOR finds the gap, sends a rocket through, and that should be 11.
Yeah. All of it slightly off kilter as well, checking for the anti-defaults, that Paranoia on a strange diagonal to let that Showstopper have a really nice visage and mound. And then Derek and Kumi slightly off of those peaks on the 90s, making sure even if it is ISO'd against them, they can still have that advantage.
One enemy remaining.
Nightfall tossed on top of the spike, so Infiltrator can get away with a paint shells that has Muddy deafened and now deadened, and it's a flawless the other way for QOR to indeed take us to 11-6. Shio, you said they only needed one. We'll see if that holds true. Looks like it might.
Even though YFT might have that bank, if QOR is going to figure out the pace, I feel like the Thieves might be a little bit in trouble. Muddy has that showstopper, still hasn't used it. Earlier on, Kumi could just bat it out of the sky. They're not going to be together this time. It's a full retake towards A. No delay, really, and I'm curious as to why. There's no ultimate here. No creative wall. No nothing for the side of QOR to get this. And yeah, the team will push through. They're taking their time, though, to get close. No nade, no sees, no scan. They're understanding that QOR might have an empty site here on A.
You're gonna send 4 bodies to the flank?
Oh,
Derek
they know
on
something.
his own against the trademark. Yeah, they gotta be tuned into something here, right? I don't even think you can have 4 people 3-2-1 on this sheer, right?
Oh, you can. You do it with
you
5
can?
even.
Oh, there they go. Oh, they're gonna make it work, and they find Ziff off the bat. Now they're fully prepped. Showstopper on the site. Muddy is looking for the 1 out of the 5, and Derek will finally reveal himself once the Showstopper's in Narnia. QOR flipped this on its head, and the spike's not even down.
It's just too good. Absolutely falling for the bait. Double C's. They're Pokeball. They're owned backside. They're trying to hash past it, though, and not be controlled. Kumi. Scopes online. Debbie is not going to be able to handle 4 different players at the same time. Muddy's going to be coming in, trying to isolate angles, left and right, solving the up, down. Patience from QOR. No matter what, they can adapt. And no matter what, Lotus is inevitable. 12 rounds on the board for QOR.
Wondering how many people Ziff ended up seeing, because he could turn to the swing, but it was just so chaotic. But it seems like Muddy had an idea that there was more than 1 person potentially waiting on that A site to open it up. At the very least, he clears the space, but even so, you are just not prepared for the amount of bodies swinging out a tree here. Muddy has to try to reduce this to a hero moment, and damn it, he nearly does. He's just that good. But it's 12-6 regardless. Opportunities are about to be completely without. And with that tour de force open, QOR are starting to cycle options. Do I see a double op?
He just might. Yeah, it's going to be a possibility here. Flya can TP past, I believe, on an angle, or just stay for the moment, and he will. Action's all the way on the A side, though, for YFT. Odin in tow. If they hear that orb, it will start to spray. Oh, now you can't take it. Derek has shown the cards. Storm might get tapped again. Here comes the nade. Second wave of interruption. YFT, paranoia past it. Odin, they be scared for the moment, but Infiltrator just cuts the space. Moose is there as well for the sprays through the smoke. Is going to find so much value on this side. At the same time, tree finally discovered. Uprooted. It's QOR. Right now, they're not staying static on the site at all. They dynamically move, find their groove, and take that map to 13. What a display of dominance.
A really casual hunting expedition for that final round. They continued to stay proactive while not making it look like they were desperate, and that is the mentality you have to hold on to against a team as volatile and in transition as YFT. Sure, they got this sub. Sure, he's from VCT. What does it all mean? Honestly, it's challengers. None of this matters. They're going to be as good as they're going to be on the day, and YFT is looking pretty dang good despite this scoreline showing otherwise. QOR have to remain vigilant if they want to take this out 2-0.
Absolutely. The map pick after this will be YFTs to see where we're headed. You'll have to stay tuned just a little bit. For this match, entirely nerve was a factor as to why there were rounds on the board. For the rest of the team popping off, I feel like for YFT and approach, Atlas was there as well in multiple rounds with the clutch. The match seemed a lot closer than it was because of individual play. As a team, QOR is dominating. If they take that team play to the next map, might be seeing these guys in a lot of trouble. So stay tuned. I want to see what the desk thinks. We'll be right back as well right after this.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. Yeah, they're going blind, and it's from Body.
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off, you'd imagine. But this spray through the smoke at least going to guarantee one as X is stat.
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Roy and Dryad on the desk. And it got dicey. There was a moment there, Dan, where I was looking at you and Roy, to my right and left, if you will, and said, is this really going to happen? Is this comeback going to happen? And no, it did not. QOR take their map pick of Lotus and eventually take it home, bring us to a map 2.
We definitely started thinking about it when you see YFT win that second pistol, win that bonus as well, win that 4th round to into that second half, but also it was just such a massive lead for QOR. Honestly, we should have never worried. At 10-2, they look really dominant, and I know that we talked about the other side. We talked about how YFT, of course, they're playing for the sub. They had these last minute changes when it comes down to the roster and also the composition that they were bringing here. But I think on top of that, you just have a QOR that was playing so well. I think Kumi was highlighted constantly on that first half, on the way that they were approaching the extremities, on the way that he was finding those opening picks. He was one of the biggest reasons why that lead was as big as it was.
Dude, he started off this map 3Ks in a row. He was 9-0 going into round 4. Like, what? I mean, this is what I was trying to say in the pre-show, right? It's like QOR is in their own world. Like, they're actually just playing single player. Like, they don't have an opponent. They're their only opponent. And I think we kind of got to see that, because I don't even think this whole roster situation for YFT made a difference. Like, QOR was just fired up. Kumi, Moose, Derek, they were going berserk in that first half, closing it off 10-2. And yeah, despite Atlas's great effort in the clutches, especially starting off in the pistol, another clutch later on as well, and made it a little bit closer. But I mean, this was QOR all day, and it was just QOR letting their foot off the gas to kind of make this a little bit closer towards the very end. But overall, this is the QOR that's eyeing the prize right now.
I'm gonna come back to you for this, Roy, because you said, you're like, hey, this QOR can be incredible. Get it, QOR, ha. This QOR can be incredible, but it's up to them. It is genuinely, it's QOR versus QOR. They're playing against themselves. It is all in their hands, and it kind of seems like they took your words to heart and said, yeah, you know what, Roy, it is in our hands, and just, that was Flya. It went absolutely nuclear.
Yeah, you don't even have to take my word for it, okay? Just look at the way they move around in post plants. Like, compare their good days with their bad days. Like, the way they're moving around in post plants, the way they're moving around in the mid rounds, like, it's night and day difference when QOR is feeling it versus when QOR is not feeling it. And it's just like, I've at no point in this history of this roster throughout the split 3 have I ever been like, is this roster good enough? Is this roster like not good enough? Like, I've never had those questions. It's never been about that, like, ever at any point. I literally have not had a single one of those thoughts enter my consciousness. Okay, I've always thought, is QOR playing their game or not playing their game? Are they on the same page or not on the same page? It's always been that, and I think it'll remain to be that. And I think we saw it right here with this 14-5 on the first kills, 13-6 on the score line, and just overall pure dominance from QOR.
Especially because, like you're saying, when QOR look good, they look insane. They look like one of the best, if not the best teams that we could have here in Challengers and moving forward. And part of it, I think what is the most impressive and what is a good sign for me for QOR is the fact that even when they were losing that second pistol, when they were losing that bonus, when Atlas was just going insane and top fragging, they still were able to shut it down before it got too messy, before it got closer than they were really comfortable with. And it really shows in the first kills that we just talked about. It shows in the way that Kumi was playing. It shows in the way that they were going for these executes and the amount of space that they were getting later on in the support as well. The Flya, for example, and Moosebury were able to give to the team. It's just the little things that have helped out and gives us good signs for QOR, no matter who they're playing against and no matter the practice that they've had on the other side.
Yeah, I think, kind of paint the picture. Yes, YFT are playing without Stallion, who was such an anchor for this team. I saw a lot of people in chat who were disappointed. I mean, nervous, no slouch. I mean, Dan will tell you right away that, this is someone who has a tier 1 experience, is just so dang good. And so it's not, well, it is a big shoes to fill, literally. I mean, Nerve absolutely can fill them. But you look at those first kills, you look at this team. I think, Roy, we spoke about kind of the way teams act during an elimination game. This is a team, when their backs are against the wall, the bite comes out, right? And this is absolutely a QOR who is, not just barking, but biting back 100%.
Yeah, I mean, from my experience competing for so long across multiple titles, honestly, it really are two types of teams. Like, there are teams who are backs against the wall and they just they shed all the psychology. I don't know what happens. They just lock in. And there's people that just they can't be in the present moment. And I think QOR is one of those teams. We've seen it many times. Yes, they had, you know, split 2. They did drop into the lower bracket. They kind of flopped early on as well. But I think this time it's a little bit different because the roles were awkward back then. Now it feels like people are comfortable. Now it feels like people are getting, you know, more in tune with the team, you know, the team culture and the team philosophy, if you will, with every passing match, and everyone's comfortable on the role. So I think I have a feeling that this time is going to be very different for QOR. This first map is definitely pointing towards that. But again, I don't want to get too ahead of myself. Okay, ultimately that was QOR's map pick, and I don't want to get too excited. And then now we're going into YFT's map pick on Haven, where they've had some phenomenal results and they've played it many times. So I think this one should be a little bit more competitive.
Yeah, I mean, I think let's go. I'm going to go to you, Dan, to talk about this. We are going to YFT's pick of Haven. They are starting on the defense. Their backs, we're describing this, their backs are against the wall. They are now 1 map away from elimination as we move into Asian Select, Dan. And does anything spark inspiration to speak about looking at Asian Select right now?
Yeah, of course, right away for QOR, I'm seeing Kumi on that Waylay that we didn't see the last time the league play this map. They were playing Kumi on that Phoenix, and then Infiltrator was playing that Jet. So they're going to change up a little bit of how that double duelist is going to be playing out. And on top of that, you're also going to have Flya, instead of playing the Astra, playing that Omen. So really big changes here in the way that they want to play and the pacing as well that they want for this attacking side.
Roy, going to you. Does anything spark your fancy?
I'm buying out that double dive. I mean, the Waylay Jet is so explosive, right? But the only thing with that composition is, while yes, you can get on sites very easily, and yes, it does allow flexibility on the defensive side in terms of who wants to opt, there still isn't a ton of flashes, and there's not a lot of ways to brute force smokes outside of the movement. So there's actually a lot of pressure on YFT to be clean on holding chokes, being clean on plucking out some of that explosive power, and honestly just denying space overall to QOR Gaming. Of course, keep an eye out on Atlas. He had a hot first map. He's on the Phoenix here once again, and of course with the Neon and the Phoenix, there's a lot of synergy with the Duelist on the defensive side when it comes down to taking space, flashing through for map control and fighting. And when it comes down to that attacking side, there's a lot of synergy on those sites with the speedways, with the flashes through and the fights through. It's going to be a lot of pressure on QOR Gaming to try to hold back against that synergy.
YFT, if you can hear us, the game is in your hands. If you want to stay away from elimination, put up or shut up right now. I'm going to send over to your casters, possibly for the last time, Shio and Tenrek.
Let's get it rocking down. Thank you, Liz. Thanks to the desk. Let's see if YFT has what it takes to stay in this bout. A more classic version of the comp. We'll see what's good here between both these teams. Waylay versus Phoenix, 2 different shades of double dive. Tenrek, it's gonna be a bloody banger.
Yeah, with YFT, the reason for the pick is obvious. Everyone on the team has 10,000 hours of experience on the map. They've gotten to play it since the dawn of time, and they don't have to change much for their composition. For QOR, the change in composition is very much welcome. Kumi's Phoenix has been a lot weaker than a lot of the others we've seen in the region thus far, and his Waylay feels a lot more comfortable, especially with the double dive momentum-based attack that we've seen QOR continue to lean into time after time, even when it seems like the timing isn't perfect, which it needs to be against this defense if they want to have a proper show at a 2-0.
That being said, when it comes to who's on fire right now, when it comes to shooting QOR, let's start the last map, Electric as well. This time, gonna see if these 2 duelists on their team are able to make that space, land those shots. Zip will be able to deny a little bit. Makumi activated, not gonna be going back. A distraction so for Moose to be able to eat off the platter of it. Moose is still activating. Flya is on the left as well. Everybody on QOR's side is so just vigilant on this attack. The pistols land the heads. A 2v1 for Devi to solve.
You have to be. With as little opening as you do, it has to come down to the gunfights. You don't have the flashes to get in like you would with the Phoenix, and you don't have a way to reset in a 1v2 against Devi, who he takes with ease, not dropping a single point of health, and clutching up the pistol for YFT to get us started. This is what we saw coming from a mile away from the draft, and it's showing immediately.
Take that timing, line them up, knock them down. A entry that was still so good from the side of QOR. It's just sometimes that last decision that doesn't work out totally for the teams. 1-0 for the moment. YFT now will be locked in, and at the same time, I'm looking at things from QOR. They're forcing up here. They are not done staying in control.
They want to play close quarters. They feel comfy with the Stinger buy. Everybody can get the heavy armor too, so immune to the potential outlaw, but the stack back on B is strong too, and Nerve can nail the heads back. Sure, why not, man? Let's do it. Let's get this party started.
Triple stinger spray from window. You're trying to take the B side fight. Skid will come in defensively to open up everything on the side of Core. I mean, some of these decisions, low percentage, trying to do that low tier play. I mean, okay, it's an option, and it's a call that YFT rise to actually stop in motion. So able to pinpoint exactly where the aggression is coming from, lock it down, and that's going to be setting Core so far back. Might just be a 4-0 for free for YFT.
Yeah, that's as far as Core got before the timeout was called last map. Might ring the same way here, as this might just feel like a done for. With YFT not even having to heavily invest into this next round, they can keep themselves stocked up for the remainder with the confidence that they have already in the early peaks. Core want to cash in on that C site that's boded well for so many teams in this region. YFT have this KJ on response and this money on the sniper, and both are gonna ring true as can be. Kumi down to the sliver, and Ziff is gonna shave it off his head.
Ziff doing such a good job actually being able to, I guess, play the game this time, have a site to defend, have a choice in some of these rounds. Last time, the flood was just too much. The angles he had to play just didn't really make as much sense for him, but his long range ones, that patient game, is so much better. Atlas is still getting proactive from that running back again. Everybody on YFT is awake and alive.
Yeah, this Atlas Phoenix has been one of the most entertaining single agents we've seen this stage so far. Just been absolutely electric, sometimes independent, but sometimes such a solid bridge for these post plants. One way or the other, it's gonna track you down and not shy away from that fight. Even more the case in a situation like this when the chips are so down.
Something to lock it in. Nice pick from Infiltrator to just start things off for the moment. Not gonna find too much, backing things off again entirely. Jet Waylay, not as much synergy. Waylay can sometimes jump into the cloud burst. She can maybe surf with the Jet above certain sight lines, but you don't have flashes, as Roy was talking about. It's gonna be hard to activate those dashes past Flya and the Paranoia, which again, you have to really timing and section yourself around. I'm wondering how much value here YFT can find. They have some rifles to be able to actually put some work in positions like Ziff in this one, so far ahead and so close yet nothing, no value, giving Core the game they want. There comes the dive, saturate with Jet sliding in as well. That is just perfect, frame perfect even for Core.
Yeah, that hitbox is hella deceptive sometimes, isn't it? Barely skating into it.
And that might be the round.
That'll do it. Yeah, you got to hold on to the operator, and everyone else will be able to buy their way back in. So Core will find the stability, the flawless kind, to manage and get their foot in the door for this half. That was a twofold takeover against admittedly slightly worse guns, but worked out without a hitch.
This is not the Summit patch, so Killjoy is not buffed up to have that faster turret, nor the Nanoswarm that lasts longer. Still, Ziv should be the solution as to what Kumi and Infiltrator really want to do on some of these sites, especially C, playing in front of your Nano, playing in front of your turret, all this util. Might not be the best decision, even though these duelists can skip it. What he could do is put his Nanoswarms exactly where they would land after the double dive, and that would really solve a lot of things and cause some chaos for Core. There's lots of adaptations and mind games between the Sentinels and the duelists on this map when there's so many aggressive comps in tow. That being said, spam smokes. There's so many ways to stop a team that has no flashes. Instead of a side smoke, you can do more greedy long smokes on both C and A.
At the end of the day, this should be so one note for Core. It should be so easily shut down by YFT as long as they have the right read. So they need to get it quick. Speaking of quick, how about this insert? Goes Kumi, and he gets the first. That's Ziff gone. C reconditioned, and the pressure has to completely shift now for YFT.
Lost a lot of information here. B needs to be covered over as well. C, no longer a delay factor. Yet all the pressure still on A. Muddy. Talk about bopping someone in the head, just stomping on him with that opta. Low side flick after that. Okay, conversion pads and a slow neon down. The dash got up, stun in tow. Kumi gonna find Devi instead. He's gonna be the target. Trying to defend money up, saturate, dash away from it, and after that be able to hit that op shot. Infiltrator will just delay the inevitable, yet still land the shots. I mean, overwhelming is core, man. How do you stop that? They don't even have flashes.
Yeah, just bulldozing it, running it down. Once you read that operator as well, that singular pressure, you understand a checkpoint that you can start really sinking your teeth into. That first pressure point where you know you can manage a close quarters fight, you can activate from there. You may drop a body along the way. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But taking that initial space, that initial pressure, as soon as Money has to sacrifice it, and you see the second you swarm him, he has to use everything left. The slide to get out of the saturate follow-up, and then the fast lane to avoid dying even on his own. And from there, he's useless in the remainder of the fight and blocking off extra space. Again, super volatile way for the dominoes to come falling as long as Core nails him in the right order.
Pushing towards A again, this time trying to topple that short domino. Devi wants to holster it, keep it strong. Right back into the first again. It's going to be tough. So much coverage for Core to get onto these sites. You would assume that Core is up against an eco right now. Infiltrator with the spray. Money will try to get in, scanned. Absolute blinding, but so many layers on the side of Core. Overwhelming again. Drowning out these guys before the spike is even planted. The round is over.
They had a psychic read on that round, I swear to God. They acted out the script like line to line for that one. The Hunter's Fury to fully clear the board out for Link so that your double dash can get free access to the site. Bulldozes the site even faster than before. And then you just spray through all the places you know they're going to start peeking. Heaven first through the smoke, sure, why not? Put a cage down on Link, sure. Everyone's just going to start peeking out. Let's just give Infiltrator 3 freebies. I don't care anymore. I don't care. So now the knive's active, the neural theft ready. You have several ways for Core to pierce through now.
Absolutely. The map is kind of open now with A being a little bit of a struggle. And my question is too, in that one, how do you only have 2 people coming in at the same time on an A retake? Heaven is an option. We still look forward as to what's happening next now. A little bit of a cluster onto the B site. Not a bad call from where Core is actually exploring for the moment. I think this is really good from Devi to be this far up and actually looking down A, still confident, tagged off maybe, and has to back up. A default smoke gets put down to keep these guys in that A cage. Still, they move closer to these eco weapons on B.
The hero guns buddied up. Makes this B site kind of high and dry, but they're trying not to sell it that way. Muddy just causing a ruckus. But in goes Kumi. Again, delaying the inevitable. The relay bolt will do so. Now the overdrive reset finds the high ground and double peeks in, but Core can nail it down quicker than the rest of the team can come back. And that's probably the one chance gone. Still, though, Devi finding value. The shock dart managing to escape through the rest of Moose's health pool. And now the Hunter's Fury to try to chase down this early plant with 30 seconds to go. YFT can get a grip on this round again, but still the site's taken.
30 seconds left.
Not gonna have the firepower to be able to respond in this one either. Smoke might be the best hope, but look at Infiltrator using his namesake to be in this position. Gamble left will be hard to react to the right with the gun in sight as well. Nerve will try to follow right through with it though. Spike finally planted for Derek. They're gonna be going close and personal with it. Paranoia coming in, but the angles are so close. Jumpster all around. It might just be enough for Core to keep up the score straight to 4.
Nailing good timing on that one to make sure it was a guarantee. Nice explosion out to make sure you could manage against that. An Infiltrator, yeah, getting in that smoke early is a win-win because it forces the recon bolt and then the extra gunshots. That's really crucial seconds wasted. A re-entry they have to spend just fighting him. Everybody from Core can shuffle back up, reset with that extra info. Wasting time in the margins, forcing YFT to have more room for error, which they are so prone to at this point in the tournament.
YFT's got to make a wish, man. They got to find a way to keep getting aggressive. Okay, this might kind of be it. I'm not sure though, because again, we talked about some of the best qualities for YFT. It's carrying on momentum. The issue is, in these last few games, the speed of Lotus, you're looking all the way, you know, at just both halves of that map as well, and how Haven's going right now, jumping on an eco half the time, not being able to swing the way you want to on the other as well. They're not picking up enough momentum for everybody to have the fights that they really want. Core is also taking the fight to them, forcing retakes. They're running into kill trips and cages. Now they're on a tech pause. Just look at that last round. Muddy just felt like his arm was rusty when he's trying to turn with the overdrive. Like, they're not fully locked in for the moment, and this might lock them out even further.
Yeah. It's really got to be perfection coming out of YFT. It's got to stay surgical if they're going to make this kind of approach. Everybody has to be so singular, so impactful on their own, and then they can group back together, take on the round as a whole. So, yeah, it comes down to how the mental operates for these YFT players. If this technical pause is a blessing for these guys to get out of their own heads and just act out as they know they can, then group back together for when the game starts back up, play it all together as best they can.
Gotta look at the history of the map for YFT as well in terms of what things might be looking like for them in approach to this one. You're looking at Lotus over time for them. It was a loss against NBG. That's when Stallion was still playing. I think that's the most recent one I just had earlier. Banger 3 mapper though, that went the full way. But the thing with this, right, is that they weren't facing this type of double duelist. They don't understand the pressure with this one too. It's a bit tough. Them against NRGA Academy as well. That roster was going up on Lotus with, what is it? A default kind of Viper comp that was up in the business. Or we're looking at Haven, not even Lotus. On this map, it's always Chamber and Jet. It's always one duelist that's coming in. It's tough on Haven to have a read on Waylay and Jet at the same time. And although Core might not have the tools in tow to get the duelists active, if both duelists themselves are able to just play entirely on their own, have the dash-ins, not have that much of a challenge, you are not, playing to your outs, to your win cons to stop these guys from diving in.
Anytime one of these duelists finds an open channel, they're not really slowing down ever. They're sort of just moving until they find the first player they can kill, and then maybe they'll take a second to just hone out this space. But this double explosion from Core is just so good when Derek nails the intel on weak site. Guarantees you that first blood, if not the open space, and either is what they'll take. Lia's gonna stick this TP. Atlas quickly punishes that one, but the double dash in is still good, and Infiltrator has the knives going. It's gotta do a bit more, as Nerve is also able to find Moose's lurk, so only a 3-stack on the site that has a quick reactor, and the lockdown as well.
When we miss the timing to be able to stop the lockdown as well is going to be kind of tough. They're going to have to get all the way away from this one. Luckily, Spike is not down, so it's not a retake fully lost by any means. It is them fully pushed back on pressure, though. YFT's did a really good job to reset the round with a man advantage.
Now the KJ util guaranteeing that no one's gotten too far into the other straights, so they can keep this weight on A and not...
No way.
Oh, Nerve. That is... really tough timing.
And Kumi's gonna go for
it's gonna get more painful. Oh
yeah.
No.
Okay, so he's thinking about B. Can't go and look at the turret though, or that'll give everything away. No alarm bot on this site, but it feels like Core have a read that there's might be an anchor on C somewhere. So
yeah,
it's all on Kumi to find that space. Nerve might just believe that these players are long. The dart finally comes in, and that just might be the revealer as to what's going down.
He's got to run it down now with YFT getting that signal. How long does Kumi stick here? It's got to be a really tough window for him to take. But surely someone pads through here. Yeah, Ziff is going to make it.
I mean, this is still a tough angle to try to play for a trap play. It's all on Ziff wanting to peek, and he does. No punish. Solving where one person is. A slide to push Derek off the angle as well. They know it's a double garage. They've got a fast lane to cover it as well, but Buddy wants to take battles into his own hands. This is impossible. Yet, there was a line. Almost. Nice from YFT. Really good reset. Nice proactive lockdown as well. That's how you stay in the game.
Going individualism again. Popping off when those tendrils start getting too far out. And the site, not guaranteed thanks to that lockdown, which Ziff now has on reset, but you do have new ways to enact that really decisive slowdown, primarily Atlas with that run it back. You can just stick that in the heels of this push that QOR is going to be going for, probably hard C. Then you can apply that same cavalry pressure. Moose again on the lurk here, this time on A lane.
Attack one way coming in, so Ziv can't even really jump spot and get any information on an angle. Flood might be there though from the backside. Atlas is here, has to run it back and immediately use it. Pop flash in, anti-play from Infiltrator. Paranoia gonna be coming in a relationship of blind from both sides. Derek solves one of the problems, and Muddy and Ziv fill the rest of the gaps. It's really good construction by YFT happening live. They're building a bunker and a base that cannot be penetrated on C.
That exact kind of delay that Atlas needed with that run it back forced QOR to stay on the front half of that C site for way too long. YFT could safely re-entry through Link despite the smoke already getting set up. A dead giveaway that YFT can again cradle, intercept, and then re-aggress. And now QOR stand with next to nothing besides these rifles, which they might also lose after this round. It'll start to be a stunted buy if they can't gain back the momentum here. Opportunities running thin to take this attack half away.
Double duel as well is just so much better on attack, where you have control as to what site you can choose. On retake, you need those flashes on the defense. They don't have them as much. I think a minimum of 6 rounds for QOR here are definitely needed. Yet they're running into another wave of Killjoy util, another wave of 3 players on the behind it as well. Like, you've got to be very careful here as QOR, and very lucky to find value from this position.
They're going for the C pinch on the op that they already read, and they're still gonna lose to it. That just should not be happening. And Ziv unaccounted for until the very last moment. The Paranoia saves Infiltrator's life, but Muddy gets his refrag. It's gotta be QOR active on the back line, and Flya nails the early shot on a nerve, but Atlas here to respond. Moose ready for it, and it'll be a 2v1 for the retake.
Devi will push patiently through garage. I'm liking the group up here inside the smoke as it dissipates though. Dark cover might turn into just a horrible situation for Devi. Flya was ready though. They had so much time left on the smoke. That is around QOR. I'm not sure deserves, but does grasp away from YFT.
At that point, they had been conditioned by the KJ util set up on the garage, so they weren't as scared of it, and they were willing to lose a body on the way in for Muddy's peak because they knew he was going to be so singular on that C opening. They knew they had that time window to at least gain the space, and crucially, Flya got ahead of it this time, got to Link, had that early peak, was ready for it this time, and that nailed the space a lot easier for QOR. Much better replication of what failed previously. Now they'll go for something completely different, sweeping the 4-1.
Doesn't have to be a confirm onto A. Biggest question from that last round for me as well, that's hindering left in my mind. What happened with the 3-man stack on C as well? The immediate flood was so good. They have that first wave of util. They need the players there as well. How are there so many 1v1s gained from QOR? Up, shot in, Infiltrator, no help, down. And that is a really good proactive play. Taking Hunter's Fury out as well. Flyers are gonna be able to actually convert off of it. So Davey left high to dry, and Derek gets electric. Is able to find another. Do they know about the other 2 players on A though, or do they think the side is free? Note who's in mid. Look over at Moose. He's controlling these rotations. They have such good insurance on this side of the map. A deep trip and a cam on C as well. All he has to do is get one whiff of Ziff, and the rest of QOR is gone. Time's ticking though. 40 seconds on the clock.
Gotta make a call at some point. A miracle that they made it this far. Infiltrator standing alone, and the Hunter's Fury somehow fields away 2 from the re-peak. Should not have happened. Money on the pocket plan, fields the early saturate, has to throw up the fast lane for the slowdown, and the stack for YFT might be convincing enough for the pivot to happen, but they're running out of time, man. It has to be a convincing bluff. YFT, though, they know that.
Oh, God.
And with Moose already being revealed on B side, it has to be the A push, but they're all going for Moose. They're gonna make it work just in time, and QOR still gets the kill. Oh, and the overdrive into the C snake, they're completely wrong.
They still think it's C. They now move the extra 3 seconds.
Bro.
It's a brain melter.
This should be a quintessential QOR choke. This should be like the chokiest of all the choky QOR rounds we've seen through this stage. And they might just win it, man.
Hold up. This is a call. This was orchestrated. This was the play. Past the Paranoia. It doesn't matter. QOR make the super bluff work. Staying up in A. You just need 1 anchor. It all goes bad. taking the clock down to 14 seconds. The MVP for that one, in my opinion, is Moose. I don't believe he grabs the attention of all those players. The calling there on court as well. So good to just get these players into these positions, commit to this mode of patience and stealthery. I mean, it's nuts from core, and they found the 6 they need on attack.
The commitment to the bid is absolutely unreal.
Yeah.
To the bitter end, man. Even after you're down in the first, you trade away the 2. Just playing that game of chicken until the last second. Unbelievable. Just to get the lead back, man. On the attack half, bro. This double dive, the retake is like, on paper, like it could still work. It's just, you have so much you have to clear if YFT get the setup.
I mean, the number one thing is that they have been playing against core. The biggest success that YFT's had so far is putting numbers on site. Core's doing such a good job of understanding that. That's how Moose is getting these lurks. You don't have a straggler that can run around the map. Money took a picture of the rest of core. If you guys want that, we can send it over, get it developed. It's all good. That's a lot of info that's not going to move anybody from YFT on the other side of the map. Core is in their heads. They have no idea, even after seeing 5, what the setup's going to be. Devi going to find value onto Derek. Infiltrator finally in. The spray going to come in, but not really find a kill. Refract and take it back at the same time. Muddy has this attack locked down. Flya activates.
30 seconds left.
Close range, Atlas in the smoke, the world on his shoulders. He's gonna be able to find that spray upgrade into a Vandal. 1v1, this is all for the site. It's good. 2v1 now. Nerve has to switch weapons, gets the Vandal from the shadows on the last round. He's been discovered. Oh, and the spray is good. 1v1 for Nerve.
Just got this magnetic read, man, and Flya. Once again, doubling down on the bit in the smoke. Yeah, where else could he be, Nerve? Come on. Well, the back out into hell. Reset as it dissipates. Surely he's aware of this too. Smoke of his own, TP, paranoia, so many options. What does he do? He just tries, swings it. Watching the graffiti first, but Flya whiffs. Has to TP away, but still get hit by the paranoia. You those, you know he wins those. And YFT, you know, they still got a shot. It's 6-6 on the half.
Nerve just got active. That's what you like to see in the 2v1, playing for every possible out, and that might be the round that kind of dictates how this game goes. 6-6 instead of a 7-5, and most importantly, the momentum here for the side of YFT is not chalked. The supremacy that core puts down once they start putting rounds up gets nerfed up a little bit as these sides switch over. After so many rounds where they kind of knew the recipe, the formula to start winning, it stopped at the very end, and I think that might be the best for YFT. Second best thing would be maybe, and even better, winning the pistol, which is going to be difficult when you have, I think, all of core still active and still locked in.
100%, unshaken so far. So it comes down to the individual fight. They were able to tear the team in half on the previous pistol and win it off of that. See if they can do it again. Taking the 4 in the courtyard. Yeah, they can make a lot of noise mid here with the double duelist and no flashes. Be really aggressive on it, but yeah, Ziv on the 1. The timing is so bad. No! Gotta make it work from here. Beeline for the 4 stack into the garage. The defensive smoke setup from Fly so they can reset on the lane here. Where are we going, guys? Hop on the Magic School Bus.
Yeah, this is just very weird.
What are we doing, bro? What?
They're trying to find some form of value before the spike goes down, but core are not giving them anything. Usually they would. They'd go for the solo play sometimes, but these guys are sticking 2 and 2, and they're handling the 4.
Now they can spread again. I mean, who even cares about the people you smoked off in Link? You just have to get the intel on the remaining guys, and the second you do that, they can gun it.
They're broken apart solo, though. This is kind of tough. This is not the same level of camaraderie we saw before. Infiltrator will pick apart every angle, but yeah, now you're just giving numbers away. Coming up too long, 2-man peak. Derek's gonna solve Muddy, and you know exactly where Nerve is. A Sheriff, 6 bullets, 4 players. Time ticking. 1, 2, 0 is the heartbeat for YFT on the pistol.
It is over.
That's ultimately really tough value gain out of what would normally be still a pretty certain C site. Sure, you're sad you lost the lane that quick, but there's so much you could still work with. You could still work with Link. They just overextended a tad. Core have all the time in the world. I mean, Spike isn't even like, they have so much time to just look at that and wait for someone to get overeager, and then they do.
Thing too is that like it's just genius from Core, right? Or even very fortunate for them, their plan works. They get that long control. It's so hard to NC there. I think the only option in hindsight for YFT, risk B, try to go towards that site, try to navigate through links and space you don't know and control. Here comes a faster pace from the team though, as they move up short, ready to actually just flood all the way in. Teleport up top will be the major difference maker. Stun on Kumi's side. Core still mighty and alive. The smoke is kind of their own one way though. At the same time, the spray is there. Lock it down. That is the round.
It's like it'll be a similar kind of deal where as long as Core have the right read on where they need to activate the pack fights, then they should be chill. That's how YFT won so many of the rounds, is they just made the call quick. They had the rotation even quicker, and their slowdown was amazing. And that's where Core's weakness is, the slowdown. They cannot justify sacrificing a lot of util to be able to go for the slowdown on the entries. So much of it has to be committed to the retakes. So it's either all or nothing for the people that are planted on this site. It's going to be so sacrificial, so worthless if they end up not getting theirs on the way down. It means so much more than it did for YFT's players.
Keep getting active at the start of the rounds as well. Walking down mid with Waylay. I think Refract active. Kumi finding some value. Turret already taken down. Slow space gain from YFT on the attack side at long though. Oh, the jump spot. Another picture moment for Derek. Very nice. Sight smoke comes in, saturated in the way with Paranoia. The gap has been kind of passed though. I don't think Core's gonna be able to get a lot of these kills. Kumi is active. Nice little 3K using both his teammates as pawn. King Kumi is able to pick up the pieces.
And Moose on high already. Ziff is prepared for it, but doesn't optimize the peak and doesn't adjust before Moose does. Instant 2v1 and the light speed to confirm Nerve is back on top of the spike. Sure. Let's keep this going. Back he goes. He has options.
Actual sleep paralysis demon with that Waylay from Nerve. He could not shoot. He had to just wait to see what happened. And they've spooked him. He's going all the way over to the C site. This is double trips, a camera as well after the fact. It doesn't even need to activate yet. Look at him. He's going to solve both for the moment.
30 seconds left.
Secret agent Nerve. Camera will tag him. And this reposition, this is what counts.
No smoke in time for this either. As it deep on the lead. Swinging for Moose on the jump, and that's enough for Kumi to nail the head with the Guardian. Again, confidence placed in the guy who is acting out. And that's the bonus taken by Core here on the defense, Shio. It seems like they've got a formula to make this work.
They've got like one-piece ecos, man. They're transforming people's bodies into weapons. Like, these guys have nothing left. What do? They peek for Kumi. He sends them out like missiles. And then he's the one shooting torpedoes out of his Guardian to take the rest of the teams down. It's nuts. I'm not sure what fruit this entire team ate, but sometimes in a round, they transform into it's just sick things to win. They do the most nuts team plays to get things locked down with a comp that shouldn't be able to do it. They, again, have no flashes to pop through smokes. Saturating the Paranoia, though, were perfect for them to find that gap to get in. It's time for YFT. Gonna be on a pseudo half buy. And Kumi's still walking down, trying to get active. Close right, finds Nerve and refracts. What is that?
That is unbelievable. From any perspective you shoot it at. How does he find a head tap out of that crowd? And that's what really matters when you lack the flashes. Just keep a man advantage and you can use a dude as a flash. Oh, but Kumi the peak, too brazen. Now Moose gonna substitute in, and YFT again prepared for Core to double down. We're back to basics again here, aren't we? And YFT trying to bring it back to those bones that they know they still have.
Some of those solo peaks going really well for Core previously now. Oh my goodness, imagine the no-scope. Just imagine the scenes of that was able to connect. Derek is going to get slapped absolutely down. YFT picking apart the pattern of Core and is able to get around on the board eco style.
Yeah, terrific stuff. Just waiting for the moments in which Core makes those mistakes and understanding that if they're even or positive, then Core is going to have to try to sink even deeper down. It is truly drip or drown for them at this stage on the defense, especially when they can't properly retake. If you piece these guys apart, they are a meal. But taking apart piecemeal is tough to do on this tiny a map. Core, again, if they respond properly, then YFT are just as one note as Core's attack was.
If something's not broken, what do you do, Tenrek?
You don't fix it.
Still down at mid. Refrag comes in. It's the same as the start of the last round. Muddy this time is in a better angle, and Flya hasn't found value from the top side. They also don't have the same type of economy either. Infiltrator moving in. No value from his spot again. These solo peaks, the piece mill you're talking about, is being picked apart.
Yeah. Use the next target. You don't have to prio anymore. Now that Infiltrator is done.
Oh, Moose, there's just no way. Threatening the walk across, not going to be able to find him. Nice call from him. Derek, close range. He'll be the pressure receiver on B. He could just back up and play the Hunter's Fury, though.
Seems like that's the call.
Oh, what a good read.
Yeah.
What a good exploration from Moose as well. Window, be careful, though. The brim gives him away.
Way to cap this off. And Kumi, again, having to use a body to trade. YFT knowing that QOR is playing against their odds and can start sustaining. Derek, long road, longer than was taken by Nerve, and he's a king to it right in time. He's got such a good gamer brain, man. He's got that VCT tier 1 gamer brain. And it's 8-9, YFT finding their recovery.
Understanding the timings, doing really cleanly against some ecos, and having a few thrifties of their own is going really good for YFT so far. Timeout for QOR as they want to get back on course here. The best things about them were these two-man dives coming in and staying alive with man advantage to use some of their teammates as distractions. If some of these early adventures are losing a lot of members of your party, though, want to revisit the structure entirely of the team, and they'll do that. My question is, again, as Roy pointed out on the desk, what does this comp really have in terms of delay? What does this core comp have, if not that early adventure? And if it's been solved, this might be a really good half for YFT.
And you can tell Moose has been more and more timid when it comes to going for his own creeps. Puts a lot of it on Kumi because of that refract. Is able to hop back out. But yeah, you've got to get some more early activity, more excuses to first blood, because that matters so much to this composition success on this half. And again, all eyes on Kumi for that. You got the conversion paths stuff for the retake. So if you want to fully open a site up, like QOR's done a couple of times already, you have that excuse at least this time around. But that timeout surely wasn't just for the one round. You got to have something that you can replicate, something that you can consistently respond with. QOR have to have found a tell or a mark or a mannerism of some kind to give them that leg up. Otherwise, YFT can keep just finding the rhythm and the right time to find the vulnerable space. Oh, there's a spot.
Yep. And a lot of the times we're waiting for that walk down, waiting for the refract, don't hear it. I can hear that boom all the way from here. Really good shot. Kumi understands the gaps as well that are available. Getting Infiltrator on the line first. This is what we're talking about. Some of those adjustments. They've snuck past, though, all 4 members. I'm not sure they've discovered if Garage is even an option. Do you check the cam here ever? Right? And they've made some steps now, finally. They know it's C, so not going to be the biggest advantage of all time.
Just enough time to set up.
Oh, that's completely off site?
Yeah, everybody's off. Everybody's playing from the same spot, dude.
Understand, you've got Hunter's Fury and conversion paths. It might be a bit of a lockdown easily. Blaze will come in. They're playing at the very precipice, the tip of the top site. And now things are different. Re-exploring Garage. The steps are able to give away in the advanced position where people are getting electrocuted a little bit and running into some util. This is a very unorganized retake from QOR as well. I actually like that from YFT. Not giving the double dive an option to find anything early. Not giving them a fight at all. And testing their patience. That is equivalent to a 5-man save. I don't know what took QOR so long, but a really good call from YFT.
Absolutely. Yeah. Everybody keeping their distance. Really admirable stuff. And able to have, again, that slowdown setup. The nanostorms that Ziff could get down while completely immune. Everybody's so free to just set up shop. And like you said, they had so many tools to reset. Still have a couple this round. They'll have the lockdown inevitably as well. So QOR, the resource management really coming into play here as the economy is dwindling. Seeing how much they're gonna think they have a shot at this one once the ball is rolling.
Still conditioned and waiting for that walk down. Not going to find it. Drone used super early here for YFT. Flya found, and they kind of understand how this entire setup might look now for the side of Core. Giving and just moving away from the A side. They understand where the map is weak. It's C and B, and that's exactly where YFT are exploring.
Flya having this high ground. Muddy gonna eventually move house. Oh, Flya gets the connection. Doubly out of it. I can understand the one, but that's maddening.
Ooh, okay, with the timing, that's how they've gotten a few of their trades in the past. Moose affected, but he's gained a lot of vital information as to what the setup from YFT looks like right now. Teleporting from the shadows, backside with the spike, going to be able to solve a lot of things and skip a lot of time, and that's needed with 40 seconds on the clock. It's going to be a tough rotation for Core as other their players are still on that ace site. Look how deep Infiltrator is for the moment.
Joke's over. 30 seconds left.
Okay,
Spike
immediate
planted.
run it back. Not going to find too much value either.
Really quick. Muddy watching the window first, still is able to swing on to Fly and finish off his health pool, so it'll be a 3v4 now with everyone on the way back. Really running out of time here if you're Core. The Neural Theft also coming through. Hunter's Fury down on this, and the Convergent Pats too. They're using everything, and they have so little time. In front of the garage, Atlas is found quick. Hunter's Fury eventually hunts down one more, but Muddy is still standing. Infiltrator takes care of him, and they've got enough. It was enough. You definitely had your eyebrows raised for a second there, but they'll make it work.
To get to 10 for the moment. It takes them so much though to be able to actually be active in that round. And again, it's 3 versus 5 players. It feels like YFT are the ones that have put the conditioning down. It feels like YFT are the team to be scared of in this moment. If you watch that Lotus map, it might have not been that way, but they are really the team with the tool bag, the team that is being a little bit more creative at the moment and utilizing what they have to instill fear into the enemy team. Even as 3, they look as strong as 5. The post plant has to be so meticulous from Core. They'll push the C side, running right into the Infiltrator off once again. He has a crazy close right angle. Let the drone come in as fast as possible. Get the off timing and slam Muddy down.
Eventually zoning him away, but Moose will re-peek this with the help of Infiltrator. He'll get his dry one again before getting finally punished, but they still got this Cypher to clear. Back out from the smoke, and he'll get his twice! Almost thrice over, but Devi in the 1v3 after it's all said and done, and Core have the crowd and mow it down. What they've been wanting to do this whole half with the impunity that they deserve to in this matchup. It's 11-9, and we're back to the dominant narrative Core have been searching for.
Trading markets just got updated. 2 of the Core players are worth 5, it seems like, of YFTs. They've been holding back with a scope and some hope from Moose. I mean, look at that. No punish off the swing. Infiltrator is so fast. We talk about player experience, player pedigree. This guy's also insane. And the rest of the team, this is not normally, I think, for both sides, YFT and Core. There's always one outlier on the day who's so far up the leaderboard. Right now, both teams have every player playing on all cylinders. Ooh, the TP across. The spray is actually for the Waylay. This is crazy for the moment. Unfortunate on this side. Actually, the Neon, excuse me, YFT fire back, overdrive on attack. Devi is the one to pick up 3. Moose. Oh, Core is active. Devi, his HP bar affected. Muddy. The overdrive offline, and suddenly there's another virus in through the back door. It's Moose, who cannot be stopped.
Spike down.
Finds the spike, slows the play down entirely. 1v2, no smokes available. Muddy, how do you solve this one?
Infiltrator is not as mobile with this operator. So Moose remaining relatively singular, but Muddy re-peeking into the main line. And Moose is staunchly watching. Now the knives available out as well. And the double peek should be solid, right? No, Muddy, the slide back, doubling up on the fast lane, loses all the knives. It's gotta be the operator, and Muddy in this duel can fake out with the taps on the spike. Are you telling me he's got this clutch up out of nowhere? Certainly seems that way, doesn't it?
Try that
again. Keep on bringing it back against all odds.
So many options and too many available. If there was less time on the clock, it might have been easier for Core, but expanding his brain, honing his aim there. Muddy saves the entire round with a play by Moose. What an opening by Devi. I'm telling you, every single player does not want to go home, even if that's where they're playing from. They want another chance inside this bracket to keep moving forward. This is the height, I think, of both teams right now when it comes to team play, when it comes to approach in these clutches. You keep moving it forward. Look at the pace from YFT. This is not an eco for the side of Core. They've got one of the best C-holes we've ever seen. Two duelists skipped on the side of C as they come in from a garage. Infiltrator finds a way to get all the way out. Got to protect himself, though, as the pressure is rising. Everybody on site now. Backside also active, and the cam is taken down from the side. It's YFT. Everything is going their way. They've got complete control and the lockdown on site.
Very early pressure here. That again, Core is just gonna double down on. They're just gonna go in now. Lockdown is destroyed. Core is on site, and they've enacted the fight, but the neural theft activation leaves Moose open. Infiltrator still on this operator rotation. Onto the turret, he's just gonna go through it to try to fight this out. Sure, why not? Let's keep it going. 11 here on Haven. YFT now have the better guns, Core, rock, and a hard place surrounding them. Here on the defensive half, the weakness is becoming more exposed. That speed, deadly against the C-hold.
YFT always buying into double insurance almost every single round. They have two people still waiting on the backside in case the chaos, it's too hard to handle. This time it was Devi way up and long, ready to pop that bow if needed. And then again, Ziff understanding how chaos is working for this team. Same round, same pace, same side. More players on the side of Core. Saturate close range. That's where Moose loves to play. Nothing gained though. This time, a successful hold from Core. They're gonna regress. They're gonna clear the garage.
Door. Yeah, it's not clear. They have B for free. Core are doing a lot of clearing themselves, but it's all manual and all quite slow. And Nerve once again way back on this flank watch. The Owl drone's not even going to be able to cover it. Are they ready for this? No, they're not going to be ready for this again. They're not ready for it again. And he knows that Derek is still there because of the Sova drone. So he can chill back here while the rest of YFT have less on their plate. Oh, it's such a guaranteed 12-11. It's not even funny.
The first time in a long time, YFT looking at a lead. Have enough money to keep it going through all the regulations. So none of these kills matter past the neural theft, which you probably don't want to give away. They have done such a good job at handling the pressure of Core, finally breaking the bank and picking a site right now that is not retakeable by the chaos Core can cause. Huge plays from Nerve Sing and Spawn, the rest of the team really reaching deep. And a playbook that should just be, what, a few hours old on this team. Again, Nerve is not a mainstay in this roster. They have lost their best player for a player who was the best at one point this year inside the VCT. I mean, this is insane, man.
Yeah. You can name maybe enough players on two hands in this region that I would question replacing with Nerve at a moment's notice. And Stallion is certainly one of them, but it's good to see that YFT is in good company and Nerve is feeling himself in this game. Really solid activity coming from him to enable Muddy and Atlas to just go full throttle, run it down. A chance to go to OT here for Core to get this done in 2. YFT, they had to change a lot, but not the comp for this map, and it's proving to show that these players feel right at home here. And you're right, they don't want to go home despite the fact that they're definitely playing from home. So it definitely does feel weird to say that, but it's all about the comfort at this point for this team that has always had to play with fractured players, always had people have to leave for one reason or another at a time that would leave them so handicapped otherwise, and yet this team just keeps finding the right people to fill in the blanks and give these guys a shot. That's always worth watching. This team has never not been entertaining in Tier 2 as long as they've lived in it, and they have been here a hot minute. They do not want their season to end here now.
With lockdown on the C site, not the ultimate, but the players being here, they might be able to stay the entire time. This has to be 103 that lands, but it misses every single time. Actually, one hit over, and that's huge for the Odin as it does end up spraying a little bit. It's Muddy who's going to be affected. And at the same time, Atlas, the duelists have been pushed down. The run it back should get the health back up, but how much value can they find? Some time bought with their own Hunter's Fury. Oh, and the flank infiltrator stops the insurance from being a play this time. The thing that saved the round on C multiple times from YFT is toppling down. I don't believe it. Core have finally retaken and finally done it on the C sites. My goodness, we're going to overtime.
Disintegrating in an instant, and it starts with that infiltrator flank, but it sure doesn't end with it. The cloudburst on the alarm bot to give him that extra second to get the flank in with the operator, for that matter. What a risk to take. And then he lands it, transitions to the Vandal to maintain all of lane, and all the meanwhile, rest of core is pumping iron on the site, making it work one way or the other. Kumi clearing all the space he needs to. And the patience there is amazing, finding that gap in between the running back and the Hunter's Fury to make that work so quickly on top of the recovery. You know the cooldown is active for those two agents for just a couple of half seconds, and it manages to make the difference to take us to OT.
It's a sliver that always makes a difference. Core finds it in that round. And very quickly, the lead that was being built, the momentum just gets absolutely snuffed by the side of Core. Biggest thing now is remembering how this side of the map went. It was exploration early. Those adventures, the party system, the D&D for the side of Core, always rolling a natural 20. And they're able to find even more this time. They're going to go back for it once more on attack. They end up with an early snack and then just let the rest of the feast simmer. They're waiting to see where YFT can be the weakest and then put pressure on the wound. Oh no, I'm not sure if this is the right read. They're gonna stay locked in for this one. And they might have a lot of tools to be able to take it. Saturate coming in, Paranoia in there for the Dashers. No, have no idea where people are. Nerve going forward solves a bit of pressure. The rest of the team needs to hit the first sprays. The whizzing by heads. The dash is expected from Core. The micro to move backwards. The call from both players. It's insane. Derek and Flya are able to put the pressure down. The pace change puts in Moose, who's gonna get solved as an agent of Chaos. Devi 3K.
You gotta take a laugh after that one. After the read goes sour initially for Core, after such an early and unsupported insert from Atlas that nets Core the 5v4 that they've been drooling for this whole previous half on the attack, and then they do nothing with it. They're left in the double insert, the Paranoia into the TP from Nerve. Again, that tier 1 mindset, getting in front of it all in the pocket, finding the crunch out of nowhere. And the stack resets and dominates.
Back against the wall again. This is the side that Core had a bit of a problem with. Infiltrator discovered. Dash has to be procced, and now it's gone. That's one tool for the retake. No longer to be found. Pass on the other side of the map. Core has made no chance to explore this time. No early adventure. They're waiting for the pressure coming in from YFT. These guys have the onus to get to site. Bit of a kill trip in the way, though. Not sure if they're ready for it, but no one's there to receive. This is just purely informational. Look at Trip, but no one's on site. No speaking from the side of Core. No immediate push. It's just a sneaky Odin on logs. And it's not going to get chopped down at all. It's going to be solved so far. TPing in. It's chaos from both sides. Tough to track. All about the fights. A final 1v2 is every single log topples. One given to Atlas. Blaze on the right side. Able to have a gap on the left. Spike in tow. Sights both in a row. It's a spray through the wall from Core.
That slight bit of hesitation.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Making a dent, but still lets Core reset, find their sight lines, and get those early frags that matter so much. Couple of new angles taken too. Fly with that TP to the high ground on Link. I don't know if anybody's used that so far this game. Crucial point for that anti-conditioning to get us to OT2. And YFT, I mean, this is the same stack to get Atlas on the insert as last time. No lurk check, though, from Core. The 5 stack on A lobby to start. Oh, never mind. Moose looking.
Heavy. Yeah. This guy has been Mr. 3K in this game so far. That dart, how many shots? Maybe just one rifle gets active. Doesn't know how many are actually on this line. Nobody this time is receiving the A pressure. And Core this time are not actually committed. What is going on? The snake charming from both teams is actually hitting all ears at once. Atlas has found a crazy insert, but Core have moved off so early, they're not making noise.
Yeah, they've completely cut. They're keen to the fact that Atlas may have gotten this far. Surely,
oh my God.
right? After last round, surely you're aware of this, guys. Oh my God, there's 3 of them standing outside the door and no one's looking behind them. Please, please.
Drone, you hear
the drone too? Atlas, turn around. Oh, the freest kill in history of the game.
Okay, late paranoia discovered on side of Plateau. Kumi's gonna go down as a distraction. Not sure if it's too much of a cost.
Take flight.
Trying to get in front of this. They're gonna stick the spike. Moose taking this drone early so Infiltrator isn't sold.
Look at this position. Infiltrator's ready to stop that slide. Here it is. The first one. Second, received by a teammate. And the third, it's activated. One more player left. Atlas, how much can you carry? Nothing for now. Core again have solved C.
The timing of that was any quicker. If Atlas turned around any faster, this round would have been completely different. But it's a C crunch that's almost for free. Just the 4 walking in that time, and they make it work.
You'll notice every single OT round now is decided by one player's hero move. And it's not a crazy super spray. It's organized. It's thought out. It was almost that Moose super Odin crunch on the C site. Then it was some crazy spray plays afterwards. For this one, it was Infiltrator. For round before, it was Devi playing that 1-2 and Nerve with the forward TP. These are no longer normal rounds. We're inside the champion's realm of overtime. It's all about who can just make the better play.
Most fun purgatory one could be a part of.
How about who cracks under the pressure? Because what got these teams here is the team play. If you think about things too much by yourself, you cost the round for your entire team. That was the walk down from Atlas when the OT first started, making it a 4v5.
The call is to get out of your head. Where have they led you now?
Big
He's gonna
dart.
drone it. Yeah.
Oh, look at the scans from both sides. There's an Odin here and it's discovered. Muddy, 25 HP, Cloud Burst, Shock Dart, left side, and right solved! Coast to coast, but Atlas is there to do the most for the team. Ziff has to get the spike down, but tosses it over. The run it back will be active for Atlas.
Spike planted.
No one else is here. They have the time to reset and activate again.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Now they're on it back. That's just a time waster. Kumi's gonna fight it? Just scout it. Oh, bait on the forward. Okay, yeah, good bait.
That's one orb going over to Kumi, though, who's just trying for things. Actually, nothing. That was actually just the body for the moment. Flya, ooh, dangerous CP with some of that graffiti, though. Moose solves one, sees another, all on Nerve. 1, 2. Not seeing the third. Jump up, drop down. I can't believe Flya's got this. Inside the smoke. Nerve knows the timing, the time.
No time, no time, no time.
No time at all. That's an even trade again. YFT, stay inside the conversation.
Switching sides. Overtime.
And all of that one. The 2-stack is clocked by the recon bolt. They see so many players, and yet the remaining 3 members of Core are just so late, and then they're not checking graffiti when an Omen is still on the field? The mental is gone. Like you said, we're in a new territory, man. It is literally anybody's game to win. Any single body's game to win.
That's a Nerve play, though. The site was checked by Kumi, who dashes in, does a 360 like a drone all around, sees nobody. That was crucial. 1.5 seconds. Nerve just walks. He calls that nobody's following him just yet. And again, that hero solves the round. The other OT one. Core solving C over and over. This time it's a B-dive. Nerve saves the paranoia. Here's the walk across. Sith has been found. Spike down. Muddy has to hold on the C-Link. Dodges the drone for now. If his position's gone, this round is chalked. Infiltrator gets Atlas. Nerve is getting active. 2v3 now. Flya solves Muddy. It's all on Nerve for the moment. And he can't keep it up. Core, another decisive attack round.
Once again, dialing that aggression up to 11 and then just making it work from there, playing the gunfights through the door links. It's risky and it's damaging and it's messy. You saw Muddy getting the free peek off of that blinded owl drone. Everyone's just getting in each other's way. It's a scuffle for the top here. But once again, Core make it work. Once again, Core have match point. Once again, it is anybody on their games to win.
Side though, Atlas can do so much more work for the team. Scale up, got running back the last time, was trading the 2Ks perfectly. They're looking for B this time now. It's a mimic, it's a mirror match. They're going for the same side. Look at this deep trip though, stopping, flash, not dodged, not cleared, sprint. It's everything, this is falling apart for the side of the defense, but the rest of the team is there. It's okay. YFT going to fold in the last round from QOR. They've done it, pushed it past the line. It's not just one person, it's the better team, and QOR send YFT packing home.
The kind of adrenaline that a mother gets when lifting a car off of her child is the kind of frustration that teams get when they hit triple overtime, and QOR manifested that frustration to a full-blown bulldozing in those final 2 rounds, just proving once and for all they are better. That's what they had to do to make this match final, and they finally have done so just to get one step closer to that chance at champions.
Still do or die for every single match here going on for QOR. The big thing though, the thing that hasn't left, because tier 2 might be leaving with some of these players, it's passion. There is a new format next year, and every single player that I saw on YFT needs to keep playing this game, because it's a difference of just a round and one bad map beforehand. I mean, the potential for that team, and again, just that word passion, the drive that we saw over there, nobody wanted to go home, Tenric.
Yeah, how about that Nerve guy too? Pretty good. Someone should probably sign him as well. Decent job by him to pick up for YFT, who again put up such a great effort, an incredible performance, an amazing record across this season. Once again, a season for the org to remember. But for QOR, this is a season that they want to make unforgettable, and they still have a long road to get there.
Absolutely. We have a lot more. If you just joined during OT, there was a big match that still played down. To catch the ebbs and flows and for a player interview as well, stay tuned. There's a lot more right after this.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
offer on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. Yeah, they're going blind, and it's an ace from Body.
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off, you'd imagine. But this spray through the smoke at least going to guarantee one as X is stat.
For the final time, welcome or welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Roy and Dan on the desk. And folks, we have made it after a very long overtime, many overtimes today. QOR moved on in the lower bracket, unfortunately eliminating YFT, your favorite thieves. Roy, I'm gonna go to you for this. You said time and time again, it is QOR fighting against themselves. I'm a fan to really emphasize my point. It's up to QOR to kind of, come forward and beat the QOR that we know that they can be. And it took a little bit in that overtime, but they got it done.
Yeah, I mean, I think I want to maybe start with talking about YFT first, since we'll be focusing, I'm sure, a lot more on QOR throughout this little segment we got going on here. So, first of all, commiserations to YFT. Honestly, they've gained a lot of fans this split. Sadly, this is the end of their run and potentially their entire year in at least Challengers. But overall, I mean, I think what they showed and who they became in such a short period of time is nothing less than impressive. And honestly, I'm sure they've gained many fans and put a name for themselves in VCL. That being said, I mean, yes, I think QOR is QOR, right? This is one of their weaker maps. Despite that, they made changes and they still came out guns swinging, an entire team performance, all the players from QOR stepping up. I mean, yes, it was insane. It was an absolute banger back and forth between these two teams that I thought was never going to end. But alas, QOR comes out on top, and a pretty sick showing from them overall.
An absolute back and forth on this map between the two, where for a second we definitely thought YFT was going to get them one pushes to that third map, especially with the last couple rounds that they were able to get. And even that first overtime, it just felt like it was a few of those opening picks in the last few rounds of overtime that really saved QOR. But honestly, for YFT, they, like Roy was saying, they have been such an incredible team throughout. They have been really impressive to see. I think individually we've highlighted a few of the players. Obviously, having to make these last minute roster changes is not ideal for anybody, so props to them for having to deal with that regardless of what it was, the situation, and also for NRGA for being there for them. Unfortunately, this is the end of the road for them, but for QOR, I'm excited to see more of them. We talked about the experience that the players have had both in tier 1 and tier 2 and how far they can make it, how much potential they've shown us as well, and they get to stay alive and show us a little bit more.
I think the friends on QOR, YFT have consistently shown, this is the future of Challengers, right? Or just VALORANT in general, after this year, like time and time again, to borrow again that casting phrase, they are a group of folks who have played so well and impressed people so many times. And I'm glad you brought up that point, Roy. They've gained gained so many fans during this split because of just how they play, and 100 Thieves coming in, adopting this team, if you will. It's just a testament to these players and to this organization kind of being this far. So again, commiserations to them. But QOR kind of switching the gears a little bit. They had me scared for a second. Dan, I was like, oh man, we're going to a third map. I hear fireworks outside my house. If there's a lightning storm going on above me, there's a lot going on. But in the end, this back and forth ended with QOR taking the dub.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a few of the rounds that we saw on the extremities, a few of the rounds as well that played out on C-side when it was pretty uncomfortable situations to deal with as an infiltrator as well that had to play a few retakes, a few retakes with the operator, looking a little bit uncomfortable on A as well. Some of the ways that we saw the rounds play out where it felt like YFT, they had a read on the attack. They were getting some momentum. They were pushing it to that overtime, but out of nowhere, it was just like little things here and there from individual players that didn't allow them to close it out. But still, regardless, like we said, it was a good map. It was a fun map. We've had, 3 overtime maps today? Yeah. So that is everything that we can ask for.
I mean, the players were just gassed by the end of that. I mean, I could just see it in the mistakes and kind of the level of game that we got to. But I mean, 16-14, 19 first bloods for QOR Gaming. It was so obvious that they were winning a lot of those early rounds. But I mean, it's kind of undeniable that YFT actually had QOR scratching their heads for answers, especially when QOR was on the attack side, right? Yeah, they were doing a great job finding the opening picks, but finding those comfortable endpoints in the rounds were a problem for Core, right? YFT was moving around a lot. They're playing really well towards the late rounds. So I think Core really got pushed to their limits on this map. And obviously the comp changes kind of signifies that they're having, just like an awkward time finding something that feels comfortable for everyone. But overall, I mean, I feel like we kind of got to see everything from both teams, right? The individual step-ups, the kind of the nice calls, and then the good strategy, but also like the super good late rounds and the clutches coming out from so many different players in the server. So overall, a pretty banger match. YFT, that was an NT in my book. But yeah, Core Gaming 2-0, they keep the dream alive.
I mean, I'm just looking at this timeline, and it is so long. And I think we have to give props to Kumi as well on that Waylay, Dan, an agent I think that you highlighted as soon as we got into Agent Select.
Yeah, it was a big change as well. We were talking about what we were expecting to see when it came down to the double duel list, but it was that Waylay that they brought in for Kumi, and it was incredible when it came down to the openings. Roy highlighted it that you give video more opportunities on how you want to be playing, whether it is with the operator or how you want to play alongside with that Jet and that Waylay. And, for Kumi, I think he is so good. He definitely fits that playstyle that they were able to implement, especially going into that second half in those rounds where they were able to play for those retakes to build a little bit of momentum. So I'm happy to see Kumi continue to be highlighted throughout this playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Roy, looking at this, you were whoa. I can't even say words today. Sorry. Last time hosting, it's been a long day. It's been a long time getting here. You know what, Roy? I don't even want to hear what you have to say because we're going back to the cameras. Production, look at me, because we have the Phillips Rocco Game Face interview, and it's none other than Core's Derek, Mr. Valorant himself. Sir, come to the front, take a seat. Nice title.
Nice title.
Very nice title. I mean, let's talk about today. I mean, are you not exhausted? Because these games have been long, Derek.
Yeah, it was a pretty tiring day. I mean, it was a 2-0, gratefully. But still, like, the pressure that they put on us on Haven was, and honestly on ourselves was a lot to take, so.
Was there any point during Haven you're like, this is going to map 3, and like, that's fine, we're gonna take it to a map 3? Or was it ever like, no, we're gonna keep on fighting for this isn't over?
It definitely didn't come into my head that we were ever going to lose that map. It was just a matter of like, I felt like towards the end of it, we were kind of, I feel like it's so gimmicky to say, but we were playing not to lose and just giving them so much space, which normally we wouldn't do. And they were taking full advantage of it. But once we started to fight a little bit more for space and just like not allowing them to just walk everywhere, I think we closed it out.
I mean, we see a comp change on the side of Core, right, for Haven, Kumi on that Waylay. Is that something, obviously you can't fully answer this question, but coming into playoffs, you're in the lower bracket. Talk to me about the risk and reward of making that decision for this game, and if we can expect maybe, possibly, any other changes.
Maybe 1 or 2 changes. I think the Waylay, I think the Waylay and the Jet just, I think it just works really well for our team. The Phoenix obviously we thought was good, and I feel like everyone is just playing so much Phoenix that the double dive sometimes catches people off guard, where you can just like, the Waylay's dashing this way, the Jet's dashing that way, and we have a lot of reps with it now, and yeah, it feels good in practice.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to, obviously we can't hear your comms, but I would love to know where the kind of the energy of the team is at. Because I was talking, when I spoke to Giza from NRGA Academy, he said we came in, really hyped today, high energy, and that's how I think we found the win today, according to him. I would love to hear about Core's energy and where you kind of find, where is your best energy and how was your energy today?
We definitely had good energy. I mean, it's still a do or die match, like starting from here on out. And I think we're a team that we play our best when everyone's just energetic, everyone's calming, and just like giving it 200% off the rip. And I think on Lotus, that's like, that start on Lotus was the core that we should be every single game.
This is a weird question. I'm gonna try to figure out a way to word it right off kind of the top of my head. You have so much experience on this team, and sometimes you kind of you have a brilliant beginning moment when you're first coming into the scene. You have so much energy. You're making plays happen. As someone who is so veteran in Valorant and just in esports in general, do you find it difficult to be high energy because it's literally just another day in the office for you? Is that something you find that is quite easy for you to come by?
I wouldn't say I'm screaming at the top of my lungs off of like every round win, because I got the other guys to do that for me. But I will say when it's like a crazy clutch or it's just like someone hit an insane shot, I'm gonna get hyped too. But I think my role more so is to keep everyone like level-headed, if that makes sense.
Yeah, how would you say, who is the most hype person on the team if you had to point someone out?
Oh, wow. I think for screaming the loudest after running around, it has to be Fly. I think like Fly legit screams like at the top. I think like his neighbors can hear him. But probably like Fly or Infiltrator. Yeah, that's
okay. Okay, and now, I mean, like you said, this is do or die from now on, right? QOR have everything to gain and literally everything to lose in every single moment in this lower elimination. In your words, and you cannot say we just have to play our game. What will it be that will take QOR to the end?
I mean, we just have to play our game like how we did on Lotus.
Really?
I don't know, I'm kidding. I think, like, to be fair, I think as long as we come out swinging and we just like do not fold over like how we did against M80, I think we have a pretty solid chance of like making a lowest run, because I think all these teams that we've played against, a lot of them already. I feel like every time we lost one of these matches to like either SAD or NPG or something, I was like, damn, we should have 2-0'd these guys, or we should have at least like brought it to map 3. So I'm pretty confident in all these rematches.
What would it mean for you as someone who has had the tier 1 experience for so long, kind of coming to tier 2? What would it mean for you to make it back onto the play-in stage, back into that Los Angeles stage?
I mean, it would mean the world. I think like it would just feel like home, but it's a long road. It's a long road for sure.
It's a long road, and obviously every game is there. And we're not going to jinx anything right now. We're not jinxing anything here. So I will let you go celebrate your victory, take some rest. Nice title.
Thank you. Nice title.
Have a good one, Derek. Bye-bye. He is so lucky this is my last interview of Challengers. I hear play our game one more time. I'm like, but anyways, let's check out the bracket to see how things are shaping up to be. Those are our first 2 eliminations of playoffs. The last ride of Challengers is continuing, and we are finding our way in. We're going to look at the upper bracket tomorrow, Dan. M80 versus Nightblood Gaming. Dan, that is going to be a lights out knockout game. I am so excited to watch that one.
Yeah, everybody's favorite team, M80, against that big underdog for everybody, Nightblood, is going to be an amazing matchup. I'm very excited to see it. There's not a lot of history between these 2 teams, so you don't really know what to expect. I think M80 is going to be coming really strong, just making sure that Nightblood has no opportunities. And even for that second matchup between SAD and Shopify Rebellion, Black Shopify Rebellion, that one team that has gotten second place, stage 1, stage 2, and trying to make it far for the stage 3, probably, potentially, ideally getting that number 1. That means that you're going to have to beat SAD once again. They have a pretty good score against them. They have beaten them 3 times. Every single time that they played against them, it's been a 2-0 for them. So let's see if they are able to stay as confident and as consistent.
Yeah, I'm just happy to see that the 2 dark horses that we've chosen in the beginning of the split are here, right? They're up against the overdogs in kind of very similar fashions, right? M80 versus MBG, SAD Esports versus SRB. If even one of them wins tomorrow, then the dream of the underdog, the Cinderella story continues. Otherwise, we'll find ourselves in pretty much just vets, OG players, and just overall really strong teams. But yeah, man, tomorrow's going to be really exciting. I think it'll be a really fun day of VALORANT. I think every match from here is going to be very exciting. The competition, the pressure, it's all really starting to mount on people's backs. I mean, this is where you get the best VALORANT. So I'm personally excited.
I think I've said it so many times during my time here that this is where it all begins. This is where your world champions, your world champ FVPs, this is where they are made. And so for the last time for me, thank you so much for joining us during this broadcast. On behalf of production, the cast, the desk, everyone in between and beyond, thank you so much for watching. Have fun, be safe, make decisions. And for last time's sake, tarot card pull, upright 3 of wands. I love to see you guys. Take care.
W Liz.
Just wanted to sell this act of a fake towards the C site. 2 duelists dashing in, using abilities on fury, thunder and lightning in the skies. You can't see who the real threat is, and that's on A. How much space is taken? Where are the embeds? It's Heo Day, and this guy has the prologue happening for his protagonist run here on Haven. Jakey also going down, repositioning into the mines of EG Academy. He's just too much to handle, buying even more time, getting keys on the line. I mean, this entire team is playing with their hero insights. You just can't lose. You cannot be stopped. The NRGA Academy
from the mid push that is now going to be fully realized after the reset. Dark is going to be the first to peek and first to take it. They keep wanting to feed him the most orbs so he can reset that null command.
Hale though, half HP, that should be a nice way to kill as well. The 3K, close range, have to reload, gets it off, cloud burst, dash back. I mean, you gotta close the space now for YFT. Get into fighting very fast, but all these rifles still active on Ben.
Taken from the high ground first. Money always finding a way to get the first and hopefully the last for him. Infiltrator with the 1-for-1 trade, and it's a nice hold from the river for the most part. Fly has got to make the creep up, and it's going to make it 2 out of him. Debbie throwing up the pit at the very last.
All the way in, teleport up top of the major difference maker. Stun on Kumi's side core. Still mighty and alive. The smoke is going to find their own one-way though. At the same time, the spray is there. Lock it down. That is the round. Just want to